ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everybody and welcome to another day of the ESL SC2 Masters. I am Wardy and I will appear in a second. There I am. I was there. I was just hiding a little bit. And joining me today is going to be none other than one of my best friends, Cats. Cats, how are you doing, mate? It's nice to have you on the show.
I'm doing fantastic, Wardy Joe.
Yeah?
Hells yeah, I'm hyped up for today.
You recovered from the Americas fiasco last night. It was apparently a good time.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about that draw game. It's just lingering in my mind. It was so crazy.
Yeah, I didn't catch it live. I just heard the heard about it in the in the aftermath, and heard you guys had a good time. Good old draw, 2-hour best of 3. We've had a lot of like faster matches, so a 2-hour draw is or 1-hour draw and 2-hour best of 3 is something really quite spectacular. So very cool. I get to have you. Obviously, we're here all day for more action as we cover Asia, Europe, and Americas. And we're just going to have a couple moments before we get in game as we look through a couple of things. But first of all, our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop. Thank you so much, everyone, for sponsoring the ESL SC2 Masters. And with that, Cats, we're going to start talking about where we're at in Asia, because this is round 3, and we've already seen Oliveira advance, T-Ball and Gogo Joey be eliminated. And then we've got a lot of players still to play today to figure out whether, they're going to go through or not. Our first, Yishi XY, is 1-1. We've got Mio Micah and Coffee fighting to advance. And then we've got Oriana and Haas still to play too. So this Asia group, I'd say, for the most part, kind of looking how we expect it to, right?
Yeah, and the Oceania region is pretty much dead, right? The only representative left is Mio Micah. The only 2 people eliminated from the Asia region are the former Oceania players in Gogo Joey and T-Ball. And like you were telling me in the pre-show, like most of them didn't even try to qualify, right? So kind of sad, but also, kind of shows that the merge is a good thing because the region was just not producing much.
Yeah, we got the remnants of Oceania alive in Mio Micah pretty much as he will be taking on Coffee, but first up today, we are going to be taking a little peek at Yishi versus XY. A full schedule here. Not going to linger too much on it because players are pretty much ready to play, but got some cool matches, especially later on the day. The last 4 matches are all sending players through into playoffs, and that's Reno versus MaxBax, Hero Marine versus Skillis, Special versus Trigger, and Kelazur versus Estrella. I think all those matches are really awesome, and that's going to be a really cool bang to end the day. And the matches up until that point are pretty good as well, Cats.
Yeah, really looking forward to today. It should be a great set of matches. Even our starter match is going to be, I think, 2 very well-matched players on the rise in China. So, yeah, it should be amazing.
All right, well, let's give them the go-ahead that they can start, and we can get ourselves ready to go into. This first match of the day is going to be XY. It is going to be Yishi, some TVP action. I've always enjoyed watching XY. I always felt as though XY was a very entertaining player, very fun player to watch and kind of keep an eye on. So just kind of excited to see him. And Yishi was always this player that was, to me, a bit on the rise as well. So that was always very exciting too, to kind of see how he was progressing and see how he was doing and everything. So yeah, very excited to just get ourselves into this best of 3 and see what the 2 of them can produce. Because to me, it's kind of up in the air. Like, I can see XY being tricky enough to win this series, but Yishi's also got, pretty solid gameplay as well. So I think that's what's fun about it for me. It really is just one that can go any which way, Cutsy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for me, I haven't, followed the WTL as closely as you have over the years.
Mm-hmm.
But so for me, there's a meteoric rise for the Chinese scene from not having seen him like much play at all in the last 2 years to now that I'm getting to cast them and I see these players and I'm like, who are these players? I mean, they're so freaking good. And I think that's a byproduct of the environment for them improving over time. And yeah, I mean, some of these players are really scary.
Yeah, they really are. Like, it is cool to see this scene, which has had a lot of support, still has, a lot of active players, and just seeing them all pushing and doing well. It's very cool to see. So let's get this one started in the bottom left from Dragon Kaiser Gaming. Our Red Protoss, it is Yishi.
And in the top right-hand side, his opponent for Invictus Gaming, XY.
And just as we get this one started, I was meant to mention that GSL is, of course, on, guys, if you want to check that out on the Afrika TV YouTube or on Afrika TV itself. GSL round of 8 Group B is currently in its winners match, I believe. So we got a little overlap. We want to show some love to GSL. We're not going to try and steal all them GSL viewers, right? So yeah, go give GSL a watch. Get your double monitors in action. And yeah, obviously some cool games over there. You were saying you were watching earlier, Kat. Some fun games, right?
Yeah, Solar versus Bunny was a really sick series, and then Dark versus Beyond was turning out to be a pretty good one as well. But yeah, unfortunately, I was watching on YouTube, which means there's like a screen.
You got the chains.
In the screen. Yeah, I got the chains. So yeah, definitely recommend going to Africa for that, I suppose. As XY is going to start us off with a proxy. Very spicy.
Not just any proxy, man. He's going to go barracks and the factory. So really going for a little bit of everything here. Cool. I'm kind of down for it, honestly. I mean, why the heck not? Let's just go all out crazy to start the day. XY drops down a reactor, factory on the way up, and this is one of those things which is, you know, very powerful when Yishi doesn't scout, which is exactly what he's doing. So I gotta say that this is an amazing build choice, and if he just knows Yishi doesn't scout, then this is going to work perfectly. He's going to get so much aggression, and Yishi is going to be absolutely blind to it.
Yeah, this is the type of thing where you scout your opponent on the ladder or their last few matches, you find the pattern, you see that they don't scout in the matchup, and this is the punish that he's prepared, quite obviously, right? So Starport will also go down on location, and this is more likely than not be Hellions or Widow Mines, I imagine. Given the gas, I would imagine Widow Mine drop, but it's actually going to be Hellions. Very cool.
Yeah, I guess use that gas, maybe Hellions into like a follow-up siege tank or so the gas bank does have value a bit further down the line, perhaps. Definitely, like you say, pretty cool. And this Adept coming across the map is about to realize, hey, there's no expansion. Then he's going to see a full wall off, so he's not going to get any confirmation of what's in the base. Immediately then, you have to be very worried as Yishi, and heading into Twilight Council, not something that immediately helps you defend these types of attacks either. It's actually 2 Hellions into now a Widow Mine drop, so we're onto something, Cats, looking at that gas.
Okay, this is very interesting. The Hellions are going to run in through the front, so not really waiting for the Widow Mines, just utilizing the very fast timing that they have by virtue of being proxied. Going to get two probes already, and another couple of probes here in the main. And what's nice about this is if you're Yishi, you're taking damage that you don't want to take this early on. So it's going to be more difficult for him to make the decision to invest into further defenses for something like a Widow Mine follow-up.
Yeah, it's just going to be that kind of knock-on effect of you've taken some damage, now dealing with the next damage is going to be that much more difficult. Armory on the way too, by the way, so you're going to need detection to deal with these mines once they're burrowed, which there is a robo on the way up, but forcing an observer out, it's just that added effect, and it has potential to do more. I would have liked to see the medevac actually come and pick the other 2 Widow Mines up, but apparently they were going to walk into the front, so that's going to be an experience, the Adept chasing them, but there's going to be the drop in the main base as well, so Yishi just has to be ready everywhere, and XY just going to start forcing probes to go all over the place. Oh no!
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that given that he has the armory, especially just getting the Widow Mines inside, which now he does by rerouting the medevac back to them, is more valuable, and the fastest way to that was just loading all of them and then hitting the main and then the natural. So he'll get to it, and this is still very annoying for Yishi, but he will have the observer popping up. Not before the Widow Mines get another shot off, though.
Yeah, obviously, the one on the low ground will go down pretty quickly, but the 2 in the main base should get a chance to fire again as we drop in. We get burrowed. It's going to be a decent connection. No, we actually do lose it. He retargeted it, which maybe would have been a good call if it had got a shot off anyways. The medevac's still full HP. That's quite important to note because the Thor is coming in. The medevac's what's going to be able to micro that Thor around. So the Thor attack now coming up as the follow-up to this, and obviously killing the battery is the first step here as this Thor drops down and we get ready to punch some damage in.
Yeah, very interesting to go for the front and the battery here, where you know it's the fortified position as opposed to the back. He really wants to make use of these Marines and kind of elongate this push to try and end the game rather than doing damage with the Thor as early as possible. And Yishi has done a pretty good job so far. That blink forward to try and pick up the medevac that now gets repaired, and with the Liberator here, XY looking very powerful at the front.
Yeah, the Liberator is a massive addition, just having that way to hold the front a bit more stably, and now a siege tank showing up too. Yeah, this is getting nasty, man. I mean, this is the sort of point where you're like, oh, an Immortal's nice, but is an Immortal going to make a difference where it really counts? Now if you lose this pylon, that's depowering the Robo as well. No. That's huge. We've got a blink in. And, well, I don't mind the blink, and I think it's the right call as the tank survives a couple more shots. The Thor is still untouched, though, and already 12 probes are dead, and it looks as though XY is just doing too much here. We're trying to repower that Robo. Maybe if we can get an Immortal out, we can get a little bit excited about things, but I'm not convinced still about that, Cats. We're actually going to start targeting down the pylon again, so it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Robo will not get online.
Wow.
A new super battery, but it's off to the side, and that just gets targeted as well. And the SCVs just keep on repairing the medevac. They may finally go down. Nope, the Stalkers keep dropping and having to blink away, so they take too much damage as well. And this Thor tank attack is going to get it done. XY not messing around to start off the day.
Wow, what a cool strategy by him, and it was so very close. Actually, if that Immortal had popped up in time, it looks like Yishi definitely holds, right? Because it was so very close in spite of that. But yeah, XY, I mean, closing it out, and yeah, what an amazing strat. What a good punish.
Great punish. I love it, man. That was a really fun way to start. Obviously, just Yishi not scouting kind of puts him off a little bit, then the Hellions and the Mines. It's just that knock-on effect, right? The cascading avalanche of, oh, one thing went a bit wrong, then the next thing is going to hence go a little bit wrong as well, and it just keeps on going that way. And obviously that's the issue get into. A 1-0 lead, and an important match for these guys. I think a winnable match for both of them, first of all, and then obviously they're both 1-1, so it makes a difference of, in the next day or two, whether they're going to be fighting to advance to playoffs or to stay alive in the tournament at all. So, yeah, big difference there as we will ready ourselves up into Dragon Scales Cats for map number 2. This map's seen a little bit more play in TVP lately. It started out as one which I thought kind of got vetoed a lot, but Protoss players have kind of let it come through a little bit more, even though it's a short map and good tank positions.
Yeah, I mean, your options are kind of limited. There's a few of these maps that can be insane with the tank positionings. So, yeah, the Protoss seem to have let Dragon Scales into the rotation a little bit more often than not. But, man, I mean, that game was pretty interesting, definitely, to start, and XY looking very strong. I was talking to Nice earlier on his stream. I just popped to say I really enjoyed his games yesterday. He lost, but he had some really cool moments in losing, and it felt like if he had just cleaned up his gameplay, he would have been able to take them. And he was saying he feels even more confident against Oliveira. He called him Time, but he said, I feel more confident against Time than against Firefly or Yishi in the PvP. So he was really hyping up his peers, and it really goes to show just the level of this Chinese region, if you will, right? So impressive that XY is another contender that can put up a great fight and even beat some of these up and comers that are so highly regarded by their peers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's it has been just fascinating to see this region be one, which is just so freaking. Like we say, like just it's full of hype, it's full of love, it's full of just it's got support to kind of grow the players, I think, specifically. So these players are still playing, and it has probably the most similarities to like Europe, right? Where you've got your Oliveira and so on, maybe up at the top, but then you've got so many contenders down below that it really is a good scrap, and it really is just a very enjoyable region to keep our eyes on and to enjoy. So yeah, love this region. It's been very fun to cover, and especially I think benefiting a little bit from the merge, because obviously, China before was 8 players, and then Taiwan was 8, but now you merged it into, like, 16, plus you add in Oceania and everything. And suddenly you've got, like, just adding Nice in there, for example, and Mio Maika in there, adding that little bit of top-layer competition, it just deepens the roster, right? And just makes the entire group that much more interesting.
Absolutely, and I think their approach as well to series and games, very different from Europe and America, and more similar to how Korea has done things over time, where they seem to prepare more for the matches and the opponents and have targeted strategies for them and play more mind games, whereas Europeans oftentimes are more concerned with their own game and cleaning it up and kind of like going over the motions and they're just rock solid players, obviously. But this is like a more tricky region, and I really appreciate those mind games, and I really appreciate the hard counters and the preparation. And in the top left hand, it is for Invictus Gaming XY. One of my besties, Succeed, formerly of Fruit Gaming. He used to be XYZ.
XYZ?
So just missing.
Just missing.
Yeah, that was one of his names. Yeah.
I always liked XY's name because everyone was like, hey, is this TY? I was like, no. There's a Chinese term play, and they're like, why is he using TY's name? And I'm like, they're not. It says XY, right? Like, what's this TY about this? And yeah, it's an interesting little. It happens all the time when I cover XY and cast them, especially like way back when, obviously when TY was active again, right? So yeah, it was just kind of Kind of
Didn't
funny.
he just finish the army too?
What, TY?
That's what the... I think so, right?
Yeah, he's back.
Or
Just he's not really playing much. He's playing a bit of Brood War, a bit of StarCraft 2.
Oh, nice.
A little bit of StarCraft 2 I've seen of him is not very inspiring. You know, you see players like Stats and Inno coming back, and they've had some decent results, and they have some games at least where it's like, oh wow, like they still have what it takes. They just, you know, they need to shape up a bit, sure, but they've got that core level. TY did. The games I've seen of TY just hasn't had that at all. He keeps dying in like 3 minutes, and yeah, it's maybe just a different approach to getting back into it versus a different amount of passion to get back into it, etc. So yeah,
absolutely. I mean, yeah, Classic has recovered very nicely as of late as well, but yeah, I think TY before going to the army was already kind of like, it felt like almost done with being a player and transitioning to casting and just not caring as much, not putting as much effort, right? To where, yeah, obviously if you compound that with the fact that he took the break for the army, it's probably good to lower our expectations for him returning to form.
Yeah, like I say, he's playing some Brood War as well. And I think obviously with the Korea prize pool situation being where it's at, it's also one of those things where it's like, you know, if you can be very successful in Brood War still, I think you put a bit more priority on that in Korea. It just kind of naturally makes sense, right?
Yeah, and he had a name back in Brood War too, right? I think he was Baby back then.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he's known, he will get the recognition and whatnot, and I'm sure that'll be a welcoming environment for him as well.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Stargate opening here as yishi just mixes it up. Obviously, Twilight last time around. He does scout this time, and there is double gas, and this time it is just an expansion from XY, no proxy or anything, but just not the fastest possible expand. One of these that allows you to put on more pressure, and that will be happening here in the form of some Reaper Hellion to start us out. Going to go up to 3 Reapers, likely to get 2 Hellions in total. Sometimes you can go beyond this, then it gets a little bit more extreme, a little bit more costly, and you can see he's going to just stop at 3 and just go into Marine production instead.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, this almost looks like a TVT opening almost, but he's gonna use it here to try to break through the wall if there is one. Just bounce stuff out of place with grenades. There isn't much of a wall off, so he should just have free entry, and I'm surprised that he actually stops to regroup in the middle of the map. The faster, I think, the better for XY if he's gonna try to do some damage with it.
You agree, but also there is the Oracle, right? So actually by delaying a couple of moments, the Oracle was going to be more out of position than being able to defend. However, he's really gone like the long way around this, sending these Reapers down the right side now, going to jump those into the main perhaps. And at this point, it seems pretty safe. The Reapers are seen by the Oracle, the Adepts are waiting on the natural, they're very aware of the Hellion follow-up possibility, and yeah, I mean, this was just well defended by yishi, and I think XY overcomplicating things. Could have had actually a lot more if he was just kind of just obvious and just ran up the front and just went for it in a much more boring manner.
Or even if he had pre-split, if this was his plan from the start, he could have just sent the Reapers right away to the side, right? Instead of going to the middle together and then deciding to kind of like a bunch here and a bunch there. Like, it makes sense, obviously, to use the Reaper's ability to jump up the cliff and create a little bit more chaos inside of the main, but yeah, it needed to be a little bit more decisive, needed to know what he wanted to do a little bit preemptively rather than just on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cyclone gets a lock onto the Oracle, and then a Viking and another Cyclone gets the kills, so that is a nice catch, at least from XY, who is coming with quite the army supply. Now, what are we at right now? 3 gateways. We need to get some warp ins off here from yishi just to start securing himself, as we actually have no blink on these Stalkers, so one of these should die to the Cyclone. So they were just way too far forward, and now we're going to lose one Stalker. Another one's going to be pretty low. The Cyclone probably could have pulled back sooner, but even still, a good little push on the way. We do have maybe a few too many units here at the front, though, in the Super Battery especially. And now we can actually chase down those Marines. Viking into the main will try and get some probes, but it is going to be the Terran honestly losing out on quite a lot, using the Cyclone, the Viking defensively as well. I mean, just a bit of chaos, honestly. Everything going on right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Viking can be rather nasty against probes. It will two-shot those, and it fires rather quickly. So now we'll evacuate, but after forcing a recall, all in all, not a bad trade for yishi, who ends up holding whilst retaining his third. And yeah, like you said, I feel like that one Cyclone kind of overextended right after getting the first Stalker. No need to continue to push on forward, and yishi holds.
And holds in a great position. 13 worker lead for yishi is obviously a pretty huge disparity in workers. You're used to seeing the Protoss ahead a little bit because the Terran has mules, but I don't think 2 mules make up for like 13 workers of difference. That might be a little bit too extreme. So, not feeling great right now about the position here of XY, but We'll see what he can do. He does have a couple tanks up to try and keep him safe in these upcoming moments. Stalkers are going to try and do something, but as they walk in, they should realize pretty quickly this is not somewhere they want to be. And we do finally lose one Stalker. A couple of them very low for later on, though.
Yes, indeed. So that's going to mean that yishi doesn't really want to overcommit with his stalkers, doesn't want to really blink anywhere else. Not that he has high ground vision or anything else to apply more pressure. And he really doesn't need to, so just stay back, regenerate your shields. Now he goes quickly into the storm, so he has a plan moving forward into the game. And it's kind of an XY to try and do something, because he doesn't have a third CC on the way. And there is a third already operational for yishi with a very good worker advantage. So XY has to hit a timing and just try to kill him with it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Just gotta go and do something aggressive, right? Basically, you're looking ahead and aggressively and not into the future, more or less. Because your future is very much so limited to just one big attack. As upgrades finish, you get the extra couple of racks online. The problem is the Protoss is already going to have so much tech in play. Storm is going to be done. Charge is going to be done. You know, Yeshi's already on his way to a 4th base. That's how late the 2-base timing is here of XY. And honestly, how ineffective I think it's going to be. Because I don't even hate that Yeshi's taking a 4th, because I think he's going to survive even with it. So, we'll see what XY can do. He will have a surge of army supply, but I am far from convinced that it's going to be enough to overrule this game and to take a 2-0 in the series.
No, very difficult to imagine. If Yishi just had a sentry and could confirm what's going on, yeah, maybe he wouldn't drop that 4th in favor of more just warpins and whatnot. I don't really see how XY is going to make this work. Maybe if there's a warp prism with all of the Templars in it and the Raven gets its interference matrix onto it or something like that, but there isn't even that option because there is no warp prism, and that's almost better in the sense that, yeah, I don't see the win condition without a move like that just removes a chunk of the army for Yishi, who's gonna go meet up XY in the middle of the map before he sees. Let's see if this is gonna be enough. The storms are good, and the Zealots on the side, yeah, this is a slaughter.
Yep, Zealots jumping in very quickly. The tank's not getting, the chance to pre-siege. The feedback on the Raven pretty quickly. Interference matrix to single High Templar is just not really enough, right? A couple support and storms were plentiful, and Yishi absolutely winning out here. And even if he doesn't win with this push forward right now, which he probably will, but just in case he didn't, it's kind of fine anyway, right? Because XY's still only on 2 bases, and Yishi will absolutely outmass him given time. So it does look as though this is going to be Yishi pushing through and winning out in game number 2 to tie us up and take us to game 3 of our very first series today. Couple quick games, couple aggressive games, and one going XY's favor, one not quite so much. This one is absolutely going to end in a few moments. Just get rid of this Liberator, and there is the GGs, and there is Yishi going to tie it up. And like I say, take us to that final map of our opening match today.
Yeah, and what's scary for XY here is that this was kind of like the standard game, more or less, right? Like the game where neither player did any trickery in the early game so much. So you could argue that XY opening with those Reapers and Hellions and them not paying off at all could have been, a factor that could have contributed to a smoother mid game for him. But all in all, I mean, Yishi just looking very, very solid.
Yes, no, he genuinely just looked good, right? I mean, he was very good about, what was going on. I loved the unit positioning initially, and I do feel like XY overcomplicated things and made his own attack maybe not show up when it should have done, but even then I felt as though looking at it, I was like, okay, I actually feel as though Yishi was in pretty good standing to be able to deal with it anyways. A couple of depths on the low ground, one in the main base. Obviously the Oracle would have been out of position perhaps, but I think he would have had a decent go of it, so yeah, we'll see what happens on Ancient Cistern, which will be our final map of this opening TVP of the day, XY and Yishi. And if I'm XY, I'm kind of thinking, well, what other kind of super aggressive builds do I have in my pocket? Because this game really just didn't do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, Yishi again didn't scout, I think, the last game, right? So maybe XY goes back to that, to some trickery, trying to abuse the lack of scouting. Because, I mean, I completely understand punishing on the first game, and then not doing it on the second game, perhaps understanding or expecting that your opponent will look for it, right? Will be more alert and adapt. But Yishi, again, I don't remember seeing a probe scout early on, so maybe XY can revise his pattern and go back for that. Or did he?
I think he did see...
Oh, okay.
He saw at some point, I'm not sure when, but he definitely saw that it was at least double gas and a wall off. Because I remember checking. So he did scout at some point, but it might have been a bit later still as... Everyone's ready. They're waiting for us to say ready as well, but we're always ready. Someday our
We're
admins will
always
learn
ready.
this. Yeah, someday the admins will realize we're just always ready. Apart from sometimes at the very start of a series, we need an extra moment, but we're generally almost ready.
Hells yeah.
Hells yeah, that's what they say. Alright, counting down. Ancient Cistern, map number 3. First match of the day here in Asia, going the distance. I actually was looking at the matches, cats, and obviously as the Swiss, matches continue, we generally expect to see more and more closer series, but I really was thinking today could be a day of like a lot of like 2-1s. Like there could be a lot of games today. I just feel like there's a lot of close matches, a lot of names, which I look at each other and say, yeah, I could see either of them taking that, and hence it's not unreasonable to think of a game 3. So, yeah, just more more reason to be excited for the day. As in the bottom left, our Blue Terran. Let's see what kind of crazy he comes up with this time. It's XY.
And his opponent for Dragon Kaisi Gaming, the team that has evolved like 5 times, it is Yishi. They keep merging and evolving.
Well, originally it was meant to be just Kaisi Gaming, and then the two owners couldn't decide on which players they thought were best, and they decided to make 2 different teams because they had, they were like, hey, I can make a better team than you can. So then they made Dragon...
Really?
Yeah. So they couldn't decide on which players were best, so they were like, right, I'm going to make Dragon Phoenix Gaming. So then and that's why they've been... In WTL, they're like rivals. It's always like the last match of the season and stuff, and... they always play like a show match sometimes and stuff like. If there's going to be a show match, it's those two. So there's a lot of hype between it in China, and obviously as they started to drop players and stuff, and there was just less players available, they finally decided that they could agree to just merge, and I would say Dark Hero and Oliveira is a pretty good set of players. So
yeah, for sure. Wow, I didn't know that. That's so interesting. That's so cool.
Yeah, the Chinese teams and stories are actually really insane. There's like a lot of things which is very difficult to know about unless you like really heavily follow the scene, but they have a lot of like fun stories and like fun memes and stuff. So yeah, that's the one thing the Chinese scene does very well.
That's good. And yeah, I like their new logo as well. It's a little convoluted. Like there's a lot going on, but it's cool. Like it looks cool, right?
Yeah, I like it.
And
have you seen the WTL intro this season actually? Like the intro video?
I have not.
So basically it's like Proxy Stargate down from Yishi. Basically like the intro is just like, it goes through every team's logo, like swiping through them, like, like epic zoom in and zoom out or something. And then obviously with Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it has the 2 old logos, and they do like an Archon morph into Dragon Kaisi Gaming.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually like
That's
really
so
sick.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought it was really
That's so cool. They're like the final boss.
Yeah, I actually think so. It's yeah, really sick. But yeah, Proxy
That's
Stargate.
amazing. Yeah, very interesting. So this time around, it's Yishi kind of mixing it up, which is cool to see because, again, he looked like the stronger player in the last game. It was XY who seemed to need the antics in his favor going to try and sneak a win out of Yishi. So this is cool because I find, in my experience, whenever going up against a player that I feel is more solid, the onus is on me to make something happen. But the other option is I'll play super greedy, right? Because you expect if the other player seems to be confident or feels confident or they just beat you in a macro game, that they wouldn't resort to this sort of tactic in order to beat you. But that just makes the tactics all the more powerful, right? Because then you're not expecting it and the player is, probably favored regardless. So yeah, this Oracle's gonna do amazing.
Yep, and you're just the favorite player taking control early. You put things into kind of your own hands as, that real mine!
Oh, big mistake.
I wonder if he just assumed he had killed it, actually.
Yeah, because if you look at the Oracle, it shifted to the SCV right after the Widowmine burrowed. So I think he shift-clicked and went to do something else.
Yeah, that was just a little bit unlucky because obviously this Oracle was at the point of being uncontested. Now, there is an Adept holding Marines in the low ground, and as the second Oracle shows up, there's 4 Marines in the main. That's probably just about enough. We're going to go fight the low ground instead and go for more Marines, but shaving off Marines is good and all, but you've put a pretty big investment on this Proxy Stargate, and, 1 Oracle's dead too. If I'm the Terran, I don't really hate the fact I'm losing Marines, because I know there's no immediate follow-up here that's going to be super scary beyond these Oracles. It's not like Blink is around the corner. We're a good way off from that, so losing Marines, maybe takes away some of my aggressive pushing, but I'm definitely not worried like, I don't have the DPS to deal with the attack that's about to hit me. So I kind of look at this and think, if I'm XY, I'm kind of fine with how this went. Just 1 Oracle down in itself is a pretty big win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Oracle, like you said, was very close to just ending the game. If it kills the Widowmine, it kills the next SCV and probably another 2 or 3 SCVs after that. And then you have 2 Oracles to work with, and things can just snowball out of control. I do like from Yishi that he made 1 single Phoenix here to perhaps try to account for the Cyclone, as the Stargate is most likely to be forfeit. It's also going to give him some air control against medevacs and drops and whatnot in moments to come. So nice that he gets that extra little value out of the Stargate before he has to basically forfeit it.
Yeah, and against the Raven, right? Which nowadays is such a annoyance from Terran players. You know, Terrans almost always get a Raven because it's cheaper, it's quicker to build, it's a great unit to have. As this Oracle is just going to give itself up. That probably could have made a better attempt of getting away, but we'll go down. But yeah, I do like the Phoenix for everything you said, and you know, Raven is just kind of part of that in the same vein. Stalkers will come out, and actually these Marines are dead, man. They cannot get away from these Stalkers, so XY, this is a misjudgment from his part. And now he's going to lose a lot of Marines ahead of Blink actually being finished, and the chance for Yishi to maybe find some damage if there's not enough units back at home defending.
Yeah, this could have been much worse for XY if he decided, oh, I'm going to try to save those Marines and moves out with the Cyclone or something like that, and then Blink finishes, right? So at least he only loses those Marines, but I'm completely with you. I mean, just a very, very hopeful to try and move out with that small amount of DPS to try and kill a Stargate that, quite frankly, doesn't need any killing. Just, you know, like, he's not going to use it anymore. It's just too risky to use, and it has to be abandoned anyway. So, yeah, a little bit sketch there from XY, as now Yishi takes a third, and this is definitely the sloppiest game on both ends that we've seen in the series.
Yeah, it definitely has been a little bit of a mess. Yeah, just why hit the Stargate for so long? Like, do you think Yishi's really planning his entire game around this Stargate proxy staying alive? Like, that's a bit ridiculous on its own account, and maybe he just believed because the Oracles were dead he had the chance, but I think just a misjudgment, and, well, Raven is finally going to make its move out, but there is still the Phoenix that's patrolling up on the top side, so it's unlikely this Raven sees too much usage, or at least too much positive usage. It will get across the map, but, like we say, I'm not sure if it will necessarily do all that great.
Yeah, I mean, it might just end up suiciding, which is the worst case scenario. This is a pretty expensive unit, a unit that requires a tech lab on your starport, so the time to produce is also something that you would struggle to go back to, because you usually go back to medevac production after the fact. So yeah, it's painful to lose this Raven, and he will lose it. Maybe can get an auto turret or 2 to zone off the Phoenix, or better yet, kill a probe or 2, but that's gonna be about it.
Interference matrix that you can survive long enough to drop an auto turret, and that's our game plan, man. That was an interaction. That was something for sure. Huh.
It was cute.
Yeah.
But yeah, even when he gets to the middle line, he's just a cannon there. And he can't even drop the auto turret in a good position to be threatening, right? So it's just the saddest Raven of all time.
That's why I decided to go and finish off the Stargate. That was a little bit low from earlier. This time he does not get punished for doing so. As back at home, though, I mean, Yishi is just sitting on Storm, High Templar's Charge. I love his setup. It looks good to me, and while there is a good army supply out from XY, there's the tech in the game for Yishi to survive a big fight if that's what it comes down to. And we are going to see XY starting to move forward with now his reinforcements as well. So it looks as though he will at least adventure across the map and see what the opportunities are, see if there is an opening to fight. But yeah, we'll see if Yishi can deal with that defense. I think he honestly is set up to be able to. Getting the Prism now as well, his own upgrades continuing. And in fact, XY decided he didn't even want to really go across. He was just going to, you know, think about it, but in the end comes back, defends his third, and is just going to send a Widowmine drop to try and deal some worker damage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he would have had 5 medevacs at that point in time if he decided to move out, but I think he's just waiting for the ghosts. I would still kind of like to see something attempted here from XY, but instead it's Yishi that's moving across the map with an army that doesn't fare well against Widowmines, but luckily for him, 4 of those are in the medevac. 1 is in the middle of the map, and 1 just got picked off. So 6 Widowmines out of the equation for this many Zealots could end up biting XY in the ass.
Yeah, it really could. Let's see what the Widowmines do at least, and they do. Ooh, well, this one will go for 3 only. Feels like actually a bit of a shame considering how much was there. There's double cannon here to defend too, and that means that these won't do much. We had a single storm going down on the other side, but yeah, the Widowmines really just getting absolutely shut down. Cannon placement was perfect to shut that down, and yeah, Yishi is now able to fully focus on his offense and this attack, and like you said, with less Widowmines here, this army's that much better.
It is that much better. Whoa, but the Ghost gets trapped actually by the bio, and it will get shut down right away. This opens up headway into the natural base for Yishi with the Storms to zone out the rest of the army. XY does very well to just push a few Marauders forward to absorb the first few Storms, but now the rest of the army comes, and I mean, they'll get zoned off by the Storms, but quite frankly, they weren't the best Storms in the world either.
Yeah, this was a little bit of everything. The extra warping really necessary here to just help out against these last few units. And now it's only really Marauders and the tank on this right side. Zealots should fare pretty well against this running through. I think they'll be fine. There's just not the DPS to take Zealots down quickly enough. And we're going to pull SCVs to help as well, but that's never a great sign. And now we get the chance to warp in yet again off that Prism. There was definitely a few moments where it looked as though I felt as though XY had done enough to hold, and there wasn't much left for Yishi, but these extra few warpins are making a difference. Some more mines coming out, trying to get burrowed up in a good place. The last few Zealots starting to go down, but XY, of course, on top of all of this, has lost a lot of workers. And he's actually down 40 workers in total in this game now. And it looks as though it is indeed just Yishi with a bit too much. Hops into the main to keep causing chaos with the Zealots. And he's going to find himself, again, a chance to just do a little bit more, keeping his Prism alive as well.
Yeah, that is the big deal, is the workers, right? 21 have gone down, and Yishi was already pulling ahead just by virtue of producing more workers and going up to 4 bases as quickly as he likes to do. So, yeah, I quite frankly wasn't expecting this attack to work as well as it did, just because Yishi was lagging behind in army supply, but 6 mines out of the equation, and that is kind of like the best possible piece that you could have in your army against that many Zealots. In fact, yesterday we were watching in the Chinese region also Nice against Oliveira, and it was very similar army compositions, but the mines were burrowed, they were in place, and I mean, every Zealot just died so quickly that it just didn't feel like it was much of a fight. Instead, here, without those mines, them crossing the map and killing like something like 3 SCVs, -1 medevac, -6 mines, and the attack succeeds.
Here we go. Yeah, she just powers up to go again. Of course, without the SCV count, you just can't realistically stay and fight against a new round of units. That was a fantastic EMP, pretty much as good as it gets, but without Storm, I don't even think it matters. I think Yishi still has plenty to move on through with, and he does. GG's. Yishi is winning our first series of the day, taking that W, and going to finish up 2-1 against XY, and that moves him into a 2-1 scoreline as well here, Cats. So is going to end up, you know, feeling that pretty good for himself. Got to be feeling pretty happy about the fact that now he's going to be playing for a playoff spot next time he plays in a couple of days' time. And of course, XY is going to be facing elimination and must win to stay in the tournament and potentially see round 5. So XY must win now. That's kind of the stage we're in, right? So yeah, very exciting times. And just this region, obviously, as we get through this week, starts to kind of wrap up. We start to see where all the storylines have led us to, and it's just a bit of fun. The stakes keep on rising.
Yeah, Yishi looking very good in a matchup that a lot of people think that it's tilted towards for Terran favor at the moment. In a game that started with him losing an Oracle very quickly, where it looked like it had so much more potential. And yeah, overall a very nice recovery, very solid game 2, and does it in game 3 as well. Even with 2 cannons in the natural, I don't know when the last time I saw that was.
Yeah, I know, like, 2 cannons was probably a bit overkill in a lot of situations and for a lot of things, but it was actually absolutely perfect against this mine drop, so...
It was.
Yeah, in this case, it actually works out just fine. So, we are going to look ahead to our next series, which is, of course, our continuation in Asia. We are going to have Mio Maika taking on Coffee. Our Vietnamese Zerg takes on another Chinese player. Coffee, the Terran, has been pretty solid, and obviously so far 2-0, both of these players. The winner will be heading to playoffs, so we'll be heading into that match, that best of 3, up next after a quick little break. We'll see you all very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as the ESL SC2 Masters continues. I'm Wardy, joined by Cats, as we head into our next match of action. It is going to be Coffee taking on me, oh Micah. And Cats, you said you fancy Coffee up in this one, right?
Yeah, just looking at the stats here, it looks like Coffee's pretty strong in this matchup, and Micah doesn't seem particularly strong in the CVT. And like you were saying during the break, it's maybe because his style isn't, he's an aggressive player, and it's very difficult to be very aggressive and successful in the matchup. So yeah, we'll see if he can bring it. I mean, he is 2-0. He's always very fun to play. He's a lovely person, and I'll be rooting for him. But I think, yeah, it's a tall order to beat Coffee here.
Yeah, we were mentioning, obviously, me and Micah loves to be aggressive, loves to be weird, and that's just so difficult to be in a matchup like ZVT. Especially on the Zerg side. The Terrans can pull out these proxies and these aggressive attacks and these all-ins that never stop rallying, but, from the other side, from the Zerg side, it's very tough to do a lot, as you can see an epic pause here to start off with, so looks as though we might have a chance to go again.
You're in the game?
Okay, he's just gonna 1 minute, okay. Wait, you're not in the game?
I'm not in the game, no.
Oh, that's a great one. Okay, let's yeah, we're on a America server.
I can cast from the preview if you give me.
Come Americas, we're out now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I completely forgot to check if you were even in here, Cats. I just assumed you would be.
Ops A says offline for me.
Yeah.
Am I in the right server? America. Well, that would be why. I was in Asia still. My bad.
That's all good, Cats. It's Coffee actually had to pause for like a setting issue anyway, so it's
that's good. Lucky.
Yeah. All calculated. Depends how you want to look at it.
Yeah, depends on the story, I guess. I'll just go with lucky.
Go with lucky. Alright, well, we're going to go into Ancient System in a couple of moments to start this off. Ancient, one of the ones that a lot of the time Terrans veto against Zerg as well, so not sure what exactly Coffee has planned here, but that's also maybe a little bit intriguing. It feels like up until like a month ago, we had a very good layout of exactly what was going on with the maps and stuff. But it has changed. I feel like the last 2 or 3 weeks has definitely seen a couple changes. I've seen Altitude and Ancient System played and ZVT a bit more, and as I mentioned in the previous series, seeing that Dragon Scales coming through a little bit. Just kind of seeing some differences, so it's kind of fun to see that things are still switching up a bit.
Oh crap. Yeah, this is not gonna work because they're probably playing on Singapore, right? Or Singapore or one of those servers.
Oh, you have Singapore disabled. I'll give you a preview, I guess. Let me show
okay,
you.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
It's all good. Got the Singapore disabled. Wow.
Yeah, it's unplayable.
There you go. You can have the Oh my god, this now
perfect.
This now messes up everything on my side. Hang on.
Really?
Yeah, well, because I captured in the Discord screen, right? So now it's like
oh, I see. So now my camera is this, or your camera is this?
Yeah, your camera is just like it's a combination. You've become a combination of everything that's going on.
Awesome. I like that.
And now Discord just doesn't want to let me press anything. Okay, this is going great.
Oh man. I should just unblock it. I don't know how.
You don't know how? I was gonna say. I feel like if it was that easy, you might have already done it. So
yeah. Yeah, I had to look up a guide to do it. Oh, Micah's sad.
Micah's
sad. I made Micah sad. The impossible.
Okay, I fixed it, Cats. Oh no, why have you frozen?
Thank you.
Now I just have you frozen. Oh my god, what's happening?
It's okay. It's just one series. Not many people have joined yet. They'll never know.
Oh, I see. Oh no, I fixed you. Nice. Hey.
Oh, perfect.
We did it. Beautiful. All right, guys. You didn't see any of that. We were just about to head straight into you. Me and Micah versus Coffee.
Perfect.
We're gonna get this one started on up. All right, Ancient System is gonna be the map, and I have no idea where we're at, but I guess let's just go in game and do some introductions. We start in the bottom left-hand side this time around. For that blue Zerg player, it is Miomaika.
And in the top right-hand side, his opponent, it's Coffee. Every morning person's best friend.
Every morning person's best friend, yes. Have you had a coffee this morning, Cats?
I'm having one right now.
I was going to say, it's definitely early for you, right? It's like 6 a.m.? No, you're East Coast now.
It's like 8:50 now.
8:50,
Yeah.
I keep thinking of West Coast still. But
Yeah, but I woke up early for the GSL. I went to bed early too. Just I was super tired. I couldn't do anything after that draw. Game, to be honest. I planned on streaming or something after, but I was just so drained.
yeah, it's such a different experience to my Americas experience, because the other day in Americas, I think we did like 3 best of 3s in an hour and 10 minutes. And that was like including the breaks, and it was like, oh my god, that was fast. And you spend that much time in one map.
In 0 maps, technically.
yeah, in a map that didn't even count, you spend the same amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, it was great up until that point, but yeah, that was crazy. I mean, Uko ended up leaving with 10k resources in the bank, pretty much the entire map. It was rough.
Alright, well, this is going to start off with a pool first, at least, so there is some aggressive intentions here from Miomaika. As we get the spawning pool up so quickly, he can get a queen early, couple lings, and we'll see if he has any other aggression planned on the back of this, so that's definitely one thing we're watching out for here, some possibilities of, again, just getting a little bit aggro early on.
Yeah, I mean, usually you try to sneak on through and get past the Reaper and deny the CC on the low ground, but this time around, Coffee has the CC on the high ground. So these players haven't really faced each other in officials, but it seems apparent to me that Coffee knows more or less what Miomaika's made of, like he has prepared. So even though he doesn't SCV scout to make sure that his Reaper can move out, he has the CC on the high ground, and that's kind of all you need.
Yeah, just going to be very, very safe, and the Marine here behind a wall, very walled in, is going to be absolutely safe as well. Overlord spots the Marine, it's just going to turn around, and meanwhile the Reaper across the map just poking, prodding, and seeing if it can find anything as well. So a whole lot of, not very much going on really, to be quite frank. It's a slow opening that we're getting set up into right now, and just waiting to see where we go. I mean, a safety bunker from Coffee as he does get a full scout at the main, though. I feel like the bunker is unnecessary.
Absolutely, especially this early. I think he's just, he sees the very late hatchery and he thinks, oh, there might be roaches popping up. I wouldn't be surprised if he canceled the bunker now that he's got a full scout. So let's see if he does. But
he does.
He does.
Just
nice.
waited a long time. I just felt like the moment you got in with the Reaper, you could like cancel it straight away because there's no roach run, and unless you're expecting Miomaika to have like proxy hatch to cancel to build a roach run somewhere, like one of those crazy builds. Yeah, because he just didn't need the bunker, so he does cancel it, so all good in the end. A couple Hellions popping out, Marine and Starport still coming through. And our Orbital will now take the chance to go to the low ground because there's going to be nothing to really threaten it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that Coffee really kind of knows what Miomaika can do, and he's giving it respect, and at the same time, kind of, hindering himself in the process to some degree, right? Like he's playing like he is the better player, like he is confident in this matchup. But he has taken a couple of hits just by virtue of being overly safe here and there.
For the Armory, he's just going to go full on aggro, so that's going to be Coffee's next move. And if you can catch Miomaika unprepared, and he says, Miomaika, if you haven't built roaches yet, what if you do that Miomaika thing where you like only build lings? Well, then Hellbats might have a good time. Double upgrades do not help you at all in this situation. The Spine Crawler does, though. So a Spine at the front, but that's not going to help to protect the third base, which... yeah, it could just be a target in itself. You don't have to fight into the natural if you just fight on the third, and you can't exactly just let the third base die.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, no Roach Warren, so the Spine is really the only thing holding things together. How many queens do we have out right now?
We have got ourselves 3 queens.
Yeah, that's not very many to go up against this many Hellbats. So it's just an issue of if Coffee feels confident enough to break the Spine or if he'll settle for the third. But the third is free right now. The first queen goes down, so there's only 2 remaining with 1 in production, maybe now 3 out. And yeah, this is not enough with the Spine. Yeah. And that might just be game ending because no Banelings, no Roaches, and like you said, those upgrades, they don't do anything for him and they're very expensive.
Yeah, even killing 9 SCVs across the map, you just have nothing over here, so there's no stopping this group of Hellbats, which are just going to go uncontested right now. Not even damage on the medevac with the Queens, which usually is a start to kind of getting these Hellbats killed. So that alone is also going to be, well, problematic, right? These queens cannot fight forever, and at some point they're probably going to get forced off creep where they can't really run at all. The medevac's almost drained of energy as Zerglings just keep running into these Hellbats, and I guess the only good thing is that there's not really been reinforcements here. We do a bit of micro to keep the Hellbats alive a little longer. Can we get this queen as well? And then we're going to go after some drones as the drones try to finish the Hellbats off because they're just such low HP. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, 11 drones go down, 46 supply versus 32. Coffee in a fantastic position now, and there's the follow-up for Hellions that I don't think there's any answer to, much less to this Banshee. Completely uncontested now.
Yeah,
this should be it.
Banshee is going to get the job done. Coffee's going to pick up the win for game number 1 and is going to start up 1-0. And this best 3 against Mio Micah looking very good here. And just, yeah, convincing stuff, I would say, from... Coffee. Just maybe took a little bit of damage to the counterattack, but then that's kind of fine because you're about to win the game on the other side, so can't really complain. And now we get to swap servers, apparently, to go play the next game on Korea if you want to join us, Cats.
Oh, nice.
You can join us on Korea.
That's very nice. And yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a slaughter, and it was a Coffee that, again, was playing pretty safe, was accounting for what his opponent could do to a good degree. And a Mio Micah that might have to adapt, because if this is kind of his build, if this is kind of just what he does, what he likes, I play a lot of early upgrades myself, and yeah, Hellbats are a hard punish. If you're cutting queens, if you don't have like 6 or something, if you don't have like, you know, energy to transfuse your spine, or a Baneling Nest for the Hellbats, or Roach Warren or something like that, it's just near impossible to hold.
Yeah, no, it's very, like, sometimes you can pull it off with the queens, right? But then the queen count just wasn't even there either. Like, and you need, like, a lot of queens collected together, and that's, like, it can do well enough to buy time. You knock the medevac down early so the Hellbats don't get any healing as well. The medevacs didn't take any damage this entire time, right? So the Hellbats were just getting healed until the medevac was out of energy, and that obviously is just not a good solution. That is extremely, you know, cost inefficient, because then you're just trading energy, and energy is obviously a resource you get for free as the Terran player in that regard, so yeah, just... Not a pretty game number 1, and yeah, you might be very onto something with your initial Coffee prediction, Cats. Yeah, that was a very strong
and I mean, yeah, to your point on the medevac, yeah, if you have like 5-6 queens at least, then you know you can shoot with all of them at the medevac, and then it feels worth it. But with 2 or 3, the medevac's always gonna have such an easy time just microing away that it ends up being wasted damage, right? Because if you're not killing it and it still gets to spend all of its energy, it's just gone from bad to worse, where you didn't actually output any damage onto the Hellions, and instead wasted damage on a medevac that doesn't die regardless and still gets all the heal off. So it's strategically, like, as far as like his choices, that game seemed completely impossible for Mio Micah. He just has to account for this sort of build, see it coming, and have better answers.
Yep, no, absolutely. Just needs to go a little bit better as we get ourselves ready up for this next game. Royal Blood, Mio Micah. We'll see what he does. We'll see if he can come up with some kind of inspiration kind of play or something, because he needs... I mean, he just needs something, right? I mean, it's kind of fun to see him going like double upgrades super quick. He's like, oh, Mio Micah's going to play. Maybe, I say macro, but maybe like some kind of 1-1 melee all-in is also on the cards for him in that case. But in this case, it was just, you know, 2 macro to start with, considering what Coffee was doing, so... We head into Royal Blood. We'll see if Coffee wants to keep an aggressive kind of nature to this series as well. That's also a question we can ask as we head in. And we're going to start in the bottom left-hand side with the blue Zerg play, who finds themselves down a game. Of course, still 2-0 overall in this group, so a loss here isn't the end of the world. They will just be entering a little bit of a tougher run to the playoffs. It is Mio Micah.
And in the top right-hand side, his opponent getting a game number 1 very comfortably under his belt. It is Coffee.
Anything you'd like to see in particular, given the map, given it being Royal Blood, which oftentimes sees a bit more macro kind of play, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult because it's very easy for me to empathize with Mio Micah and his playstyle and the approach that he brings to this sort of games, because like while I played, I was often the underdog. And whenever you are the underdog and you are a little bit of a cheeser, a little bit of like an aggressive player that likes this creative strategies, that likes the surprise elements, Terrans that just outmatch you are kind of like your kryptonite by default, right? But a Terran that has a read on you and is playing safe, like with CC on the high ground, that already takes so much wind out of the sails of Miomaika. The 12 pulls that he likes to do, the early pulls that he likes to do, are gonna have no effect. Like he should already be aware of that. That's already a bummer. So if you're forced into a macro game, it kind of feels bad. Like, it's not like Miomaika's going to be incapable of playing a macro game, just like I wasn't. But if you, go to that macro game mindset, it's so difficult to switch and to be proficient because you know that Coffee is playing against macro Zergs that are better than you and winning against them, and you're just not going to be able to execute at that same level. So it's just so difficult from the position of Miomaika to come up with something surprising, and you just died to Hellbats. So it's like so difficult to decide for something like a 2-base Muta or 2-base Lurker drops or anything crazy like that, because all of those cut queens, and that's just, kind of like your kryptonite, as evidenced by last game. So I don't know, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I think a wonderful explanation of why it's difficult, especially like it feels like every option that you would like to go for or potentially feel like you have a chance with is already eliminated before you even begin. And now Coffee taking no risks as well. High ground CC, he clearly comes into this knowing as well Miomaika likes to play a bit wild. He definitely feels like the favorite, and he just wants to take the cautious kind of route, saying, you know what, if there's CC on the high ground puts me behind an SCV, that's fine. I can play out of that position in a longer game as long as I don't die early against Miomaika. So that's definitely an approach that Coffee's taken too. He just knows that being safe is one way to limit the options of Miomaika and to gain, potentially force that uncomfortable position for Miomaika, playing something a bit more macro-focused.
Absolutely. I mean, the CC on the high ground evidence of that, but also the Reaper in both games. Like, he doesn't, like every other Terran might go to the natural first. That's where the Queen is likely to be a little bit later. That's where you're likely to find a little bit of drone damage. And the Reaper, usually his job is poke at the fringe drones that are mining on the side of the minerals, try to be disruptive like he is with the grenades. The goal for Coffee here is, I'm gonna scout behind your mineral lines twice, right? Every mineral line. So he's looking for those tech buildings. He's looking to see what kind of trickery Miomaika is gonna try to do. And that just shows that Coffee isn't the right mindset for this particular match.
Yep. He definitely seems to be, as an Overlord gets taken down the front without even needing to lift a racks for vision or anything. So that's just a little bit unfortunate too. Super fast left from Miomaika, and obviously the Ling's coming up to maybe try and run by, but Miomaika is just going to run into Hellions, which are staying put. Coffee is just so... Miomaika doesn't believe in creep spread, so why do you need to go out the map and deal with creep spread if Miomaika doesn't believe in it? He puts a couple Chimas down, but this is more so connect the third base than actually get creep onto the map.
Yeah, and again, he's working off of 3 queens. This is what he's comfortable with very fast tech, right? Likely into a fast fire. I was saying like maybe 2-base Muta or something like that could have worked, but it gets punished by Hellion/Hellbats. This time around, it's going to be a BC that's being produced for Coffee. So maybe there is... Oh no, not Hydra then. He just countered himself now. I mean, Hydra then is the worst building that you can make against a battlecruiser, right? Because Hydras are so awful against battlecruisers.
I mean... Yeah, Spire would have been at least a chance. Hydra then is definitely not the route to go. And you're like, well, Hydras can shoot up. At least it's like, okay, they can shoot up, but do they do any damage to the BCs? Will they survive against BCs? They're going to need some kind of support. And obviously, without a decent queen count, there's not going to be a lot of support available. Hellions, potential to threaten a run by here as well. There are Lings sat on the natural. Now the Hellions will just back it up, but definitely one more thing that we're watching out for.
Yeah, Hydras just get melted, right? And I was thinking maybe Miomaika, like I mentioned, he could have gone for something like a 2-base Spire, something like a Lurker Rush, and that seemed crazy. But when I see the Hydra, then like I see so much of myself in Miomaika, where I'm like, oh, is this a Lurker drop? But that would also be the worst possible case scenario. Look at this. I mean, yeah, you don't make many queens. That's just part of the read that Coffee seems to have, and without many queens, I mean, Hellbats are amazing, battlecruisers are amazing, and Coffee, I mean, he is just perfect for this. He just knows. He studied his opponent. He probably tried and thought about like what the best responses are, and he made the perfect units.
Yep, he knocks down all the queens, a lot of the initial units. Now he's going to get a couple of drones as the Mule put a bit more HP back from the BC. The Hydras will come over and chase the BC away. Can we get the kill? I mean, it looks... Oh
no.
He could have had it if he kept
maybe
forward.
Could have. Yeah. I think Stutter stepping forward. I mean, maybe like 3 more Hydras die, but I think the BC either dies or survives with a sliver of HP, right? Like
I
it's
think you gotta go
a
for
little
the
bit of
kill.
a risk, but you have to, especially after losing all of your queens.
Yeah, you just you're right. You just absolutely have to do it. Like, you're not in a good position. Killing the BC gives you at least, you know, a chance. And if it gets away and you lose more, you're probably just as dead anyway. Oh, he gets it anyway. The catch from Miomaika, who is gonna try and bust through the frontier.
Big.
Okay, there's maybe not a lot to deal with Hydras right now, Cats.
No, there's very, very little. I mean, the second BC just now gets started.
No,
Was
pop out,
there
pop
no
out.
BC? Okay.
Just
I was
came
gonna
out.
say. Yeah, so lucky for him, he has BCs against Hydras still. If that first BC had survived, it gets repaired and it's just game ending. But as it stands, maybe a small chance for Miomaika. I mean, the Zerglings are trying to get this around onto the Hellions. If they can get them all before they get to the mineral line, maybe there's a chance. The 2 Hydras are just gonna stay and try to kill as many SCVs as possible. And I mean, Miomaika finds something surprisingly, but not enough, I think.
Yeah. Not enough at all, right? I mean, we kill 6 SCVs, the work count comes out about even. Miomaika is still only on 2 queens, not enough queens to even inject off all of his bases. And Blue Flame on the way up, and as we continue to build Hydras, Blue Flame is going to absolutely shred them. So you kind of need to start dropping at least a Roach Roaring down or something here as Miomaika. I mean, it just isn't getting better as time passes by.
It just isn't, and it's so difficult from this position to decide to switch onto any other tech. Roach Warren, I agree, is probably the best thing that you can do because the Roach Warren is mostly inexpensive, right? It's going to be 200 resources if you account for the drone, and then you can start producing roaches, but it's just very, very difficult to make that decision. Like, Aspire seems like a good choice for Corruptors, but you don't really have the economy for Aspire or for Corruptors. You're working off of 59 workers now, and prior to this, much lower because you're rushing for that tech, trying to make something happen with it, and you run into a counter where the counter was strong enough to even go into you and attack into you, right? So it is just a nightmare here for Miomaika, who, like you said, doesn't even much believe in creep. There's one single creep pathway here. Not even sure that Yamato's worth against the Hydra.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I guess we may as well drop a Yamato before we teleport out and get a kill. But, yeah, I mean, to me, just the Blue Flame Hellions at this point can pretty much solo the game. You know, if you just mass Hellions and there's only Hydras on the map, these Hydras are going to just fall apart. So it is not looking good still for Miomaika. And he is just continuing forward with his path, Cats. And, you know, Hydra and only Hydra. A lot of people say Hydras aren't good. Miomaika is a big believer in the Hydra, but I think this might be, you know, some belief too far.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get to Vipers, that would be the way to supplement it to where Hydras start being pretty good against mech. If you can abduct those mech units onto Hydras, they have such high DPS that if they're uncontested, if they're far away, they will melt whatever unit gets abducted. So maybe that's his best shot, but he's far away from it. And yeah, I think that Yamato interaction helps put things into perspective because I wonder if it's faster to just shoot at the Hydra or to Yamato the Hydra. It feels like it takes about the same amount of time to kill the Hydra with a BC, right? So that's why I was questioning the Yamato, and that really goes to show, like, the Hydra is such an expensive unit that the Yamato should be worth it, but it's like you have infinite Yamatos almost against Hydras just by virtue of attacking it because BCs just shred them.
I guess a little bit less of a cool explosion at the end, but you know, I never really considered that, but like, I guess you're not really wrong. That's kind of a hilarious way to put in perspective how bad the Hydra is versus the BC. As I feel like obviously you can see Miomaika appreciates that his army is mid-game focused and would likely, you know, want to try and fight, but obviously as he moves across the map, he is absolutely realizing he cannot fight, cannot make a move forward, cannot take an engagement. So with that kind of noted, is already just in my eyes kind of running out of options here. Doesn't really have a lot he can do.
Yeah, there's the infestation pit as well, at least, right? So he is going to try to go to that hive tech, and I would imagine try to add Vipers, and that will be his best shot at stabilizing here. In the meanwhile, Coffee has added a third BC, identifying how strong of a card it is in this particular game. So he will continue to apply pressure, and for Miomaika, I think it's an issue of stabilizing, of not taking too much damage to these BCs, which is already starting to pile up here in this expansion. A lot of drones could go down if he chooses to focus fire them. Goes first for the Spore, and then subsequently 7 drones will fall as well. Here's the Hydras. Quick teleport out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with that many Hydras, just get out of there, live to see another day. The Lings Still being poked out on the left side by a group of Hellions, which are coming through to try and keep on dishing out some pain as well. So they're doing what they can as the Hydras do just to get in position and push this back. But there's going to be a point where Coffee is going to be able to force a large fight. Maybe you just wait for Miyomika to attack into you because Miyomika is now maxed, and in theory, the longer he waits, the more maxed out Coffee gets, and then that's an issue as well. But if Coffee does just get maxed out, then also he can start to push onto the map and probably take some trades against this Hydra force, which is probably going to look very good in his favor. Hydra's currently pushing up to the 12 o'clock here. A couple of tanks already putting some big hurt on them, and they might be able to get this base where the Hellions are. They need to be the support units coming in right now, and there's not enough tanks in position.
So many Hydras.
Wow.
Yeah, most of them are actually at the third. There's like 6 tanks at the third, so the tank spread not perfect here from Coffee, relying a lot on that PF and thinking, okay, that's going to be a very expensive trade if he wants to take it, and it is, but Miyomika was maxed, so this move was actually fantastic for him, and it will buy him time to get into that hive tech unimpeded and go for those Vipers, which is exactly what he needs in order to try to turn this game around. Yes, the supply heavily in favor of Miyomika, but this game still feels like it's anyone's game in spite of that very good move that he just had.
Yeah, we see the BCs. I think the BCs are still actually a massive issue. We're also going to see Hellions on the right side at the same time, getting a lot of damage done. We just killed his own queen as well, which isn't great. Oh. But yeah, the BCs, because if the Hydras are ever attacking and the BCs are counter-attacking, the Hydras are then not in position, so the BTs are going to get a lot done, as we can teleport out just in time. BC's tanky enough with the +2 plating, making sure they do get out. So he does get a base in return now, and keeps Miyomika, again, just a little bit out of reach of being able to maybe say he's controlling the game.
Yeah, what that attack from Miyomika did, though, was really nice because it kills those 3 tanks, and it was such a big mass of Hydras, resetting the planetary fortress, etc. It slows Coffee down to where Coffee, I feel like he would have been the one to max out, and when he maxes out, that was his timing to hit before the Vipers have gathered energy. But now we find ourselves in a position where Miyomika has a chance in this game. He has now 4 Vipers out, I believe. Yes, 4 Vipers out, now gathering energy. So now he can start abducting. Now he can start taking good trades. Now if the BCs show up, they actually stand a chance to be picked off. And I absolutely love that Coffee builds up back to 4 as well, because they've been so good.
Yeah, it's still like the BCs. We do have the Hellions. Again, I think that's the issue throughout, just the fact that if the army goes one way, there's no army anywhere else. It feels like all the Hydras have to be in one place to have effect, and that just leaves openings constantly. We do split the army here. The BCC, there is a group of Hydras down this bottom right side, but they'll just sort of sit at a distance, and they will get themselves some Yamato's off. The Vipers yet to show themselves, which means the BCs are going to get a cancel on this base, it seems like.
Yeah, beautiful Yamatos there, using the leash range towards the tail end to fire away from as far as possible. So, yeah, very well done from Coffee now, who is maxed out. Miyomika now trailing in supply and 20 workers behind as well. So not much longevity here. This is it for Miyomika. Needs amazing trades. Great blinding clouds to start things off. Still energy on the Vipers to drop a few more of those and potentially some abducts to follow. I'm surprised that the BCs aren't teleporting right in the middle of all of this. Maybe the teleport is not available, so 37 workers have fallen at the same time on the other side, and Miyomika is dipping in supply in spite of good trades here. Those 2 tanks not sieged does not bode too well here for the chances of Coffee at holding, but 1 more tank sieged in the back seems like we'll do just enough with reinforcements popping up soon.
Jesus, Miyomika. Yeah, kind of a weird one. I sort of looked at it as like, well, Miyomika's doing too well. And then actually Coffee morphed in the Hellbats, and I was like, do we not just want to keep those as Hellions, like let them like run in, run out a little bit more? But I guess you just want the tankiness, buy as much time for tank shots as possible. And in the end, obviously, like you said, the BCs shouldn't have teleported home. Maybe, but they also were doing a lot. I think there's a point where the BCs did a lot already and weren't doing much more. Then they could have teleported and actually just cleaned up. Wasn't really necessary, but maybe would have just absolutely ensured and enshrined the final score there pretty much. So it's going to be a 2-0 from Coffee and looks good in the TVZ. Our first player from the Asian region to make the playoffs today. As I believe he was the only player left to make the playoffs, actually, because the other 2 match got played yesterday. So yeah, gets through there today, makes the W. That's obviously a big win for Coffee. Through to the playoffs, cool to see him doing well. Miyomika will have more shots starting in round 4 in a couple of days. Cats, any final thoughts on our TVZ there?
No, that was beautifully executed, I think, by Coffee. He knew what his win conditions were, he knew what his opponents' weakness were, and that showed in his game plan the entire way through. And this is what I'm talking about with the Chinese region. These players are very good at preparing, very good at studying their opponents, and very good at adapting, and it showed. Coffee, very, very stellar performance here.
We do have one match remaining in the Asian region for today. That's going to be Oriana taking on Haas. And then we look ahead towards Europe. DNS versus Cats is going to be the opening one there. And a lot of great matches in Europe as we have 6 series to be played. So loads of StarCraft 2 to come. We're 2 matches out of 11 down. So stay tuned to the ESL, SC2 Masters, and we'll be back with more of that awesome StarCraft action.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are about to round up Asia today, as Oriana and Haas take to the stage. Oriana, for me, Kat, someone I don't know quite so well as a lot of the other players in this region. Haas, someone we've known for a long while for his crazy games and his crazy style. Should mean to, probably a pretty chaotic TVP coming our way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Haas is crazy, so we'll see what he brings in the matchup. Oriana, I quite frankly have never seen play, so I am excited to see a new player in my books. The only reference that I have to Oriana is a League of Legends champion that I have never played, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah,
Perfect.
She's like a robot or something, so that's what comes to mind.
Perfect. Well, I mean, let's see if Oriana plays some mech then, maybe. I don't know. In the bottom
Yeah.
right, a Blue Terran, Oriana from Mystery Gaming.
Mystery indeed. And on the top left-hand side for Sidestorm Gaming, he is Haas. Haas.
Haas. So yeah, this is going to be a, this is going to be I think a wild one because we expect Haas to be pretty wild. We expect Haas to be quite a solid player, honestly, right? All around. And yes, he kind of goes for the crazy sort of things. And to me, he's just going to test Oriana in a big way. We're going to get to see a lot of whether Oriana can kind of stand up to the kind of madness and craziness. Oriana looked pretty good in the matches so far. Particularly excited then to see if he can level up and step up to bring it to Haas a little bit.
Yeah, Haas, of course, a veteran, has been around since the very beginning. One of my favorite opponents back in the day. I remember a game in particular where I was expanding. I was going 3-hatch before pool, I think like in Wings of Liberty or very early in the game. And he would just cannon rush my base and cannon rush my base. And then I just kept taking bases and he kept cannon rushing them. And it was like this game where I didn't have a spawning pool. And I had like 5-6 different bases all getting cannon rushed. It was so awesome. But that is my experience with Haas in a nutshell. Got to play him more recently in Nation Wars like a few years ago. And that was some bangers.
Yeah.
Of games and series. Yeah, I mean, it is just so fun to play against him in that matchup. But I think in PvT, he reels it back a little bit. Like, I think cannons are not effective in this matchup. So he's less crazy, right? And
I think in
yet
PvT,
still very exciting.
Yeah, I think in PvT he really used to be a lot wilder, and nowadays he's a bit more like you can kind of be very aggressive without having to be like super crazy off one base or something, right? So you can still go for like charge kind of styles and like be everywhere and take weird bases without having to kind of do it all, like I say, off of one base. So yeah, maybe just a little bit calm, but still kind of even his mid game can have elements of like mad, chaotic kind of style to it. So we'll see what he gets up to Stargate Open to begin with here, and on the other side it's just an expansion, a factory, and pretty much everything you could expect kind of to be normal with at the moment from Oriana.
Oriana Grande. He is chilling for the time being. And yeah, the Reaper will poke. We'll see not much at the natural. And yeah, let's see what the first unit is going to be from Haas here. Kind of unpredictable. I would never expect a Void Ray.
Yeah.
Probably one of the other two.
Yeah, one of the other two. Phoenix has been very popular, obviously, and Oracle can still be a solid way to open in PvT, but a Phoenix, and if we continue into Phoenix and just play Phoenix Colossus, this might be the most boring Haas style I've ever seen. Like, it's solid, it's good, it's just when I see Haas, that's not what I expect, and a Twilight Council going down. That's what I'm talking about, Cats.
Okay.
Let's go to something crazy after this Phoenix.
Yeah, it's already kind of crazy, right? To diversify this fast into and to kind of bifurcate into two different tech paths. This might be a single Phoenix for the mind game or something like that. As he sends it out, and there's not a second in production.
Yeah. I mean,
could pick up. Yeah, nice.
like an Oracle into a Twilight, and playing Oracle into Blink is kind of normal, but Phoenix into Blink is, like I said, I think definitely a bit of a mind game too. If that is the plan, show a Phoenix, use it to get a lift and whatever, and then maybe your opponent assumes it's just more stacking up and staying defensive, when in reality it's Blink. And if you pick the wrong fight here, you could go very badly for you. So this Reaper Scout's very important from Oriana, getting in to see the Twilight Council and to see this switch up. That is a big scout in this early game.
Huge. Sees the chrono boost, sees the lack of production from the Stargate. So Oriana getting all the information of this mind trickery on the side of Haas, who was looking to pull a fast one, and instead Oriana's going to be able to adapt and do whatever he needs to do or feels he needs to do against Blink. not usually the best choice to go for these continued production of the Cyclones. Instead, tanks more advisable, but he just let that finish, right? It's not like he was, oh, not even gonna go for tanks.
Yeah, I was sure he's going to go for at least one siege tank after this, but nope, just going to go and move that factory off, which I think could end up being a mistake, right? Because you see Haas is setting up with all of the aggression. 4th gateway coming up. It's going to be heavy pressure from him, and I'm not immediately convinced by what Oriana has here to defend against this, so I think this could get a little weird and a little difficult for our Terran.
Yeah, I mean, a Raven doesn't seem like the best choice either, right? It's not the type of unit that's going to help you too much against Stalkers. Disabling those is not going to do much. The turret is not going to help out much. And yeah, I mean, I don't love it. The first Widowmine will also go down here. The Cyclone's still proving worth something. And we can see that the Phoenix also has a place in the build order. It's not just a mind game, but also the spotting unit here for the blink on forward, which seems very dangerous on the side of Haas. That was scouted, but Oriana just not reacting properly, and I don't see the pieces here to hold this.
Yeah, I don't at all. I just don't understand why you need a siege tank, man. Like, to me, it's that simple, and obviously Oriana kind of felt differently as our Stalkers will go through that starport. A couple more Marines already going down. The extra Stalkers will blink up into the main base. I mean, we can blink down here at this point as well, and obviously, if you blink down, the Stalkers in the low ground are going to join the fight anyways. But still away off stim and combat shield, and man, I mean, you don't even push Oriana Haas out of the main, right? So if you don't even push him out of the main base, what do you really expect? The Phoenix actually lifts up one of the Marauders, taking the heavier hitter against the Stalkers out of the way, and that's just going to be everything blasted here. Haas will overwhelm the main and win game 1.
Yeah, it almost feels like Oriana had the wrong read, because now starts a tank, so he or she seems to agree with us that the tank is probably the best way to go about it, but just, I mean, saw that the chrono boost onto the Twilight Council, so I'm surprised. Maybe expected charge or something like that instead, but also saw 2 Stalkers. So I feel like he had all the information he needed. I was even surprised that he didn't cancel that one, you know, like there was a Cyclone that was like maybe 25% of the way done when that happened, and I thought cancel the Cyclone, make a tank. But he finishes the Cyclone, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. Start a tank now, and then switches off the factory off of the tech lab, and it's just impossible from then on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you, man. He saw everything he needed to see. I don't think it's more complicated than that. And I do agree, maybe you could have thought it was charged, but then why would there not be more Phoenix on the way, right? I think that's also just the tell there too. You know, yes, you saw 2 Stalkers as well. There's just so many things to basically tell you, I think, that this was what it was going to be, and I think fair to say that this was just not the right response from Oriana, and unfortunately that means a game 1, well, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for Oriana, a game 1 going to Haas when there wasn't even a contest there, quite frankly. Like, if you don't do the right thing, you're going to end up in a bad place, and that's exactly what happened. Oriana had absolutely no chance. Haas, yeah, had to micro it out properly and everything, but, you know, even though you're using the Phoenix to, like, lift up a Marauder to help edge the fight into your favor and everything, I mean, there was a long time where this was essentially just pure Marines against Stalkers, and that's never going to work out well.
Yeah, the Raven, like, what does it do? You know, they dropped an auto turret, and it didn't even participate in the fight, the auto turret, because the Stalkers just walked away from it. So it's like you have a dead starport, you have a dead factory, you don't have medevacs, you have a Widowmine that gets picked off right away, and then, yeah, it's just Marines. Yeah, this was impossible for Oriana, just conceptually, despite having all the right information, just making the wrong decisions, and this was not a promising game 1 for its for his debut, as far as I'm concerned, right? Like, never seen Oriana play, and yeah, now I almost wish I never had.
Wow, God, little brutal.
Too much.
No, I think I get it though, right? Like, I feel like it's like you come into this, like, you know, you're 1-1. You've already shown some prowess in this group, and I know Haas is good, but he's also 1-1, and for a reason. And that was just, like I say, like, you had the scout, and if we hadn't had the Reaper go in the main base and he'd just been like caught off guard, we would have been saying, oh, it's so unlucky, like, cool mind game from Haas and everything. But he got the scout, he put in the work he needed, and when you get those scouts and those opportunities, you got to make the most of them. You can't just lose out in that moment, because then you're wasting chances. You know, what if in game 2 you don't get the scout and Haas hits you with something you don't expect, right? Then, you know, that's one of your better chances already gone down the drain, and you don't get it. You just got to make the most of it when you get it. So, yeah, just not a great game from Oriana. I think we can all agree on that one, and just hoping for more and better in game number 2.
Yep, Babylon might be the stage to make that happen. Oriana still has a lot to prove here, I think, on this stage, and let's see if they can make it happen. I really hope for a better game.
Yeah. It's plain and simple. We just want better StarCraft right here in the ESL SC2 Masters, as we are going to go diving on into our map number 2. We're going to start off in the top left-hand corner, where the red Protoss player from Sidestone Gaming sits. It is Haas.
And needs to grow into grande size in the bottom right-hand side for gaming, Oriana.
I didn't even think about that name pun, but I like it.
Thank you, thank you. Oriana Grande. What is Ariana Grande's best songs? I can't even think about any.
I have no idea. That is an artist that came around at a point where if you played the music, I'd probably recognize the song, but I have no idea who sung it, you know?
She has a song where...
There's a song called... I actually can't remember.
Oh, Thank You Next, I think is by Ariana Grande, right?
I have no idea, still no idea.
Thank You Next. Yes. Thank You Next. It's that song where she thanks her exes,
Oh.
but now she's happy that
Yeah,
she found like a new love, and it's
Yeah.
herself.
yeah. I didn't... Yeah, I do know. See, I know it. I just couldn't have told you it was
Yeah.
Ariana Grande.
Well, let's see if Ariana can do that and find some
Loving himself.
self-love here too.
Some self-love.
Yeah,
Actually reacting to what you scout. Oh, I'm so good.
much needed. Yeah. There is a Reaper here on the way. No real space for an add-on, so we'll have to lift the barracks just to account for any shenanigans that Has might bring, which is very fair, right? Has could be proxying a gateway and going for a Zealot or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not beneath him.
Yeah, no, I mean, Haas is absolutely... You know, those kind of builds as well, you know, where Haas can take a little bit of control early and just play those situations he's very comfortable in and make his opponent feel uneasy, I think is a big part of what Haas usually likes to do as well. Absolutely down for if you wanted to do anything of that. Obviously, he doesn't here, but I think Oriana fine to respect that. And honestly, so much you can do. Go and double gas before you expand as a Terran as well. You know, it does give you faster factory, it does give you a faster starport, wouldn't mind drop hits sooner. So I really do believe that it kind of sets you up to still have a chance to maybe take control earlier. And maybe that's what Oriana needs. You know, not just have a scout early, but also get in there, do some damage, and maybe get the gameplay in his own way. And then if you get the gameplay in your own way, you can maybe just feel that much more comfortable, do that much better. Haas opening with the Robo, which is not the most common of PvT openers, but is something that we've seen used more and more over the last, I'd say at this point, about 6 weeks. Hero had a little phase of doing this very frequently. Creator picked it up, and it's something that's really taken off more on the Korean server than European. But the cool thing about this is, while it can be very safe with an Observer, it can be a bit of pressure with a Prism. It can lead into so many things. You can like 8-gate all in. You can just, you know, pop out a couple of Immortals and do something funky there. You can rush Robo Bay. There's a lot of options with the Robo, and yeah, you don't have the mobility and the utility of like Phoenix or Blink, but it's got a very good foundation to play off of, so we'll see what Haas exactly wants to do. For now, 2 more gates and an Obs. I would be very surprised if we don't see a Warp Prism at some point to get some presence on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Haas already was scouting for proxies as well. We can see that he's not particularly well versed at that. Like, there's like, you know, like some random spots that weren't scouted, and the probe is just kind of sitting there for the longest time, as it now decides to drop a pylon and do the Haas thing right next to this Raven creature.
Raven creature? Oh, the Arubu?
Arubu.
It's
more like
you
a
think that's
doo-doo,
Raven-like?
From far away, I thought
From
so,
far
but
away.
now that you zoom in on it, yeah.
I will zoom as far as
The
possible,
way
Kaz.
that it
Oh
was
yeah,
moved.
a little bit Raveny from over here. I see.
Yeah, see. But from close, it's like a dodo, right? Like, is
Yeah.
that an animal? Dodo?
Yeah, an extinct one.
In Spanish, I think it's called a dodo.
Okay. I mean, it's well, I'm just gonna call it an Aruba. I don't know what kind of bird it actually is, but it is one. It is a bird, as we do have Cloak, Banshees, Tank. I mean, a lot of high DPS units coming out here, so I don't really love
Okay.
this for Haas, because I don't think there's going to be the power for him to break through. I think there's absolutely the power for Oriana to hold this off and then maybe counterattack. Let's see.
Let's see. I mean, this bunker could get focused down right away. Option to cancel it, but not going to be taken from Oriana here. Now the Banshee is here, and it does have Cloak in 25%. away, but there is already an observer here sieged for Haas. The tank will siege on the high ground, and 5 SCVs have already fallen, which feels like a little bit too much, right? Given that could have evacuated a little bit faster. That bunker didn't need to go down, could have been cancelled as well. So maybe Oriana feeling the pressure a little bit here. Would almost like for this Banshee to cross the map if Oriana is aware of the observer, and I think he should be, just given the stalkers firing from the low ground low of that Banshee. Nice.
Yeah, but Haas is prepping for it as well. He's getting a couple stalkers back at home. He's getting a battery up and online. And does he have another obs? Not yet. So he still needs detection back at home. That's the one thing he is missing out on here. Gonna realize it now, but that's just a case of getting the robo active again. Observer starts up. Yeah, I really felt like Oriana actually probably could have just not lost the natural, honestly. I feel like there was not really a need to let the pros walk straight in. Everything just being in the main base there felt like you've got a tank, you've got so many marines, you've got a bunker setting up. I just feel like you could have contested the low ground more from Oriana, but now Haas is poking around, taking some tank shots, and that ain't gonna go too well.
Yeah, it felt like Oriana got caught a little bit off guard with the bunker not finished and whatnot. Maybe thought he had a little bit more time there, and yeah, unfortunate. But I mean, does find a little bit of damage. I feel like could have also picked off an extra probe or two before the battery was done, given that the Banshee was taking no damage. There was obviously no observer, but preserves all of its HP and now joins with her sister here. So maybe still an opportunity for Oriana to stabilize and maybe even pull ahead economically, but he is lagging for 13 workers for the time being. It's so difficult for me to say say he when his name ends in an A. It's just my Spanish
because
brain.
feminine ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that as the stalkers poke the Banshee away to the corner. 6 probes though. I mean, that's decent damage, and it does, not just decent but necessary damage, because those Banshees, had they done nothing, you mentioned Oriana was down, 13 workers or so. Now it's only 7. It's so much more manageable. So definitely looking better there as Haas gets some upgrades finishing. His own charge about to be done, which allows him to arguably maybe try and take a fight. I'm not sure if we really want to go into the natural just because we have charge. I mean, we still have a ton of stalkers that do not have a blink or a way to kind of speed up and engage into the fight, into that position. So not convinced. I mean, he continues to warp in aggressively. We'll see if Haas really commits here.
Yeah, I mean, difficult to commit up this ramp. It almost seems ill-willed, but maybe, I mean, Haas is so tricky and so used to all-in that maybe this is gonna work regardless. Oh, the first tank does survive for a couple of volleys there, but the War Prism in the main is actually rather nasty, and Stim is only 75% of the way done, which means a lot of the damage output here missing. The SCV buffer is not gonna do enough. The Zealots do get choked up to where only 2 are firing, but that seems to be plenty, as Oriana does right to move on to the Stalkers and the Sentry, but there's just not enough here. And Haas will close out a game that he didn't need to close out yet. He was on 3 base, he was sitting comfortably, but the pressure just kind of kills Oriana, and Haas says, thank you, next.
Thank you, and next. Yeah, not really still the craziest performance from Oriana there. Just, I mean, this time around, obviously, Haas kind of got a little bit I'm going to do this. You didn't necessarily know it was coming. I liked Oriana's build against it. I just feel like you can't have such an aggressive setup and then just let the low ground go down. Like, you can't just let because it's not just like, oh, he pushes in, kills a couple SCVs, and he leaves. You're then not mining the natural for a good amount of time. You don't have anything pushing back down there. The Banshees made up for it a little bit across the map, but they were making up from, a worker deficit, not just I'm not mining my natural deficit. And that obviously meant that when Haas did come back across the map, it was, one-sided still, because the numbers had just been in his favor for so long. And Haas takes a very convincing series to start the day here, Cats. Well, I mean, to round out Asia, I suppose, but it feels like we're just the Stalkers. The last couple of matches in general were just very quick.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I mean, that was a 7.5 or so minute game, and Oriana spent 1 minute of that supply blocked as well. So that kind of thing just doesn't help, right? Not the cleanest play. So it's like you said, if you look at the setup, he or she should have had enough setup already, but they just didn't, and that just meant that Haas could capitalize on that. The bunker wasn't ready. There wasn't enough units. A lot of units in the main, like you were saying, and just a little painful for Oriana. But again, a player that's new to the scene relatively, right? Like on the rise, perhaps. So still with time to mature. The fact that they've made it this far and into the circuit in the first place speaks volumes to their potential in seasons to come. But yeah, clearly not looking too ready for this one.
Nope, today was not that day, unfortunately. That does, as we mentioned, round out Asia for the day here. So Asia is done. Round 3 of Asia is done as well. Obviously, Haas goes to 2-1, a chance to play for playoff action in round 4, while Oriana will play to stay in the tournament. Up next in our schedule, DNS versus Cast, followed by Spats versus fujumi, Spirit versus Acro, Christiana versus Geralt, and then we have ourselves as well Raynor Max Packs and Hero Marine Skillers to round out Europe before we dip our toes into Americas. And again, the exciting part to me today really is those last 4 matches, because all of those are win and you're in the playoffs. So exciting stuff, exciting matches coming up. I think we're really hyped to get those going. We will, of course, have a little bit of a longer break here. That fast match in the Asia region has obviously just meant that, you know, we're kind of meant to still be in game. So we'll have a little bit of extra downtime here. So we'll be on about a 40-ish minute break before we come back for even more StarCraft 2 action. So with all of that said and done, we are going to go and nip on into that little bit of a break. Before we go there, though, a quick mention that we do have ourselves the chance to get tickets for the ESL SC2 Masters offline. If you're going to join us in Jonkoping, Sweden, then you can do yourself a good one and get tickets. Turns out you do need tickets to get in. DreamHack.com/summer/tickets. Get 20% off with the code StarCraft. Do all that, get yourself your tickets, and we'll see you in Sweden in just about a month's time. It's, you know, a month and 5 days away. It's really not that far. So check that out. Get yourself the tickets. And other than that, Fordy and Cats will be right back with you in about 40 minutes for Europe as we wrap up round 3 of Swiss in that region. And then again, Americas later on too. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready to start our second region of the day, which means it's Europe time, as Wardy and Cats are back with you to take you into some European action. We have some fun matches coming up today, Cats. First of all, we're going to have a quick peek at where the groups stand going into this round 3 final day of Swiss. Apparently my... Okay, never mind, one sec. Give me a moment, just resizing things. Things weren't the right size, Cats. It needed scaling upwards. So, yeah, there we have it. So, Group A, Cyril and Laser are through already to the playoffs. And we will be eliminating a player from Group A very soon with DNS Cast coming up. Also for fujumi Spats today. So, some eliminations to happen in Group A. Yeah, I mean, Group A looking good. Anything that surprised you out of Group A in Europe, Catsy?
No, not really. I mean, nothing too crazy there. I think most of the expected winners are winning, and I guess Wayne is in there, right? Like he has had had a fantastic performance even against Cyril. He did really well.
Yeah, no, it was a really cool series that happened yesterday. It was a lot of fun to watch and just very enjoyable in general. As we can bring up the standings for Group B as well, just to show you where else it is. And now everything's too big. Okay, cool. That's because the things I got sent were the wrong size. That's all good. We'll just fix that up. Today's the day where apparently the production just falls apart a bit, Cats. You're blessing the stream and suddenly everything's falling apart. In Group B, we will send 2 players to playoffs later. Reno versus Max Pax and Skillers versus Hero Marine to come. We've already lost Milky Cow and King Copra. And pretty much it's just those winner matches of, to come up later. So you just asked me about that Reno Max Pax one. It's exciting, right? I think it's going to be a really fun one later on.
Oh, that should be so exciting, right? Like probably number 2 and 3, arguably. I mean, there's Clem in the mix as well now, but MaxPack's definitely joining the ranks of the Rainers and the Clems and Cyrils and giving them a run for their money consistently, even ranking higher than all of them but Cyril on a Legulag at the moment. So should be a great match.
Yeah, it absolutely should be, as we're just going to get ourselves ready to go into this game in a couple of moments and get you into this lobby, Cats, and we'll be good to go into this Grezvan game. And yeah, Grezvan starts off on DNS versus Cast to start. I actually thought this was a pretty fun one. I've seen Cast be pretty good at points throughout this season, just not quite good enough to get a win yet. He should have really won against Hostum. He had both of those games he played and just couldn't quite close it out. So hopefully he brings a similar level today, and then he should be a pretty good match for DNS.
Yeah, I mean, DNS, you think of DNS as a player that is one of the better Protosses in Europe, at least career-wise. He has had peaks to where we've talked about him as being a contender for even the top spot at points in, a few years ago now. But he's always been of that caliber, whereas Kaz, you have to dig pretty far into the past to see Kaz as one of the best players in Europe. But he has consistently been qualifying for these events for the longest time. I think he might be now that Bly is in this season, but kind of a little bit more inconsistent than Kaz has been as of recently and taking breaks here and there. I would argue Kaz is like the last remaining player from the first batch of players to make it into the pro scene in StarCraft 2, and that in itself is very impressive. But we old.
We are old, man. You're right. Kaz been around forever. Just he used to be one of the greats and always up there, and always has been like competitive, but it's obviously been a while since we've seen him doing extremely well in one of these events. I mean, obviously impressive just to make it into these events with the competition and the level in Europe, and just the amount of players always trying to qualify in Europe as well. So, with all that in mind, let's do some intros. In the bottom right-hand corner, our Blue Protoss from the Platinum Heroes, DNS.
And in the top left-hand side, I want to say the oldest active pro gamer playing at this level. It is 34 years of age. Kaz. I mean, what an absolute beast. At 34 to be competing with the kids, like it's impressive to say the least. It's inspiring. I mean, he was one of the very best players, right? And when we look back in time, it's sometimes easy to disregard some of the players that were very good back then as having been bested by the competition. But I think it's really that, as you age, you're not quite as fast, you're not quite as on top of things as the younger players can be. And it's just insane that, like if they had a 30-plus league, Kaz would be just the king.
The king. Yeah, I can see it, man. I remember I saw Roddy when we cast. I think Cass was hosting like the first day or two of this event last week. And he was just saying how good Cass is on the ladder still, and very fun still. You know, he'll play mech sometimes and make it look good, even though mech in TVP is always a big question mark. And yeah, just in general, just, you know, good to have Cass here. I think he's the kind of name that's good to have in the tournament, because you're like, man, it's not just all the new guys that have come up over the last few years. It is some of the old guys still playing, still grinding it out, and still doing their absolute best to, you know, be as competitive as they can be.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, from the first batch of pros, if we rewind the years and look back at that batch of professional players, I think Cass might actually be the last remaining one. So super cool from him to still be around. Maybe there is another one. I can't think of any of them.
I think Damaga's around.
Kind of, but Demaga doesn't make it into these events.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
If you look at like the players that make it into DreamHack, I'm absolutely with you about, or ESL Masters, sorry now. I'm absolutely with you. It is, you know, Cass probably really is the oldest of them all, and yeah, I think that's the kind of the threshold, right? Just being able to be in this event in itself is astounding. As DNS can have an immediately scouted proxied Stargate here, so Cass sees this so soon he's going to start working on this pylon, and DNS will have to put a bit of effort into defending it.
Yeah, that is very annoying. I'm a little bit surprised even that Cass goes back, but I guess with the Adept showing up, he wants the DPS of the Reaper to try and help over here, so takes his eyes off the ball as far as the Stargate is concerned. And for DNS, this buys his target a little bit of time. If he can get the Helium, he will be happy. But the Adept was getting ready to fire, but doesn't quite get its shot off, and Helium will survive. Nice start for Cass.
Ooh. This is not nice, because now a second Adept is going to get caught here, and that goes down quickly too. Yes, the Stargate is going to finish up an Oracle, and there's not much defensively, but there's also nothing at home right now from DNS. He's building one Adept, and we've just seen how one Adept may not always be the best thing against a few units that are out and about here from Cass. So, yes, Oracle may be about to deal some damage, but I think Cass is about to deal a whole bunch of damage in this natural expansion as well. So, here we go, a fiery start to this game. 4 probes already down. We do get our first SCV as the Oracle flies into the main, but it also just doesn't have energy forever. Here is the Adept to defend against this Reaper Hellion play, and we are going to get a good grenade off. Swaps the Reapers around. Cass! Oh my god.
Yeah, and he's not energy constrained either. He has the attention to spare as well to micro against the probes just in time, and those Reapers will heal themselves in no time very soon here as they leap onto the main confidently even. There is a shield battery here, so they won't be able to accomplish too much, and finally Warp Gate is done, which means a Stalker will finally look to put an end to this push from Cass. But 12 workers have gone down, and DNS is against the ropes.
Yeah, 12 workers, a lot of lost mining time, a bunch of early game Adepts as well, and obviously you forced a super battery out at the tail end, so that's obviously just a little bit more expense, right? Some energy spent that would have maybe liked to have been used elsewhere, just not used at all. Just yet, at least. The Oracle does come back in for a couple more kills. There were 6 SCVs dead on Cass's side of the map. So it's not all kind of, you know, doom and gloom for DNS. He did get something done, but overall I definitely say I like it a lot more from Cass. I will say DNS's word count is not as bad as I thought it would be. He's about 4 ahead, actually, which isn't too far off where Protoss would want to be. So in that regard, maybe, you know, Cass slipping up on some SCV production behind all this. Very possible, because there was a lot going on. Because I feel like this should be worse for DNS than it looks like right now.
I am absolutely with you. Those are the numbers that I look at right after. And you know, sometimes what happens on screen isn't enough to tell the tale, because the players can be proficient in their own right, just on the working on the back end of things, right? Like behind the screens, like what we cannot see is just how good they are going to be at keeping things tight under pressure, as this Cyclone will get microed back and survive. The lock-on will continue on regardless, thanks to that beautiful scan, so it kind of pushes DNS forward and doesn't accomplish much. So Cass taking advantage after advantage, and if we were to believe just what we've seen on the screen, this game would be as good as over. But we old, so DNS is still in it.
We old, yeah. I mean, DNS is still just bleeding out units though, right? It's kind of wild how many units he has continually lost out on. Those couple Stalkers, the latest additions to that, and right now these 2 Cyclones are going to wander over, going to get a lock onto this Oracle. They saw the Stasis Sword, but Cass didn't notice it in time, so he does get himself stasis. As you can see, the Gateway finishing up next to the Stargate means that DNS would like to get some Stalker warp-ins on this side of the map and is looking to up the ante with a bit of blink play.
Yeah, very, very nice. I can't believe that this pylon and this proxy has stayed alive, and a beautiful setup here for DNS to actually punish this as well. as he shuffles the stalkers towards the tail ender to make sure that there is no possible route of escape for those Cyclones. They do end up going down. Supplies still even. Now DNS will even up the worker count yet again as he takes his third. And Kaz, I mean, he has played a fantastic game again on the screen, but it's not fully reflected in the supply and in the game state. He does have advantages, though, I would argue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying it's terrible for Kaz. I mean, he does have 3 racks up. Obviously, the third base of DNS wasn't exactly the quickest in all of this either, so equal workers, considering double mule, that part is good for Kaz again. A lot of that really is down to the third being late for DNS, right? Because he could have maintained a lead as he tries to get that siege tank, and he will get that siege tank in the end on the front, so able to nab that and continue to pressure. I mean, right now, Kaz just doesn't have the, because the bunker died as well, he doesn't have the kind of the standing to really hold these Stalkers off. We nearly lose the Raven, not quite. And with 2 more tanks sieging, I think this should be the end of the Stalkers on the low ground. But it's now too much on the low ground because there could be a blink up into the main base as the next attack.
Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, will go off, actually, doing a lot of splash damage and getting rid of one of those Stalkers outright. Nice revelation from the Oracle as well. Will keep taps on where the tank is, and that should, in theory, allow DNS to kite, especially not without any medevacs out on the map for Kaz. But a next tank spawns just in time for Kaz, and DNS is continuing to blink on top, continue to blink up the ramp, which I'm not sure is what he wants here. He needs to find a way out. Maybe blink back, kill a little bit, and then recall is now his best play.
Yep, recall is a pretty good get out of there free card, so loses maybe one more Stalker, but that is going to go down. And he does get out otherwise, so yeah, I mean, I like if DNS felt like he did a lot. There was definitely a moment where he revelated the tanks, so he knew exactly how much range they had, and then kind of wandered into that range anyway and lost the Stalker too. And I was like, oh man, like, you have like the entire main base to run around, and you could have got up north a lot sooner and done a lot more damage up there, and maybe even advanced onto the tech labs a little bit sooner as well, and maybe punished the Terran for not responding the main base very quickly. So while it was still nice for DNS, I feel like some opportunities even missed. The Raven hung around on low HP for a long time. That never got fully punished either, and now Kaz on the counterattack has some potential, man. Stim in combat done, +1 done. And DNS is working off pretty much still purely Stalkers, and a mistake being made, double Temple Archives being made.
Yeah, and also a mistake in kind of trying to kite this army that's mostly Marauders at the front, right? If it's a lot of Marines, yeah, you can get pickoffs, you can have those medevacs spend their energy a little bit earlier, but against that many Marauders, you have to be very, very careful because they will tax you Stalkers. And we saw that happen, and with the double Templar Archives as well that you're mentioning, Kaz maybe not in the best position, but does catch Kaz before he gets siege, and the missile is actually working mostly Kaz to orange Zealots, but mostly orange Marauders and Marines there, getting anti-armored missile by his own people.
Yeah, there's like 2 anti-armored zealots, and then there's like the entire Terran army was anti-armored. That is not how it's meant to go, and suddenly a little bit of an awkward moment because there's not really, again, a kind of a standard defense here. We have Revelation on the mine, so they get taken down quickly, and as we blink forward, we can get good damage done instantly, and DNS just keeps coming with wave after wave, and it looks as though he is going to take a turnaround on the other side of the map and come all the way across with it. SCVs are pulled to make this a little bit more difficult for DNS, but I mean, he's obviously pretty happy just killing off SCVs, and Archon to help in the back. And even if a lot of his Zealots have now gone down, he's done damage for this. He's about to kill the 3rd CC as well, so a massive pick off there. With extra Zealots showing up, I can only imagine that DNS is but a few moments away from clearing out in this game number 1.
And he really doesn't have to. After killing that CC, he drops a 4th Nexus. So, you know, I don't know that I would advise caution or not, just because you're in such a good position now if you're DNS. But I think the most sensible, most consistent thing that he can do is pull back right now and enjoy his lead for as long as he wants, because he now has 70 workers to the 44 of Kaz, and Kaz is running very thin on options, and he probably has to go across the map soon and try to make something happen.
Yeah, I'm with you as our Zealots come forward. Our Stalkers keep on putting some damage in. Archon's going off towards that Bio Army too, and just seeing a couple Widow Mines lining up, going to hit an Archon on the bottom side there. Everything from DNS warping in once again. It's a lot more Zealots, and we're getting ready to charge ourselves forward into this natural expansion.
Yeah, I mean, we're commentating a game that now should be as good as over. But I think the only way that DNS could possibly lose is attacking onto this and losing his entire army, and then Kaz counterattacking Kaz, however, is going to go counterattack regardless before DNS shows up, and now that offers DNS a very strong opening to where even if Cass does a little bit of damage on the other side, it's going to be near impossible for him to stop this attack on this side. So now that the medevacs have left, I think that this is a much more sensible option for the side of DNS. And he will do his damage. On the other side, I think their Stalker's already waiting for the medevac, and that should be it. Cass will GG, and DNS will take game number 1.
Yeah, man, what a wild game, because obviously it was quite sloppy in the start from both players. It wasn't just one player was making mistakes. It felt like they both had... Initially, DNS especially was bleeding out like a lot of units, but then Cass was, you know, not exactly perfect in his own ways as well. So, a lot of different tales going on just amongst one single game. And in the end, it is DNS that comes out on top, able to just keep on going in the end. He really did just have the power of just going again. Another set unit, and especially after he won that fight in the middle of the map, yeah, it was just not really a question anymore, and it was just a matter of time before he found the game-ending fight. So DNS gets to a 1-0 lead here against Cass, and is going to be a map away from surviving, because again, this is an elimination match. One of these players is out of the ESL SC2 Masters if they lose this series. The other gets to stay alive and basically try and go win-win after this as well to still make playoffs. So yeah, this is a big one for both of them.
It's a huge one, and that game is really heart-crushing because it really underpins everything that we've been talking about as far as like Cass and his proficiency and whatnot. Like, he is clearly a great strategist, right? Like, he was taking great traits. Again, sometimes we have to tell the tale of what's going on the screen, and we assume that based on what's going on the screen, a player should have a lead, but then we look at things as they stand, and that doesn't match up. And that just has to mean that the player is just not doing well enough while everything is going on under the pressure to keep up with the SCV production, to set up your production at the same time, to do all of the little things and all of the little efficiencies, and to, you know, set up your third faster and everything that you actually need to do in the back end to make the game playable for yourself, right? And clearly, I mean, DNS, the superior player on those grounds, just mechanically better is I guess the term that we like to use. And Cass, despite great efforts and again showing that he has the strategic proficiency to take good trades and make good strategies and do well on the screen, not good enough to close out the game.
Well, in the bottom left is unfortunately down a game. Let's see if you can get off to a strong start, maybe have that little bit of a better follow-up and a better foundation behind it all. It is our Red Terran from StarCom, Cass.
And on the top right-hand side for Platinum Heroes, it is DNS. DNAs, we call them when we had Goat in the Gang.
Goat in the Gang.
Yeah,
well, he wasn't quite
he failed at being the...
Yeah, I was going to say, Cats, I don't mind you bringing this memory up.
Yeah, it was your spirit back then, your spirit against my DNAs, but... We were super hyped because we nicknamed them DNAs, then we didn't play them as an ace until the very end. Mm-hmm. And then you know, like Cyril and Bunny and everyone was just hyped in the chat typing DNAs, and then he botched it. Yeah,
he botched it, yeah.
We haven't talked since.
That was actually, like, I mean, regardless of the outcome, it was such an epic way to end the tournament, man. Like, you know, the 5th pick of both teams, ace match, 40-minute game or something. It was just ridiculous.
It was amazing. It was amazing, yeah. When are you bringing it back, Wordicho?
Oh my God. It's not coming back.
It's not coming back.
No.
Stormgate.
Maybe. All right, Reaper coming up, Orbital to Command Center coming down, and we get ourselves up and running with pretty standard openers. Obviously, last game started with the proxy Stargate that... Looking back on it, I'm like, man, it really didn't do much. And it obviously kept you in the game for the damage you were taking, but in a big way, if the Stargate wasn't proxied, then the Reaper Hellion attack is also much easier to defend too, because the Oracle's closer to home, or you've got a next Oracle popping out at home at the very least. So the entire game is different. So you can't just say, oh, it helped you to kind of get back in it, because you might never have had to get back in the first place if the Stargate wasn't proxied. So yeah, just a Stargate at home this time around, much more sensible from DNS as we get this underway.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see our beautiful sponsors here displayed, Monster Energy and the US Air Force.
Hell yeah.
Quite a fan of Monster Energy myself. I've used them quite a bit.
Yeah.
I like
I'm quite a fan of your Monster Energy shoutouts, Cats. What was it?
yeah. Those aren't always on point, but you know.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah.
I've been having the Aussie lemonade recently. It's really good. It's like it's kind of just like lemonade, but monster style. It's good.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, they have like mango madness and some crazy flavors. I got to try some of those. Sampled them at Atlanta. They were there for free. So
yeah, they're
very,
making use
very
of
cool.
it. Nice. Adept getting knocked down, by the way, so that's going to be 2 SCVs killed. Still pretty good for the opening start of the game. You know, maybe an Adept grabs 1 SCV on the low ground. You're like, okay, but 2 is actually pretty decent. Next Adept is not quite going to get the Reaper, and the Reaper and Hellion together will go across the map, but any shot on these units does help to... Obviously, the Reaper regenerates, but the Hellion will be now lower and more easily picked off before it does damage.
Indeed. So, yeah, this Phoenix is going to be very helpful. The first Hellion could get picked up if he feels like the probes are under pressure. Instead, picks up the probe. That works out too.
Yeah. Lost another one. Reaper in the main base, getting some kills. Talk about revenge. Getting some damage back for the damage that was done on the other side. So that is going to be evening out the couple workers killed in the early game from both. And yeah, obviously, we see DNS committing to multiple Phoenix here. Phoenix has been an absolute staple of the TVP matchup, and playing Phoenix into a Robot Bay and Colossi is pretty much the most popular way to play, I would say, in PvT right now. Players absolutely love it. It's safe, it's secure, it gets you to a good position, and yeah, it just accesses you into a really good mid game. So no surprise to see that being the setup here from DNS, and just taking it easy and kind of letting Cass decide if he wants to try and pressure early. Probably not, because attacking into Phoenix Colossus sucks. So it kind of forces Cass into a longer game too, which I would say in a longer game, I kind of like DNS a bit more.
Yeah, and Cass doesn't really have the setup for a third command center just yet, so he is actually adding production. Makes me wonder if that commits him, Wardicho. Like, how do you feel about like the extra production? Like, do you have to attack if you're Cass getting set up like this, or is there an option to transition?
No, I don't think you have to. You just play 3 racks, take an expand. And as long as you don't like keeping on in the 3 racks, like there's obviously 3 racks and you just produce and you delay the 3rd CC. If he drops the 3rd CC in base now and then just sort of, you know, continues along, kind of fine with it. He's going towards the money to kind of do that as well. Like, he's got the minerals. So yeah, I think just drop a 3rd CC now, and then you don't have to fight. You can take some map control and obviously just kind of take a presence, maybe poke a bit. And if the opportunity's there, then sure, go for it. But the whole point is generally that the opportunity should not be there. So unless you hit like when there's 1 Colossus, sometimes you can do something. But yeah, I'm honestly not really seeing it with like 3 Vikings. There's a lot of tech units early, and it's funny because these tech units don't really have a big role once you hit the mid-game, and it's kind of just delaying the starport, building medevacs and stuff, which maybe would have been a way to like knock down 1 Colossus at that sort of timing. Instead now, by the time we talk about that, 3 Vikings, don't get me wrong, are good in the future, just right now I don't see 3 Vikings making the difference in a big stim in attack and trying to do something.
Most definitely. They will take long enough that the Colossus would output its damage, and by the time there's 2 Colossus, if the Viking count doesn't grow, it doesn't feel good to just have the 3, right? Because yeah, they're just not gonna kill anything in time, it feels like. And DNS sees everything that is going on. 2 mines are burrowed right on the edge where the Phoenix potentially can't pick them off. There is a bunker in between, but I imagine DNS with this information could go for those 2 Widow mines. Will reveal the position of his observer if he does so, but it's 2 Widow mines. I'd go for him.
Yeah, 2 mines is definitely not bad to pick up on, right? So I'd be kind of down for it. As our 4 now we've got 4 mines. I mean, at the very least, DNS knows exactly where not to fly, as he comes in around the left side, gets about 4 SCVs, and obviously so far Cass just having to stay back. But Stim finishes, medevac's about to pop. If there is a time for Cass to go across the map, this would be his first real moment to do so. I just don't know what he would do across the map. I mean, maybe if he slipped the drops into the main base or something, that would be cool, and he loads up 4 Widow Mines, so that's definitely one approach you can take here. That's maybe my favorite one.
Yeah, he picks up the Widow Mines and takes him to the back. Maybe he got spotted or something like that and is just looking to reposition for a backstab on the... Nope, now he just walks him to the front. So, yeah, that's gonna work out. I mean, DNS had so much information with that observer. We'll see the time of the move out as well right after the scan, and now with the Phoenixes hovering over here, and the charge almost done as well. So with this many Phoenix, 1 going down is actually kind of a big deal, but he can still pick up most of the Widow Mines if he wants to enable a charge load army to be effective. For the moment, there's only 4 of them, but soon to be a whole lot more with 4 more gateways coming online very soon. So this might be a decent timing for Cass too.
Yeah, man, kind of down for it. Let's see what he can do. Super Battery pops, that's a big part of it. Obviously, you do not want to let the Widow Mines do too much. Hallucinated Phoenix will soak up some of the Widow Mine shots. I would have liked him to at least try to push the Widow Mines like onto the Terran army, but he actually splashed down an active Widow Mine there as well, so that's also a nice pick.
Yeah, that was 3 Widow Mines and the splash onto the last one, so Cass kind of runs out of steam before the attack even starts. I completely agree with you. If the Widow Mines just push on forward and you go for it, I think there was a very good shot. Of course, DNS can always use force fields to disengage, but that's, you know, all your force fields used just to disengage. Maybe you get one swipe of the Colossus, but then your sentries are rendered useless for the follow-up. So maybe a missed opportunity for Cass, but he still has a supply lead, still has an army lead here, so still with chances to make something happen.
Yes, absolutely right. He still has himself the position to kind of, you know, stay on the map. He is getting more Vikings up, which is a good secret to playing against Phoenix Colossus. Eventually, you do want a good amount of Vikings. I would like to see him step towards Ghost as well. He's got the Ghost Academy, just no Ghost just yet. So maybe if DNS does want to fight sooner rather than later before Ghosts are out. Anyways, he's retreating right now as Cass comes forward. And it's just scared DNS off a little bit. The Phoenix will maybe try and take a fight there, but too many Vikings, man. A little bit misjudged.
Yeah, especially with the range of the Vikings, that means they can sit closer to their armies. Maybe DNS feeling confident with the shield battery in the vicinity of the Phoenix that he could retreat to them, but ends up bleeding out one Phoenix, so a good trade for Cass there, as there is now a War Prism on the other side of the map, and Cass chooses to completely disengage. DNS will take a 4th base that will be spotted by Cass. I believe that's a Widow Mine maybe burrowed next to it or something. Right off position. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's a Widow Mine. But yeah, I mean, the game will kind of stabilize and go on.
It will stabilize and it will go on. You're not wrong. There's a couple more Vikings coming out here from Cass as well, and just seeing him racking that number up. I mean, he is getting to the army comp you want against what DNS is playing, and that's why DNS is starting to make adjustments and adaptations himself. You know, the couple of Archons, well, whatever, they're going to get EMP'd, but the Disruptors especially are very useful. They're going to zone the Terran army back, and it can really dictate when the Terran army cannot fight, and that's very important, because you do want to be putting yourself in a position where you can kind of say to the Terran, no, you know, you got good EMPs, you're not allowed to come and actually take the engagement, and that's what the Disruptors do. They keep that Terran army pinned back a lot of the time. At the same time, now we do have Zealots into the main base, going to start dealing some damage. The Prism might go down, but this is already 9 SCVs, and these couple of Zealots working their way through some of the reinforcements as well.
Yeah, well-held choke as well from Cass there. The Ghost doesn't even end up going down, luckily for him. I think the Zealots could have committed onto that instead of turning around for an extra SCV or 2. But yeah, good positioning, good SimCity from Cass. Knows how to utilize it. And he is now nearly maxed. However, DNS now with double row production. And like you said, those Disruptors, they start getting scary. And the next transition that we would be expecting from Cass to kind of account for that would be ranged Liberators to zone them out. Because without, it's gonna get a little bit difficult.
Yep, absolutely, man. Zealot's just back in again, by the way. So straight in we go. Natural and main base this time around. And we have a few units around a game, but again, it's just these SCVs every time is, big fight breaks out. Couple Disruptor shots to lead off, but they didn't do too much. A bunch of the Disruptors going down. We fall back to the Super Battery. The Vikings get left alone for a moment, Cats, and that's obviously a bit costly as well.
Yeah, the one Disruptor at the front was one that hadn't fired either, so missing one of those shots. But now, an opening that Cass finds onto the 4th base of DNS. The shot of the Disruptor does not connect there. And now, DNS is trying to push back Cass. Supplies favoring him, but these Colossus are as good as dead. However, there is only one medevac remaining. If there was any sort of reinforcements here, it would be enough. And it is still enough for DNS to clean this out. And when all is said and done, his supply is double that of his opponent.
And there's just no workers left as well for Cass. Well, there's some workers, but not enough. And yeah, DNS just clearing out everything. And he might have lost all his Colossus and his Phoenix, but he just had everything else left over. He had one Colossus left too. And that is enough for DNS to solidify the 2-0 starting off Europe today. And he stays alive. Unfortunately, that means we do have to say goodbye to Cass. He will be eliminated here from the competition. And DNS stays alive for another round. Cats, he gets to go on through to that round 4, where he'll play someone else who is 1 and 2 and have another chance to fight for his tournament life.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Well played as well. The Protoss actually faster than the Terran in this matchup. Not something we see all the time. But yeah, true. Very cool.
That is true indeed. Well, we have a lot more matches still to come here today. My schedule isn't quite ready to come online, so I'll just let you guys know that up next is Spats vs Fujumi We'll take a look at that full schedule when we come back, but for now, quick break. We'll come back and more StarCraft 2 action awaits us.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. Woody and Cats coming at you with more StarCraft 2 action from the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. We're in Europe, of course, at the moment, and we are about to head into Fujumi versus Spats, Cats, which is an elimination match in this group. One of these players will not be making the playoffs in Series 5 of the day out of 11 for us.
Yep, to the two German Protoss youngsters, up-and-comers. They are similarly skilled even, right? Like the bookies have him pretty much dead even. I asked Fujumi how he feels. He feels... like the vibe that I got from Fujumi and like his tweets beforehand as well is that he doesn't handle pressure that well. And being down 0-2, what he seems to be doing, like his rhetoric and what his story is right now is kind of like, yeah, now that I don't care type. He wants to remove pressure from himself, basically, it feels like, right? So let's see if he can do that and play his best, play chill, and see if he can take it. But Spats, I mean, a very worthy opponent, I think.
Man, it's actually crazy how many players take this approach of just taking the pressure off and how much it does for them. Like, it happens all the time in SC2, right? How many times have we seen someone be like, oh, I'm not going to try and be competitive as much anymore. I'm just going to, play for a bit more fun, focus on other things. And then, boom, their skill, like, absolutely increases. They do way better. It's, it happens, like, way more often than you'd expect as we get through some intros. In the top left, it is the blue Protoss player, Fujumi, our Protoss, who is looking to stay alive in the tournament with a win here today.
And in the bottom right-hand side, it is his opponent for Berserk Esports, Spats.
Do you have any preference between these two? Like, if you had to make a prediction, or because to me this is like a PvP that's more of a coin flip than anything. I think when I think of these two, I put them in the same sort of range of skill, like the same sort of expectations from the both of them.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's even what I told Fujumi is, like, I think that in everyone's eyes, you guys are pretty evenly matched. So anything can happen. Don't worry about it and just do your thing. I do have a small bias towards Fujumi just because I know him a little bit better. Ever since I played that season of Rank Roulette and I went up against Solar and we were guessing, and Fujumi had submitted a replay, right? And we were guessing on Fujumi's replay and Solar guessed Plat 1. Just absolutely brutal. And I guessed Grandmaster. It was Fujumi. He was Grandmaster. And ever since, I've grown fonder and we've become closer friends because I just give him shit about Solar thinking that he was Plat 1 every time I see him. So
You always have the greatest stories, Cats. Maybe giggle.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, that is...
And like, oddly enough, kind of like the same setup that we had in that game. It was like a proxy Stargate back then and Void Race and stuff like that. So for Fujumi looking to get cheeky here to start.
Yeah, Pylon right in the natural expansion too, so I mean, Fujumi is the player who I've seen be very aggressive a lot of the time, and this is to a whole new level. Is that probe meant to be stuck though, Cats?
Yeah, no, not at all. Right, so that's a feels bad moment for Fujumi. Luckily for him, it's a robo. Probably wasn't planning on using that probe any further, but will lose some mining time as a result.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. We do see the robo facility coming up then. Yeah, okay, we'll see what happens. Obviously, this probe scan from Spats is seeing probably a missing pylon, so a little bit of info you can maybe try and figure out there. This probe does end up moving off to the side. Sorry?
Yeah, he finds it right away. He finds the robo. Spats does. He actually was ready to split up and look for some look for the proxy, but finds it right away. And Fujumi actually cancels the robo, knowing that the pylon won't survive. So a terrible start for him. Spats with a little bit of a lead here now.
Yeah, that is fantastic. I mean, a proxy robo that was about to finish as well and just cancels, and now Fujumi puts the Nexus down while Spats goes for his own robo and third gateway. I mean, obviously Spats can get aggressive himself, especially because Fujumi's made such an investment early that then hasn't led on to anything else. So, yeah, this is a little bit wild.
A little bit wild indeed. I mean, I think it's for Fujumi to identify what's going on and try to look for a defense here, but it's not going to be easy, having had to cancel his robo. Now going into a very late Twilight Council, will poke and see 3-4 stalkers there. But I'm not sure if that's enough information. He doesn't know really if there is a Nexus or not, and the Adepts are doing a lot on the other side.
Yep, 3 probes going down, make it number 4 right there. As there's a Adept not going to go down before 5th one drops as well, and a lot of lost mining time too. So this is looking really, really good for Spats. I mean, he's got the Prism coming. He's going to have a few more units. The Twilight Council ain't doing anything for fujumi yet. If fujumi survives, then brilliant. But surviving seems like a long way off. This Nexus has absolutely no hopes of living. So then you at least down the base, and if nothing else, Spats can continue a bit and just expand himself.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if stacking the probes there does anything for fujumi, right? Because, I mean, the Adept is already clicked onto one of them, so and it's shooting at the same rate, and it's dying at the same rate, so it feels like you're just losing mining time for nothing there by stacking the probes. You would have still lost all 4 probes.
Yeah. No, I agree. I feel like you just didn't really... You just hurt yourself more than necessary. That's a lot of Stalkers, man. Coming forward, obviously the gateways at the front are very exposed as well. Spats does need to decide what exactly he wants to do. We'll start with the pylon. Fujumi coming forward. He does have sentries, so he can maybe kind of position himself nicely for a fight and maybe catch a Stalker or 2 of Spats, but... I mean, if he gets to Blink, then it's plausible for fujumi to be in a good spot, because Blink is just so powerful, but... Meanwhile, Spats is just going to say, cool, get a sentry, keep you in the base for as long as possible, perhaps, and then, behind all of this, he's just taking his own Nexus. He will have the Robo to get a defensive Immortal up as well if needed against the counter-aggressive Blink players.
Oh.
Prism just outdoes them, though.
Yeah. So this gateway will also fall, putting fujumi down to just the 1 gateway. So he will have Blink, but production-wise, he's just not set up to stop this. It's 3 gateways on the other side of things. Spats is dropping the Nexus, might be a blessing in disguise for fujumi, at least to maybe elongate this game, but yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty dire for him.
Yeah, it is not looking pretty in the slightest as that Blink about to finish up on that Twilight Council at least, so fujumi maybe, like I say, with Blink, maybe you can get a little bit of hope, maybe you have a little bit of belief your Stalkers can trade that much better, but he's got a lot of issues. I mean, he's going to have no gateways in a few moments' time, and this gateway is absolutely going to fall, and then you have no production, so then it really sucks. This is just absolutely brutal, and just getting your proxy robo in the natural scout is a big play. If it gets scout, it's a big loss.
Yeah, very unfortunate here. So yeah, this game I think it's pretty much irrecoverable. 2 more gateways going down, but that's an extra set of resources that he has to spend just to get the production online. And then he needs to afford the units against an opponent who has more probes, who has an expansion, who has more units out on the field, who is making immortals. This game is impossible for fujumi.
Yeah, I mean, again, Blink is your advantage, but right now you just blink down and then the Stalkers kind of die for you anyway, so Spats continues to do very well. Massive worker lead. Yeah, Immortal is obviously going to absolutely guarantee you don't die before your own Blink is done, and apparently fujumi's just going to build his Nexus over here to try and, I mean, I guess not get it cancelled by the massive army of Spats. Spats is just so far ahead, and these Stalkers about to get cut off. Well, found. I mean, they blink around. Sentry obviously saw them. And Spats is going to go home, and I don't mind that. 3 Immortals is obviously huge, and yeah, he's just absolutely fine.
Yeah, Spats doesn't need to go home, but it is the safe play. There is really nothing to say that fujumi can make a comeback in this game. I mean, there is no Dark Shrine on the way. There is really just very little hope. A nice blink into the main will pick off a couple of probes, but that's all it will get. The Warp Prism, a little bit exposed, but now actually getting surrounded is fujumi, with might have to force the recall. Does find the only opening that he had to actually blink away, and maybe he can find the corner here to blink again onto the low ground. So very nice moves for fujumi.
Keeps
displaying, you know.
Yeah, keeps him in the work account, and it was the only way out as well. Like, Spats was like, I've got you cornered, and fujumi was like, well, you know, what about this way? And also, on any other map, that might not have been a way out, but on Gresvan, it is, simply for the fact you can jump out the natural as well. Loses a couple more Stalkers here, though, so for all the effort he went through getting these out, he ends up losing some anyways, and obviously Spats is just on the offensive once again, coming straight across the map, full force, and looking as though he is not going to stop before fujumi is dead.
Yeah, I mean, there's like these 2 Stalkers trying to do what they can to, you know, keep his opponent on the other side of the map, but that's just not gonna work. Spats is probably gonna scout the natural, and I mean, here's the option to pull back, right? Like, you don't see a natural, you just feel super confident that nothing's gonna ever come to you. fujumi does have that proxy nexus, but not really anything mining it. Does have the Dark Shrine on the way now, but yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're Spats, you should probably have more than an observer out. There's only one, you know, with the ability to make another one, and the leeway to lose half of your supply and still be in a good position, I feel like is just an insurmountable task for fujumi.
Yup, as Stalker's going to get rid of a Stalker on that right-hand side. Fujumi gets pushed back, the little counter-attack. I mean, the thing is, from Spats, he sees one base, he's got to start checking for other bases, right? Because why would your opponent still be trying to make this happen on one base and, oh, the recall just happened and now he's going to find the base? So that might just be the GG moment from Fujumi. That may be the moment he says, okay, cool, I am actually dead. He's going to try and attack him with the DTs, but there's an observer, so there's detection. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of it, right?
Has to be, yeah. We just wait it out at this point. Yeah, there's not any commentary left to be done here.
Yeah. All right. See you in the next game, cats.
Yeah, seriously, I like it. What do we say anymore?
Yeah.
Like, I cannot possibly imagine a scenario where Fujumi comes back. Yeah.
Game is absolutely over. Like, what's he about to do? Blink into the main. Hello, Stalker's here as well. Nice to meet you. Yeah. I mean, he's going to maybe blink to the upper right again, get out a second time. He's actually going to dive further in. He's going to try everything he can, but obviously we can see and we know that this is very much so done. There is currently no detection for Spats, so that's what Fujumi is relying on. But he has the prism.
There's no prism.
I mean, that's what he's playing for. That was the idea, right? So there was some hope, but it was extremely unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, there was some hope to, but I mean, in the position that Spats was, he could build like 3 robos scattered across the map and lose like all of his army and still win.
Yeah, that is definitely the real problem there, is that even if that part of the plan went off, there was still so much more to do. So, yeah, a rough one as we will head ourselves into. Babylon, apparently, for game number 2 of this, so we'll get that started up in a second. Spats gets the chance to go into round 4 of Swiss, and Fujumi, again, must win. From here on out, needs to go 2-0 in this and get himself a win to stay alive, get into round 4, and let's go from there, take it match by match and see what we can do. We are heading into Babylon, though, and see if we will have some more PvP mayhem breaking out with that in the near future.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see about that. For Fujumi, we were talking about the pressure and stuff like that. Like, some players definitely suffer from it a little bit more than others. And, they usually give it away, right? Because they talk about it. Like, whenever you're talking about something, it's what's on your mind. It's what you're concerned about. And Fujumi brings it up. He talks about how, like, he'll play better without pressure now that he doesn't feel like... he tweeted right away after, I think, his first or second game, like, oh, now it's impossible to have a good run. And you can almost tell that that's what he's doing, is trying to take pressure off his shoulders. And lower expectations for himself, because he probably feels like there is some expectations for him, especially being a streamer himself, right? Like, streaming as much as he does for the German community, being a rather animated character, etc. And the more emotional you are as a player as well, like the more that kind of stuff can affect you, right? Even though I would argue that the StarCraft 2 community, as compared to just about every other esport, is rather lenient and kind of easygoing on players. Yeah. Players can be very hard on themselves because they, you can't turn around and blame anything else. It's just on you.
Yep. No, it's very true. It's StarCraft's a brutal game. Like that 1v1 feel and that 1v1 factor is definitely a part of it. As we have top left, Red Protoss up by 1. Cats. It is Spats.
And in the bottom right hand side, it is your boy, the blue Protoss player, Fujumi.
I don't think we'll see a proxy robo in the natural, as this time the 2 probes kiss in the middle of the map and continue on by. So just a scout from both, and there is a difference already, though, with Fujumi having a high ground gateway, while the low ground gateway comes up on the side of Spats. So, Spats more likely to set up for the expansion here, while Fujumi is setting up for at least a little bit of pressure. You can obviously still expand off of 2 gateways, but you're definitely going to be that little bit more pressure focused to begin with.
Yeah, the classic approach here on the side of Fujumi. We'll see if it yields results. There are a few players that have always favored this. Geralt comes to mind. We'll see him later as well. He's the type of player that just lives and dies with this opener and never really went to the other one, right? Which seems to be the greedier one, the one that I personally prefer watching against this opener. It feels like the gateway on the low ground usually yields you more advantages economically unless you can find some damage with this, which seems rare to me. Whenever I watch these games, it feels like a mistake needs to be made on the other end to let something happen with the 2 gates.
Yeah, no, it's definitely always... It almost feels like you're just afraid of kind of being a bit more adventurous yourself, and then it's like, oh, well, now I just play from here, and there's a Stargate down from Spats, right? So that just doubles down on how safe you should be for the most part. And for Jimmy, Stalker and Adept are going for this kind of combo open, and he does put the pylon in the main. I've seen so many players trying to sneak the pylon in the main base lately. It's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out, right? It's I don't think it's been spotted yet. So there is an opportunity. If you are fujumi with this probe, you want to keep it now in range of vision of Spats so that there are no suspicions raised as off to that probe going off to the side and dropping a pylon from this point on. So fujumi does the proper thing here, but the Zealot is still going to scout for it.
Yeah, Zealot finds the pylon. That is obviously big, so there goes that idea from fujumi at least. And you just see fujumi walling off the high ground, prepping against a potential approach from Spats, but... yeah, the Adepts push back a little bit already, and we actually are just on our way to an Oracle. So for Jimmy is the play who is just on, I mean, so much less, right? 2 gates, not really much use of them. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I look at this, I'm like, well, what was for Jimmy got? Now he gets a Twilight Council started, but man, the first Oracle is already popping, and it's going to be heading across the map. Obviously, I feel like at this point, Spats could start his own Twilight and not be that far behind in Blink, while also having Oracle pressure to utilize.
It's rough. It's rough. I mean, it is just the nature of this type of opening, I think. And like you said, I mean, Spats taking all the precautions and necessary measures, delaying his own Nexus in favor of getting the tech faster, and will pull ahead as a result because he didn't have that second gateway investment and he didn't invest further into units from that production facility. So his tech is more advanced. Second Oracle now on the way. So even if there are shield batteries, there will be an opening here for Spats to do economic damage.
Yep, we'll see what he can do. The first Oracle flies over the natural. Toward the main base, there's not much to be done there, but obviously Oracle 2 is out and starting to get across the map as well, so we'll be keeping our eyes on it. Both players expand at a similar time, and the Twilight of Spats is obviously a bit behind. It's going to be a later blink, but it is the power of these 2 Oracles that can make up for that blink being so much later, so continue to watch that out as our Oracles come down the right.
Yes, indeed, and they will find their first probe now going into the main, where there's a few Stalkers and Sentries waiting for them, so not gonna find much more there, but another probe exposes itself, trying to cross the bridge to the natural, as we see the Oracles fly over the Urubu, which apparently means vulture in Portuguese, by the way. Someone in chat pointed out.
So it's a vulture.
It's a vulture, not a raven, yeah.
Definitely not a raven, no. Okay.
Definitely not a raven.
We were really zoomed out.
Close enough.
We were really zoomed out. So
really zoomed out, yeah.
Yeah. Zoomed out.
It doesn't look like a vulture either.
No, not really.
Does it look like a vulture? Not really, right?
I don't really know what a vulture looks like now I think of it.
Oh, really?
Well, like, I guess I kind of do, but like not confidently enough to talk about the Urubu resembling one.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, when I picture the vulture, the first thing that comes to mind is the in control monologue on who is Artosis and vulture picture in that video. It's a really good one if you haven't watched it, or if you haven't watched it in a while even. It's always worth a watch.
Yeah, it was good fun. The Nexus, by the way, from Spats is super ahead of fujumi, so fujumi might have that +1 upgrade. He might have the unit set up, but he is going to have to do something with it. Otherwise, Spats, his own blink finishing, his Nexus so far ahead. And if you don't do anything at all here as fujumi, I mean, it looks like he wants to try and expand, but a probe goes down, so he gets delayed even further. And this is absolutely going to start adding up over time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what fujumi can do here to try to stabilize us. The third is already underway for Spats. Now a Dark Shrine as well, a nice addition, right? Like they say when behind Dark Shrine, but when ahead Dark Shrine is also pretty nice.
Yeah. When ahead Dark Shrine, and it definitely adds up as our Oracle up the upper right side, just escaping away from those few Stalkers again. I'm just going to see all of these continue back across the map once more, just away they go, up to the north.
Up to the north they go. Let's see if they can find anything. I mean, the numbers are not there, but neither is the shield battery. So maybe an opportunity here with a better concave as 2 more Stalkers get warped in on the side of Spats. And 3 more on the side of fujumi. These sentries could have a say as well. They will force the blinks, and that will offer fujumi a better position, but now the shield battery is done. At least a few probes are gonna fall, and the shield battery overcharge is kind of forced early. So fujumi perhaps with the possibility of re-engaging here.
Yeah, no, it's a good start. I mean, you definitely want to be the aggressor. He's going to blink in now. He has enough stalkers to one-shot through, and he's killed a bunch of probes as well. So, as we continue to fight here, does he just have the numbers? The +1 helping. We're going to pull probes to survive here as Spats. He does have probes to lose to still be okay, right? So, the probe pull is absolutely the correct call. And unfortunately for Spats, he just doesn't have as many gates. So, for Fujumi, if he can keep up the warp-ins, he should be able to break through in the end, especially with the +1 lead. The Oracle's put a little bit more pressure on during this, but not really enough to really take Fujumi away from this too heavily, and Spats is still just trailing about that 10 army supply. He is warping in a DT, though, and that could be a game changer because there is not a robo facility on the map for Fujumi. There's a forge. There's not currently cannons. He's going to start his robo now. The DT, I believe, is warped in aggressively, so it's going to arrive quickly and start getting some kills. And then you can also warp in a DT on this side of the map to push the stalkers back for now, so you are going to be safe while dealing damage. I love this for Spats.
Yeah, he hasn't worked in the DT just yet defensively, though, so I feel like for Jumi, he just has to say, okay, I'm going to take whatever losses I have to take until my robo is done and just inside and or at least gain a sizable advantage here. I mean, there's so many batteries now on the side of Spats that I feel like Fujumi needs to continue to go for that micro where he's just going to be one-shotting stalkers. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to sustain against those shield batteries.
And I feel like Spats is not realizing that there's no observer here, right? I mean, Fujumi would not be able to deal with the fact that, like, you know, there's DTs on top of his stalkers. It would just take a very long time, but he just doesn't know. He has got all the probes running around on the other side. But yeah, it would just be great if he didn't have to have these continued fights, because then he could have really taken an advantage from this, kept his stalkers alive a while, pushing the probes away from any kind of batteries Q2. The Oracle comes to help get a couple kills, so that's nice as well. And that's definitely going to, in the end, cause Fujumi to back away. And now Spats does have more workers. Now he does have more army supply. He just needed to wait for everything to come online, and the DTs bought him the time to do that.
Yeah, Fujumi has an extra upgrade, an extra 2 upgrades on Spats. That was his one advantage, but they're not going to materialize into anything, unfortunately. By the time +2 hits, he's already too far behind. Now trailing over or about 30 supply. Trailing in the worker count as well. So difficult to imagine a comeback here, but not nearly as impossible as the first game, I guess. It's a silver lining.
Yeah,
Less impossible.
I'm with you, man. Like, it's not impossible, but it's definitely a little bit rough, especially a fight like this right now where you just have so much of Spats and he can just take that trade. He does not have high ground to blink after those stalkers for a little bit, so he will be delayed in the chase. There's the Dark Shrine of Fujumi about to finish, but Spats has an Oracle at home, and he will, sorry, not an Oracle, an Observer at home. He also has the Oracle as well, so if he did need a Revelation, he could add that in too, as he gets even more pros with this Oracle actually talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely nasty. That's more mining time lost as well. I mean, I wonder what the income graph even looks like right now. It can't be pretty, right?
Yeah, just moments where Spats has taken more and more of a lead. It's been adding up, man. It's been adding up.
Oh, it's tough. Fujumi will find an opening here to pick off some probes, but on the other side, it is just so many stalkers for Spats, who blinks on confidently onto the natural base. The shield battery is unpowered, but even if it was powered, there would only be 2 stalkers to shield. And Fujumi tries to go for a pseudo base trade, but he's never going to win those against these numbers of Spats. So things looking as good as over here yet again. And the German youngster will defeat the other German youngster.
Yeah, the German youngsters take each other out as, well, Robo Facility will be dropping. I mean, like, you know, I guess the play is right. If you can nuke down the other Observer, DTs could still be a game ender, right? So maybe we'll rely on the DTs here as Fujumi. So it's just super important for Spats to keep A, his Observer alive, and B, the Oracle. That is detection he can always use to pretty much guarantee this game. It's only if those 2 units go down that I would say Fujumi has a chance in this, so it's basically a question of that, and yeah. Spats even building a cannon as well to help against potential DTs.
Yeah, that's very clever. Fujumi trying to proxy a Nexus in the corner, in the left-hand corner, but he is down to 6 probes to 24 of Spats. Yeah, his win condition is the DTs, but he's gonna have to do a lot of work to make those work at all, so I mean, it's a base trade. You know, those look chaotic enough that maybe you would think there's some sort of a chance, but it's on for Fujumi to also breach the new base of Spats, and Spats does have the economy to drop that, and subsequently to mine it with many more probes. Much better economy than for Fujumi, so the clock continues to tick.
I'm going to recall over here with these Stalkers. And because Spats has right-clicked on the Nexus, he takes some shots for a while. We lose the Oracle. Observer. Okay, the Observer's on the left-hand side. It's just got to stay clear of the Observer of his opponent. And like I say, the DTs can win this game. The Stalkers are in a much better spot, I would say, for Spats. He's going to leave the DT. Stalkers into DTs, or the DTs into the Observer. The Observer's stuck. Oh, the DT was stuck, sorry, and the Observer was not there. The Observer's just far enough back from Spats. Now only one DT. There are cannons too, right? So it's not just about that. And he is now manning off this base in the bottom, so I think we're going to be good no matter what. Yeah, in the end, right, if Spats needed to, you could just go camp out on that base. And that's why the cannon was so smart, because it gives you the backup plan just in case the detection gets sniped otherwise.
Yeah, Spats is very well aware of his loose condition, I suppose, as even during that fight, always kept the Observer way in the back, sieges it for the extra vision, but still way in the back, completely unreachable, so... You know, there's no nothing to suggest that Fujumi is gonna surprise his opponent with the gacha pickoff of the Observer. There's also the cannons, like you said. So Spats knows how the only way that he loses this game is. 5 probes now remaining for Fujumi, but not even mining. And here comes the last attack.
Yeah, the Observer took a shot, but this is where the cannons are very important too. The Observer sits very far back. Stays what? Kill the Observer! Kill the Observer!
Okay, go for it, Blink! Oh, does he get it? No!
Spats got it.
The Observer for Fujumi goes first.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of came down to that, man.
There.
Yeah, man. I mean, because the cannons, I mean, I guess maybe we could have built a cannon elsewhere still. I don't know. Oh, God, that was... It got closer than it maybe should have ever gotten, right?
For sure.
So,
absolutely.
Good on Fujumi making something of it, but good on Spats really taking as many precautions as possible to ensure that he was going to be okay, to ensure that he was going to have the best possible chance at not losing the massive lead which he'd built up. And I think just some very solid PvP from Spats, I think deservedly stays alive in this. And Fujumi played some good games this event, man. Just today, this one was not enough to stay in it, and he will unfortunately drop down. And that's our PvP wrapped up. At least one of our PvPs. Of course, it's Europe. We don't have less than 2 PvPs on a European ESL Masters Day, so...
Yeah, millions.
Yeah, millions. Well, if you say millions, that does mean 2. There is a second one later, Christiana versus Geralt. Before that, Spirit takes on Acro. I think that's going to be some good fun as well. Spirit, who's been on fire, and an Acro that can always kind of show up and, you know, push some of these top-level players. We'll see how aggressive he gets as well, because sometimes Acro can be a little cheesy. So yeah, that's what Europe is looking like. Spirit versus Acro, then Christiana versus Geralt, and then the heavy hitters, Raynor versus MaxPax, and Hero Marine versus Skillis to round out Europe today. Those games, they are looking good. I can already see the next lobby getting set up, so we'll go to the break that is required of us. And when we come back, it is going to be that TVT of Spirit taking on Acro.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have got more SC2 action still coming your way, Wardy and Cats, here for some Spirit versus Acro TVT action. Going to dive into this momentarily. Just before we do, a quick reminder, of course, you can get your tickets for the upcoming finals offline in Sweden on the 16th to 18th of June. Check out DreamHack.com/summer/tickets to get to book your ticket, and then you can get 20% off with the code StarCraft as well. So do that. Come join us in Sweden. We'd love to see you there. And yeah, we're gonna have hopefully a good time as we ready ourselves up into Royal Blood. Cats, talk to me a bit about what we maybe think of this TVT. Spirit a big favorite, but Acron maybe dangerous.
Yeah, Akron's always a little bit dangerous. He can be a very strong, aggressive player, but a tall order for him to take on Spirit. What's the score of these players, actually?
1-1. Spirit lost to Wayne.
Okay. And Akron? Who did he beat?
Acron beat... do you know this? I believe he beat DNS in a very close series. And he lost initially to Shadowin as well, so... The initial loss to Shadowin was also kind of pretty close, so he's been playing some close TVPs, but we haven't seen much, well, any TVT from him yet.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And a lot of Protoss players are kind of complaining about TVP right now, so there's that, and especially with Akron being as aggressive as he is. And even our wording in asking the question in itself should be a clue. Because we say, like, who did Spirit lose to, or you name who Spirit lost to, and then we ask who Akron beat, right? Which is... the opposite wording, because it's kind of surprising that both players are in the same position right now, with Spirit being the considerably stronger player, at least perceptually. So definitely knock around to try to make some magic happen here.
Yep, absolutely. Acron in the upper right and Spirit in the lower left-hand side, as we do already have a second Rax coming down, Cats. That's a fun way to play it.
It is a fun way to play it. It's the type of thing that can snowball. Multiple Reapers, right? You get the surprise element. Maybe, I don't know if you wait for your opponent to kind of engage onto you and then counterattack, or if you just go out on the middle of the map, and if you win the first Reaper fight, then maybe you can snowball too.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot about kind of what your opponent does. Obviously, do they give you the opportunity to do that even in TVT a lot of the time? Because a lot of the time the Reaper sits back, right? So usually if they sit back, you stack your 3 Reapers and then you go with 3, because obviously you don't want to lose one early. If they do, go on the map and you can get a catch 1-1 Reaper when you have 2 or so, that can obviously cascade a lot of the time into a very substantial advantage. So it's definitely one thing to think about as a CV just comes down from Spirit. He did go across the map to scout and got walled out of his opponent's base, so he might already be thinking a little bit of like, why were you so eager to make sure I didn't get in there? Why are you trying to hide a little bit? So maybe that's something that Spirit's thinking about. His initial Reaper just double-checked some nearby proxy locations, but not going to find anything. So he'll just hold back a bit defensively. He did open double gas, which means Reaper Hellion production starts for him. And he should be kind of fine with this, obviously, as long as you just don't take a... as long as you don't get, like, super out-microed in a Reaper war.
Yeah, and he's setting up for Aquaron, right? He's setting up with the CC on the high ground. He's not making any add-ons, just going straight for the Hellion. So the timing window is going to be very narrow for Aquaron to make something happen where he's going to have bigger numbers than Spirit can put up, and in fact it may not exist at all.
Yep, it may not, as do have just the Reapers of Acron still kind of sitting back at home. He's going to go to 5, which is a little bit more of a commitment, right? So we continue to build those, not just going to be the initial 3 and quit. It is going to go all the way to 5, keep on trying to set up with those, and well, he's going to get the first Hellion a couple shots deep, so that's nice, but there's just a lot of Reapers in the Hellion as well here, and I really don't feel like we should go up this ramp back around. That was way too committed. Like, just no need to run that far up so quickly. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's at the same time it's difficult because you did make that second barracks. You want to get something out of it, but Spirit was just completely prepared for it. Like I said, not getting any add-ons whatsoever on his factory before producing 2 Hellions, right? Just kind of expecting that Aquaron could be doing something like this, so... Unfortunate for him. However, Spirit is going to jump into Aquaron's main. Maybe there's an opportunity for Aquaron to kill a Reaper or 2 here.
Yeah, gets the 1. I mean, now he gets a second. That first one just kind of got a bit too deep. The Hellion does get a kill on the SCV build in the CC to delay that slightly, which means that Spirit will stay a little bit ahead on his own expansion. He's now going to start up a Banshee off the starport. No cloaking yet, but when he gets 100 gas, we'll see if he wants to start it. or if he's just somewhat happy building like a single Banshee just to kind of be like, surprise, you know, are you ready for a Banshee at home? Because especially with this build, the factory's a bit later from Acron, it's possible that he kind of skips by something like a Cyclone. In this case, it's not going to happen, but like I say, definitely something of a possibility.
Yeah, for sure. Gotta cut some corners when you're behind. It could very well have been that Cyclone, and then that could have lost you the game. So it's a skill check that Aquaron will most likely pass, but the Banshee will help keep Spirit safe against this potential over-aggression from Aquaron once again as he looks to cross the map with 5 Reapers and a couple of Hellions, one looking to soak up an inexisting grenade or an inexisting mine shot. And now with the 2 Cyclones, it should be easy for Spirit to defend.
Yeah, both those Cyclones just going to be coming out. The units of Acron turn away, back it up already. They just pull straight on back to the top side of the map. We have our Raven finishing on one side, Raven coming up from Spirit on the other. Siege Tank also producing through. And Acron going to get a barracks to attack lab and just play some swapsies as he continues to establish back at home. So, all said and done, Spirit, you know, survives, does well, puts himself on a worker lead already. Faster 3rd CC coming up from Spirit. What Acron will have, because of the initial stim, also is the fact that he's going to be able to go into that faster stim. So he'll have a little bit more bio control in this game. But yeah, this is hurting. The Reaper's a distraction, and the Raven Banshee shows up as a way to deal damage, and 9 SCVs go down.
Yeah, and the Mules are ordered to attack of all units, sadly, so they will miss out on some mining time themselves. And the Banshee finally will get taken down by this lock-on, so that's something, but 9 SCVs falling before then definitely bodes well for Spirit's chances.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. This is a just a fantastic lead. 13 workers is a massive setup. It's like I said, the only real advantage Acron's going to roll with here is going to be that much faster stim. 2-Rax typically does have that, so he's going to be a little bit more active on the map, but the problem is Spirit's done so much that I feel like Spirit will be very well set up defensively. And what Acron's really looking for is maybe like a drop into a main where there's no defensive units, and he can utilize that stim in full force to bring him back into this. Because otherwise, this game really ain't going that well for him. Like, it really isn't heading in the right direction. So, yeah, a little worried for our Red Terran player here. Our Spanish player who is definitely the underdog and needs to try and do something right now, I feel like, with this stim pack finishing. But like I say, it might just be too tall of an order.
Yeah, I would almost like for him to just produce an extra 2 medevacs, given that he has already 2 tanks with a 3rd in production, and just go for a Doom Drop and see what happens, right? Because with this setup, I mean, Spirit is very unlikely to be broken at the front, and loading up 2 medevacs isn't that great either if you only have 1 tank there or 2 tanks and very few amount of Marines. So difficult to imagine that Aquaron's gonna make much happen. He's making 2 Liberators, just hoping that Spirit completely skips the Vikings, but upon scanning him, he has to know that the air control won't be in his favor either, so the Liberators most likely will have to be used for harass instead, and Aquaron will drop a very delayed 3rd on location, which means, yeah, he has to make a lot happen with those Liberators.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Libs are just a case of he has no other real choice because his 3rd, as you say, hasn't started yet. It's super late, so I think the Libs are very much so a case of just trying to do something, and, you know, maybe they can get into harass, maybe they can catch a portion of the army, maybe they can do something for you, as we do get the Cyclone kill there, costs you the chasing unit, but I still just don't believe it. And I mean, we haven't still started the 3rd base, we're still just pumping out units, and it does look as though Acron is just going to commit at some point to try and end this game. And I still stand by it. If he's going to commit at the front, it's a very good setup for Spirit, especially Spirit. He's building his own Libs now as well, so we'll also have that kind of defensive line completely buffered and strengthened before this attack happens.
Yeah, so Aquaron doing more or less what we expected here, using the Liberators to try and harass. There's going to be 2 Vikings waiting for the one at the north. The one in the south is very likely to find something, but actually gets spotted by a Marine as well. Reroutes right away as it gets pushed back. The other one just gets taken down by Vikings in combination with turrets. So Spirit very well aware of his position, and this Liberator won't find anything. So Aquaron just empty-handed.
Empty-handed.
Okay, that's a lot of Marine.
Yeah, a lot of Marines. Anti-arm missiles go down. Obviously, Spirit's Marines are just not here because they were chasing down Libs and so on, but it doesn't really matter. Spirit was just so well set up. He dealt with the aggression quickly enough. He could focus and get Marines back to this fight. Acron knew he had to do something. He recognized he was absolutely all in. Just didn't matter at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Spirit was so
very
well set
tough.
up.
So well set up. I mean, so many tanks as well, right? Giving him a lot of buffer as well. Like shoot, things go south. I mean, there's so many tanks to break through, but Acro not with the perfect splits there to soak up the initial tank shots, and that was what was required of him. And on top of that, the anti-armor missile makes it so that the tanks are just super effective, extra effective against the Marines, where they're already in a favorable matchup. So tough luck for Aquadon.
Yep. Tough luck and some tough love. We will head ourselves into a game number 2. In just a moment, wait for this to get all hosted up, and we'll have ourselves a second map here. Spirit will be looking to improve to 2-1. We've obviously got Acron trying not to go 1-2. He would love to be 2-1 himself, but, you know, looking at the players, you know, 2-1 players right now in this group are Parstam, Shadone, Showtime, and Wayne. It does feel like, you know, if Spirit gets a win there, and one of Christiana/Geralt, Spirit getting a win, I would say is in a pretty good spot to win out and get into playoffs. And then obviously Acron going to 1-2 if the results continue the way that this series has started. Acron going to 1-2 would also potentially play against Drogo or DNS, Spats, and Battle B. And, you know, all those names feel very doable for Acron as well. So I feel like, you know, if the expected results comes out of this, whichever opponent they draw in the next round, both players are going to have a very doable and a very fun, you know, pretty even match. So, yeah, it almost feels like this series is just kind of like a part of the process, you know, get players into the right place and then see what we get at the end. So maybe it is just kind of destined to be Spirit getting this victory, because that's kind of what we all expected. Spirit's been amazing lately, and especially TVT-wise. I've been super impressed by his TVT recently, so...
Yeah, absolutely. He's been making his way consistently up into that upper echelon of European players, so surprising even that he is in this position to begin with, and kind of surprising, but from the other end that Aquaron is here. So yeah, completely agreed. The expected result is Spirit, and it should be a 2-0, but let's see if Aquaron can have something to say about that.
Let's find out. Gresvan's our map. Obviously, game 1 was pretty quick and to the point. Maybe Acron wants to do something similar and just bring the aggression, bring the fire. He could maybe proxy racks if he really wanted to up the ante. We'll see what he does in the bottom right-hand corner. Our red Terran from the Platinum Heroes, Acron.
Rubén Villanueva.
Beautiful.
And on the top left-hand side, it is Spirit. Piotr, I don't dare.
Oh, I was waiting for it, Cats. I was so ready.
No chance.
He's like, the name's Piotr. Just Piotr.
Just Piotr.
Yeah, just Piotr. I don't think we go further than that.
For Starlight Twinkle, pretty cool team name at least.
Yes, I feel like Starlight Twinkle is a team name that every person I've cast with this last 2 weeks has mentioned. Everyone's like, it's a cool name.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
It is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. But yeah, you know, like my mind has been stuck on that fujumi game as well. The
Yeah.
fujumi Spats.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it so much.
Hit me.
I mean, sure, yeah. Well, I guess the early game is dead, but I was thinking about the base trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I was thinking, okay, like the win condition was clearly to kill the cannons,
Yeah.
and then to kill the observer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Spats should have never let him kill the cannons. The army should have been in front, right?
Yes.
So that was, I think, number one hurdle that Fujumi overcomes. But then the second hurdle is maybe even more difficult because you have less stalkers and you have to attack into your opponent. So your opponent should have their observer in the back, right?
Yep.
So how do you do that? Because the observers are gonna spot each other, but by the time they spot each other, your opponent should be already in a better position to snipe your observer and with more stalkers. So I was thinking the only way that you can do it is by predicting where the observer would be, blinking in blind, and then moving the observer in, your observer in, and then you stand a chance.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you blink in and the observer's not there, then you just lose the game instantly, and you look foolish too, right? So
It's like Spats
Impossible
forgot his
decision.
observer in the main base or something. You're like, no, what?
yeah. I mean, that might even be the best play for Spats, is just to completely hide the observer until your opponent
until it's
exposes
needed.
themselves, because you have so much buffer.
Like
Yeah,
dead airspace until it's absolutely necessary or something.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
But yeah, I was thinking about it because it was such a tall order, right? It came so close, and yeah, it was so different.
It really
We're
was.
in a different series now, I guess. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I really didn't believe, and then I started believing at the very last second. It felt like.
This build wasn't super exciting anyways. Main difference between the two is a reactor instead of a second Reaper from Spirit. So now he will get a bit of an extra Reaper Hellion startup. So do you imagine this is a bit of a factor that he can maybe utilize, and we'll see if he can take an edge with what will be a bit more of an aggressive start. You see the Widow Mine from Acron, that can obviously help you defend against this, and both players will be heading pretty swiftly into the starport as well. continue into their next stage of the game.
Yeah. So yeah, nothing too crazy or interesting here. Widowmine will be out for Acro soon, so he's actually playing a little bit of a defensive stance, right? Like just maybe playing a little bit of a macro game and seeing how that bodes for him. But I mean, Spirit is so well practiced and so proficient at the macro games. Difficult to imagine he will be, beatable for Acro.
I actually don't know if Spirit lets Acron get into a macro game, because I think if Spirit gets off to just like a decent start, I think Spirit's got some very deadly pushes, which aren't all in or anything like Acron was last time, but just really good ways to pressure heavily while going up to 3 bases. And the way he's been playing those games lately, I'd be really surprised if Acron could hold it off. Like, just because Spirit's been so good with that style, so very, very excited to see if we get that and see that opportunity to arise. But for the moment, Acron just building a little Banshee. I mean, the Banshee for Spirit did well last game. Time for revenge.
Time for revenge indeed. Aquaron, a player who hasn't really been that active in recent history. At some point, he was making a little bit of a splash and trying to improve actively, asking for advice to multiple players, asking for different perspectives on how to get better. And that was really commendable because his nature is to be very aggressive and to be somewhat creative and to play on his opponent's side of the map and try to confuse him and create openings for himself. So I've never really seen him as a macro player, not a proficient one anyway, and that is why this sort of opener can be a little bit scary. But maybe if the Banshee gives him a little bit of a leeway to work with, if he can do well enough, then maybe he can play from an advantageous position and have a chance.
Yeah, very plausible. Banshee currently just chilling to the upper right side of the main, and you have a Raven coming in from both players here. The Raven's already 2 out from Spirit, so the Banshee has delayed Raven production from Acheron. And as we hit at the front, kind of a similar move to what Spirit did, right? Harass one location, get the Banshee in position on the other, perhaps. Just going to hit one Marine down at the front and now get the Banshee in, which there's a Cyclone very nearby, and this Banshee going to have to go running, and it's just going to commit for, what, 3 SCVs maybe? Now it hits the Cyclone. Not great.
Yeah, it could have been 3 SCVs if he targeted one of the ones in the gas as popping out of the gas before it could return, maybe. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, 2 SCVs is what he was always going to be guaranteed, but that's a great response from Spirit to get the Banshee down. Acheron did go back to Raven production after that, so, again, trying to play that kind of macro game, 2 Ravens against 2 Ravens. Similar setups as far as the third is concerned. And Spirit playing a little bit conservative might bode well for Aquaron, and he does have even worker counts, and he does have a little bit of a supply lead at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
No, I mean, Acron definitely has a couple of edges here. Third CC a little bit behind Spirits, but not by much, just morphing into an orbital now. And yeah, I mean, Spirit does have 1 started, so that's an advantage. Acron does not even have engineering base, so that's actually a pretty sizable lead. Upgrades obviously don't matter so much if you're running headfirst into tanks, but if you do get some of those fights where Marines need a buffer for a long time, or it's just Marine on Marine, upgrades are massive in a TVT. Marine upgrades, especially just because Marines hit so often, the effect of that upgrade really becomes seen very quickly. So yeah, the 1-1 from Spirit might be a pretty big deal, and it's not like Acron is doing something that requires him to skip over +1/+1. It's not like he's just going to hit a timing sometime soon. Like, he's setting up for a longer game, so I would have liked to see those engineering bases. I don't think they needed to be so late.
Yeah, and there they are, but I think that's just a byproduct of how this early game has gone. Like, Acron tried a couple of things that didn't work out, so he had to cut a few corners to be as close in supply and worker counts, etc. as Spirit is. So that is the advantage manifest for Spirit, is those upgrades, and that kind of puts Acron on a little bit of a timer where, yeah, he's gonna start falling behind. He does start his upgrades now, so now that creates a window where Spirit is going to be ahead in upgrades at every point, provided that he continues to upgrade as soon as he can. But yeah, definitely Acron a little bit on the back foot, but a very playable game still.
Yep, very playable. I mean, it's just a couple workers difference. In TVT, I am almost never really feeling as though someone's like down and out until like it's a super massive difference, because the defensive nature of TVT means that ending the game is extremely difficult to do. So even if someone has like a bit of an army lead or a bit of a work lead, it's very hard to take that and turn it into something that tangibly ends the game. So there's always a lot of comeback potential in TVT just by defending very well, making your own moves, taking your own positions. Because of course, you only have to defend until you're maxed out yourself, and then it's not like your opponent necessarily usually has a much better army than you. So yeah, there's a lot of turnaround potential in TVT. Because right now these two medevacs are not going to do a turnaround, even though they got spotted. And that's a massive mistake.
Oh, huge Acro! That's a big pickoff, and look at the supply now.
Yeah, he just drops like 20 supply, and that's the difference in the game. It was pretty even otherwise, so suddenly Spirit, a little bit YOLO down the bottom. Again, when spotted, he should have really turned around. He just got a bit greedy, believed it wouldn't have mattered, and said, I'll get in there anyway. How close can you be with the defense? Well, he was that close with the defense, and you don't do anything with those medevacs, so yeah, put Spirit into an awkward spot. Spirit, who's also got way less Vikings, has been focusing way less on air control this game. And that's obviously a little bit rough because air control does a lot for you in TVT, so Acro not only takes an army supply lead, but potentially a little bit of a composition lead as well. Air control, again, just mattering that much in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful from him. Spirit does start 2-2 very timely, so Acro is going to want to do the same thing if he wants to keep up and kind of scale as well as Spirit will be. But yeah, that was beautiful moves. I mean, defensively, Acro being the underdog, I don't expect is going to be the player that has those turrets set up in time, that is expecting this sort of thing, that has the Vikings, and that uses the Raven so proficiently as well, shutting down the medevacs right away, right? Like, that didn't do anything for Spirit. And if it was a clip of just that to show the game, it feels like it's Spirit who is getting desperate and Acro who is the more proficient macro player just for that moment, right? And now with a very good position here, what is the Viking count on Spirit's end?
Like 7 now. He's been building it up slowly the last few moments. He did start a build in, realizing it might be important. Loads up a double drop. If Acro cannot break through, stuff like double drops can be very powerful, right? Because you can really begin to punish your opponent for focusing so much on this side. We're going to stim up as the tanks are re-sieging. So we get to the high ground, a couple of matrixes, and this orbital just straight up drops. So Acro gets that kill. More important than ever that Spirit across the map does something with his own group of Marines and medevacs. He's going to have a pretty hefty warning of... Yeah, but look what Acro has. He has a lot too. Spirit's just going to jump on this army and then maybe try and take this into a much larger fight across the map too. But I think Acron's positioned himself wonderfully in this game. And right now it feels like Acron is... Well, obviously, not just feels like, he absolutely is 100% in a lead. Can he get this army home and rejoin with everything else? This is Spirit's moment. He's going to jump on all of the air units. A bit of a misplay from Acron going back and forth and lost a little bit more than I would have liked there. That was just not really needed to be kind of so expensive. Now we will get joined back up with the rest of the army. Spirit is going to maybe be able to take a fight. He does have 2-2 against 1-1 cats.
Yeah, and the siege is late for Acro going up that ramp. Now Spirit is going to commit down the ramp. Only one tank remaining. And the spread is decent. The medevacs are going to help out. And with the Vikings landing, it looks like Spirit is going to break on through to the other side.
That is a perfect example of just how good upgrades can be in TVT, because not a single tank of Spirit fought that entire time, and obviously the tanks of Acro were just absent from the fight for the most part. There was one at the very end as Spirit is going to get counted through, and a lot of these tanks will go down, but overall it's still Spirit coming out heftily ahead, and he's just killed a bunch of SCVs as well, something that Acron did not do himself. Yes, Acron killed that base off, but Spirit's about to have a replacement, so we're getting back to 4 base versus 4 bases. And I do think that Spirit is putting himself into very good position. Man, what a few moments between these two. And from such a hopeful position, it just shows you just how good Spirit is, right? Because he really just turned this around and saw his opportunity and absolutely grasped it head first the moment he had it.
Yeah, capitalizing beautifully was Spirit. I mean, some very good glimmers of hope here for Acron. I mean, I was making noises. That was the unexpected for me, right? It's like I really didn't expect to make any noises in the serious world. I'm not gonna lie, but he had me making noises, so that's gonna be a good thing. I mean, Acron put up a great fight, but now Spirit in a very commanding position.
Acron's going to hold this position against the Liberators. Smart, because the couple of Vikings were working through it. So it's very good that he built up a couple new Vikings, because the Liberators otherwise would have done very well for Spirit. And it's very easy just to say, scrap Vikings, I need everything else right now. But yeah, they're just saving the game, because if Libs were set up right now and there's no Vikings, that is huge. A Spirit is likely going to lose this base again. He doesn't have a lot of defensive units, and it's a lot of Marines over here, so Spirit has to respect this. Orbital lifts off, a few Marines of his own gonna run in. We will repair, we lose the Liberator. SCVs are dying, and Acro getting some damage himself.
Oh my god! I mean, and the supply has shifted back in his favor. Acro strikes back yet again. We'll scout the transition as well for Spirit into the double starport. And yeah, there is yet hope for the Spaniard.
There is indeed. Just another nice play, and this time it was really just showing the difference in this game was workers, and he just knocks down a whole bunch of workers. Spirit does keep on expanding, does try and keep on getting into more and more of these bases. A couple of shots coming off. Orbital Command has to lift off, and we're still not mining off this base at the moment. Acron gets his 2 medevacs back home, and well, Spirit just going to decide it's time to unsiege and back away, but maybe Acron can chase. The medevacs lift up and get the tanks out of there, though, so yeah, we actually end up in what a pretty
Spirit
even
with
game,
the disengage. Very, very cool. I mean, it's so surprising. Acron really hanging in there and punching back when he has to. This has been a treat of a game, surely. I mean, Spirit managing to disengage there, kind of like a little bit sad because it's what Acron wasn't able to do. That's how he lost his initial lead. And Spirit did make that 5th CC, right? Like, Spirit maybe the best player in the world at making command centers.
Yeah. He is, he's very good at the macro, and he's very good at just making sure there's always a CC on the way, so that's his advantage coming out of this, the 5 bases, and Acron will max a little sooner. He has got about a 35 army supply lead, pumping 16 Marines at a time. He's got 4 extra tanks as well, a couple Vikings to 1 Liberator in the skies. Spirit just making a lot of investments to the future still, not just in CCs, but, you know, Fusion Core, 2nd Armory. These are things which are all well and good until, you know, you die in the next few moments. But if he doesn't die in the next few moments and having, you know, ranged Liberators and a crap ton of Vikings, is going to become very difficult for Acron to break through. So just 2 very different approaches as this game comes out of this very aggressive stage. And we'll see which goes better. I think in general it should be Spirit favored, just based on the fact that I don't think Acron's going to suddenly show up and kill Spirit in the next minute or 2.
And yet that is his win condition, so I mean, he better look for it. He has a much larger army. I wouldn't mind unsieging every tank. He's going to leave 1 at the natural, 1 at the 3rd, and 2 more are rally towards the 3rd. This pays off. His Spirit goes for a counter offense, but you know, it makes it so that his army is not that massive. Actually, this could pay off, as Spirit is kind of circling around. He will spot the army of Acron, and this might be the go time for Spirit. But if Acron can siege these 3 tanks, it will be a very expensive break on through. And actually, the scan misses the 3 tanks to the side. This is a good position for Acron to be very taxing on the side of Spirit, and on the other side, I mean, he stands a very good chance of doing a lot of damage with a massive army. Acron is taking Spirit to the aquarium right now.
He is, man. I mean, this was still a bit, I mean, messy all around. We are going to kill this base off, so base for a base. Spirit's defenses, they are just lacking a little bit. A few Vikings going to chase some medevacs. Got to be careful and control those, because any amount of air control could be game-changing at this stage. Doesn't look like Spirit wants to go any further forward again. Acron just instantly into like 60 Marines. And if Spirit comes back, he's got to be careful, because this army of his is just tanks. There's no Marines to support it or anything. So he's just got to be very careful he doesn't get jumped on by Acron, as he'll likely lose this base. I don't think there's much you can really do to save that. Acron down a bunch of workers. It's still go time for him.
Yeah, 3 base against 3 base. Still Acron with the army lead. Supplies are very similar. Spirit, like you said, with a better economy, but not the real state to really exploit that for the time being. He has been reset. A couple of CCs have died, and you know, he's making another one, but that's not going to kick in for a while. So Acron still with pretty decent chances in this game. It all will come down potentially to one final fight. Spirit does have, I think, the better upgrade still. Oh, no, actually, they're 3-3 each. Spirit does have the extra upgrade for his tanks, which will help against Marines quite a bit. But otherwise, still anyone's game.
I do like the 8 Vikings, 6 Liberators. That's very very good at breaking tank lines, and so I think that goes a long way. But what Acron has is a crap ton of Marines. And Marines can obviously swarm, especially if Spirit is unsieged, not ready to fight. That's what Acron can do very well. Or if he just surrounds, and you could maybe argue there's potentially even a little bit too much air with how many Marines there are, depending on the position the fight happens in. It's rough right now, though. Like, if you get siege like this this is difficult, as Spirit does not want to run into tanks, though. Like, that's what the
Acron had the scan, and Acron had the scan, and he looked at this army. When it's sieged, like you say, there's no chance in that engagement. right? If you catch it in the middle of the map and your army's in a position to jump it, go for it. Stim on forward and do everything. Aquaron's gonna go for a 360 surround MLG. Is it going to be enough? I kind of doubt it. I would have much rather him gone for the base trade, but if it works for Detroit. He can do it. Can he do it?
I feel like it would have been good to have already gone when Spirit has a few Marines and Lib's kind of still pointing down the right side. Because now it feels like Spirit can put all of his attention to the other direction. Acron is waiting. He's unsieged. He's ready to go. And I see Spirit is going to get jumped on now.
He's going. Here we go. It's a 360 round. It's going to be enough. He has so much. Aquaron. The Liberators putting in the work that they can, but Aquaron will push on through yet again. I mean, the supply doesn't really tell the full story here. Spirit still in a very good position if he manages to defend this counterattack. But will he be able to? He has to get all of his tanks in position. It is not good enough to have him tucked in. He has to defend his expansions. That is the advantage that he holds right now.
Akron's going to try and reestablish a base on the right-hand side. Also moving through at the center. I mean, it's just... The problem is, the previous fight is because Spirit's out on the map, right? Now this fight is going to be Spirit defending locations, and Acron has to try and work Spirit out of position on those locations. It seems unlikely. Sensitower is tracking this army of Acron very well. Spirit jumped on a couple of tanks already, knowing the kind of things he needs to do to be in the best possible position to hold this. Given time, Spirit's mind with 40 more workers, he might not be able to save this forward base. I honestly don't know if he needs to save this forward base. You know, maybe just send, you know, a new CC to the top side or something like that. But he's just ahead anyways without this base, so I just don't feel like he needs to over-defend it if it's going to cost him, but he did get relocated in time, and now Libs are likely going to get at least one tank. The medevac lift is good, though. Good job from Acron. Good micro.
Yeah, very well done. I kind of wish that that base had gotten sieged from the low ground. I completely agree with you. It doesn't need to get saved. It's just a buffer of time for Spirit to get set up further back, but it also was kind of the base that Aquaron should have taken most easily. So maybe just sieging it from the low ground and denying the mining and sieging the planetary fortress would have been best. Instead, angles to where, you know, if he takes that base down in the fight, he can take another base and potentially close out the game. But now time heavily favoring Spirit, 65 workers to 23. If Aquaron can get remaxed, we are talking again. But Spirit is going to have an opening, and I think he understands my economy is much better. I am in a good position to trade. So he's going to move out on the map and try to make something happen. Aquaron has to take an excellent engagement to even just hang on to this game.
Yep. I mean, it's just rough, right? I mean, Spirit is nigh on maxed out. Acron is not. Acron had to go, and he stalled. He waited, he paused. And then Spirit can do little things like you drop over here, getting a few SCVs. I mean, that was literally 20% of or more of Acron's economy right there with that one drop. Acron doesn't have a lot of economy, and Spirit sees this army over here, so he just lives, and obviously just chasing down a little bit too. Very confident play, and he clearly feels good right now. He clearly feels as though he can take some of these fights. He's looking for these fights. Acron still has more army supply, cats, do not get me wrong. We'll see if he can make the fight happen. It's still very air dominant from Spirit, so maybe again, the swarm of Marines, the 360 MLG no-scopes around, can hit Spirit straight in the headshot. Like that.
That would be really nice, but no. Spirit's gonna get set up. That ain't it. Yeah, Aquaron is coming in from every which angle, but the tanks are very clumped up. There's a lot of them. A Marine buffer is luckily Aquaron not there. The Liberator's not yet sieged, but now they will get sieged to 8 here, and the tanks are not even gonna have time to get sieged on the side of Aquaron. This is the last fight of the game by the looks of it. What a fight that the Spaniard put up against the Polish Titan. But it has come to an end by the looks of it, and yeah, very enjoyable series overall. A pricing game from an Acron that looked like a top-tier competitor, quite honestly, in this game.
Yeah, no, really cool to see. I mean, obviously, Spirit brought it back initially, but Acron then, had the resolve to kind of get back into it himself, to fight back, and, really, again, make something of it, even though Spirit had seemingly undone all of the advantages Acron had, so... Great effort, Acron. Again, just so close to being so great. I've always felt like he's on that verge as a player and just shows moments of amazing and then just needs that little bit of a push, that little bit of a bump to just get on over the hurdle and to keep that, to get some more consistency. We do have our army of Acron moving around the left-hand side, and we do have Spirit about ready to come diving into position to defend. I mean, there's 4 tanks. About to be 5, but, I mean, there's just not enough from Acron, and you can see Spirit has too much here. It's a 2-0. But absolutely not a boring 2-0, not a dominant 2-0. The second game was very hard fought, and Spirit only just manages to grab the win at the end.
Yeah, even looking at the stats post game, like only 40 seconds of supply capped for Acro, so playing a clean macro game, quite honestly. And yeah, I'm very surprised because it wasn't just a close series, it was a close series on Spirit's grounds in the macro game, where Acron looked pretty good, where Acron looked competitive, and that I could have never predicted. So he had me excited for a little while there. I thought Acron was kind of like, you know, just qualifying because he can qualify type thing, and not putting in a lot of work. But this game makes me think that he's probably pretty serious about things right now, because he played like an absolute beast. So props to him. But the expected winner will of course win and yeah, get his 2-1.
2-1 it is for Spirit. He's going to be moving on up, getting that win here. And keeping us going through the day. That match actually gets us over the halfway marker of our matches today. So Spirit takes the 2-0 over Acron. And now we've got ourselves Christiana versus Geralt up next. And then again, we've really been hyping up the end of the day, or at least I have been. I really am excited for Reno versus Maxpax, Hero Marine versus Skillis, Special versus Trigger, and Kelazur versus Estrella. 4 matches in a row that are all sending players to playoffs. Cats is making noises, and if that TVT had him making noises and the schedule has him making noises, you should know what to expect. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Christiana and Geralt will be our last mirror matchup of the day. So we'll see you in a few.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back once again as we head into our last mirror match of the day, another PvP in Europe as Geralt and Christiana take to the stage and ready up. And yeah, I mean, an exciting one I think, Cats, because to me, Christiana and Geralt are always players that can push for that playoff position. They're never guaranteed it, I think it's fair to say. They've all, both had seasons where they've made it. They've both had seasons where they've been very close, and some seasons where they've just flopped. Playing against each other, obviously a good chance for one of them to take a step towards those playoffs and the other to then be on lifeline support. So, yeah, an important match. PvP that I personally feel can go either way. I feel maybe Christiana's played and practiced a bit more recently, but Geralt is never a slouch. And between two players that play all the time as well, and a lot of different online cups. So, just a lot to talk about, more or less.
Oh yeah, diametrically opposed as far as like their playstyles as well. Like Christiana, a hyper-aggressive, kind of surprising many build type player. Geralt, more of the straightforward, like always open 2 gates and go into the macro game. So if we get into those macro games, I think that'll be Geralt's comfort zone. He just has to survive the onslaught that is Christiana. Both equally proficient, I think, at what they do. Bookkeepers have him at 50-50 pretty much. So anyone's game.
Anyone's game. In the bottom right, we are going to see our Blue Pros player who will always build 2 gates on the high ground no matter what the map is or what sort of ramp situation is. Geralt, he just doesn't like playing low ground pylons and gateways.
Exacto. And a player that is very difficult to predict, hyper-aggressive at times, it is the youngster, Christiana.
It always feels like Christiana's just had so many seasons of, obviously in the past DreamHack regionals where I feel as though he was always so close. He was always just nearly ready to make playoffs, and he was just like a couple matches away. It's like, no, not like this. So nearly, but yeah, sometimes never quite enough. Excited to see what he can bring today. Like I say, great opportunity for either of them. And, if these players get it into that 2-1 scoreline, we're talking about some of the players early that are also going to be at 2-1. They are going to be able to have, maybe opponent dependent, but I definitely think that these guys can take wins off of anyone in the 2-1 category right now. So a very doable path to the playoffs. They might not be favorites in the 2-1 category, but they would definitely have a good chance. So it, like I say, getting a chance to have that chance basically by winning the series. A lot on the line. We drop our Cybercore at the front. No surprise to see Christiana attempting to go into initially at least just the 1-gate expansion play, as Geralt does indeed add on gateway number 2, the Cybercore, the 2-gate. Like I said, he really does this every time. And with that block is slowing down Christiana's expansion as well.
Yep, the probe won't be so lucky. Actually tries to do the LeBron, but out here. And Christiana does get the kill. But yeah, I actually had a chance to talk quite a bit of StarCraft with Geralt after Atlanta. We went on vacation, shut down. Geralt and Geralt's girlfriend, Dominica. We went to Florida, and that was like an 8-hour drive to the parks. And we got to talk a lot about StarCraft. And of course, one of the questions I posed was, why do you open 2 gates every time, right? Like it feels like you're setting yourself behind oftentimes, and it's awfully predictable. But Geralt's answer was basically that he feels extremely confident in the late game if he can get there. So 2018 Serral-esque type answer where he's just gonna do the same thing, because if he gets to his comfort zone, then he's extremely strong, and this is how he knows to get to his comfort zone safely and not dying to any silly stuff early on. So might bode well against a player like Christiana who does like to mix things up and surprise you.
Yeah, that's very true. Christiana, is like that, but right now it's just all about the macro expansion coming down. He was building a Stargate. It's finished up already. Going to go Oracle to start. And it's been a while since I've seen some Phoenix versus Phoenix PvP. And, really getting into that kind of Phoenix wars. Someone decides to try and dive into carriers. That ain't going to be it here, most likely, as if they both build an Oracle, it's very much so a case of they just both have the same. And it doesn't really make too much sense to go heavy into Phoenix after that. Maybe one Phoenix to hunt an Oracle down to stop it lingering around behind a base, but yeah, at the moment just one Oracle each. And it's Christiana's that will arrive a little sooner on the other side. And if Geralt isn't ready for that, although he's got a battery coming up, then yeah, this should be pretty minimal damage done. Both batteries and both mineral lines, again, really playing to that idea of if I just don't take damage and I just don't die early, I'm going to be very comfortable. So doing everything he can to make sure that is going to be the outcome of this early game.
Yeah, and luckily for Geralt, he did sneak out a couple of extra probes in this early game to help him transition. The Stalker is going to be here as well as the battery ready here. So the first Oracle is not going to be able to do too much. And there isn't really a second Oracle yet for Cristiano. Instead, he's going to go for a Phoenix, but there's going to be an opening perhaps for Geralt to do some damage with his own Oracle, especially at the natural. And neither base, actually, there is a shield battery yet, and only one Stalker here. So good start for Geralt.
Yep, good start so far. Gonna get 2-3 probes knocked down immediately, and now this Phoenix gonna come chasing this Oracle as well. Oracle is gonna go down, so that's the benefit of having made this. So we try and recall. It's in time. Gets out.
Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as he starts getting shot at, you wanna recall. Geralt not paying attention right away, but still getting the recall off just in time, right? Like it felt like maybe 2 more shots would have killed him, maybe even 1. So just in the nick of time, identifying that he could still save the Oracle. Of course, the worst case scenario is you waste your recall and your Oracle dies. So very nice that Geralt is able to save that, and now has a second Oracle to work with, as well as his own Phoenix to push back Cristiano. Cristiano tries to tank the shot of the Phoenix with his own Oracle as he repositions it back, and tries to gain an advantage there, and he will actually be successful in that. Turns around with his Phoenix, and he should have the kill. They're beautiful moves from the young Polish player.
Cute little play early on in this PvP. Blink now coming up on both sides. You see a gateway and a pylon coming up as well from Geralt. Continue to get this going, and he is going to go and
Other side?
maybe add a little bit. Yeah, sorry, Oracle's diving in the mineral line, going to find themselves 6 kills. Talking about getting some damage done, and Geralt going to open up a good worker lead. As yeah.
Stalker's shielding in. Beautiful moves here from Geralt, anticipating that the Oracle's retreat would get cut off and moving his Stalkers to account for that. Just brilliant move from those Stalkers.
Very nice catch, very nice play, and yeah, just shutting down the Oracle threat. So now you don't have to worry about that so much anymore. We see Cristiano does have a faster blink. I don't think, well, he still has the Revelation on those Stalkers, so he knows they're over to the right side, but I don't think he can close the gap soon enough to punish them for still being on the map. And as blink finishes, we will see if Cristiano can do anything here. See Geralt setting up defensively. Interestingly enough, doesn't take the triangular base. The triangular base is usually better against blink because it protects the blink into the main base, right? So taking that upward third instead. We'll see how that plays out for Geralt. Obviously, you can see Cristiano taking the more expected, in my eyes at least, triangular setup. And currently just poking, no kind of nearby warpins available, so it's hard to really do much here.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone in chat was asking who is the Polish one. They're both Polish. I would argue Geralt a little bit more Polish and Cristiano a little bit more chaotic. People. We haven't had Fear Dragon here for too long, Wardy. I had to.
Oh, it's like, man, I cast for 3 Dragon like 3 days ago. No, it was like... my brain just like went back a couple days.
Well, Oracle will fall at the natural, but not before killing 3 additional workers, which puts Geralt now at an over 10 worker lead. Beautiful job from him.
Yeah, that's very true, right? Just 10 worker lead. Army supply a little bit favoring Cristiano, but, you know, that army supply kind of needs to go and do something soon. Otherwise, you are just sitting behind on workers, and eventually Geralt will not just catch up, but also surpass you. So that definitely feels like a pretty big deal. Our Stalker's coming over. Geralt's just going to knock down those rocks before he takes a step back. Blinks in! Oh, that's horrible, because you now have Blink on cooldown as well. The cooldown doesn't reset during this stasis, so that's going to mean that they can't Blink out, and it gives Geralt more time to get more units here to fight them when they come out. I'm going to maybe Blink the 4 Stalkers on the left side to the high ground to harass. I was thinking with the Phoenix showing up, but it turns out we're actually just going to get ready to take the fight, so here we go. Like I say, no Blink available on those right side Stalkers, and Cristiano move commanding a big chunk of time there. And if he blinks now, he's just going to get blinked on as well. And he moves back around the right side. Absolute disaster. I think that's those rocks getting knocked down that Geralt did just before this fight.
Yeah.
That actually allows him to cause a misplay from Cristiano, and Geralt should just go hunting across the map at this stage.
Yeah, so many 5-hit moves here from Geralt in this match. He has played a wonderful game. I feel like nice, and he will take the victory. I feel like I've heard that before, but I tend to forget that the blink doesn't reset on the stasis. So I'm so glad when you bring information like that, because I'm like, oh, like, you know, like that's the kind of thing that's really nice to know ahead of time as well, and not be like, oh, why didn't they blink?
why didn't he blink?
Cats, yeah. So yeah, Geralt, beautiful game 1.
Actually, a really nice game 1 from him. Just very solid. Some cool catches on Oracles. Really held his own and shown us why he should be confident in situations like that. Christiana just getting a little bit antsy. But the thing is, Christiana was right to make a blink in like that. Obviously, into the States was disastrous, but he needed to do something. He was down a lot of workers. He identified that. He had the army lead. He knew that was his moment. Just Geralt knew it was going to be his moment, set up around it, and sort of said, hey, look, take it, you know? Oh, you know, you need to come and kill my army. There it is, just sat in the open, no bad. Oh, sorry about that. There's a stasis sword, huh? So, yes, outside of that, I thought it was a very cool situation. And we'll be,
yeah, it was 5-head, right? It was a debate.
Yeah,
I mean, we gotta credit the players when they go for that kind of stuff. Again, the move with the Stalkers to shield the Oracle, anticipating that his opponent would go for the Oracle. At least the Phoenix was gonna be there, right? So, and it's just really good preemptive ahead of time thinking from Geralt. It really shows that his mind and his head is in this game. And that is the kind of detail that you can focus on when your build is super polished, when you do the same thing all the time, right? You know what the options are, you know what the ramifications of every move are. And that is where Christiana needs to make something happen to make the game chaotic, to put the game in a state where Geralt is not familiar with, not comfortable with, at least not at the level that Christiana can bring that chaos to, because he is one of the best players in Europe, quite obviously. He's here, he's playing, and he's been highly competitive, so yeah, he has to muddy the waters here.
On the top left-hand side, our blue Protoss from Storm Gaming, taking that 1-0 lead. It is Geralt.
420 Blazer, it's Christiana!
Love it.
Both pylon on the high ground. Very short map, to be fair.
Short map, no ramp. Makes sense, obviously. You know, unless you're max packs, you don't try and expand on these maps, so... It's actually really crazy, because max packs... you know, after all this time, I would have never predicted he could still get away with the low ground expand, without everyone else also figuring how to get away with it. Because max packs has shown how you do it. He's shown, well, I know I get the forge at this time, in this situation, I get a cannon here and a cannon there, and that's how I defend against certain things. And nobody can replicate it, or nobody feels it's worth trying to replicate because it's so difficult to do. So I've always been very impressed with that about max packs and this PvP. I know PvP's been a specialty a long time, but just ridiculous that we're still at that kind of point where just no one else tries it, even though it's been a thing for a long time at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like, that is the case when a player is kind of like smart enough to come up with their own build orders, and kind of smart enough to figure out all of the ramifications from those build orders as well, to play their own meta and be confident enough that they're looking for the solutions on their own without help of their peers, right? Because no one else is doing it. So you have to figure out every situation. And that's where if you try to replicate it, well, now you have to account for every situation kind of on your own, or just study max packs in every situation, and that's your only source of information, source of practice potentially. So yeah, it's very impressive what a player can do if they just kind of like do the same thing all the time, every time.
Yep, absolutely. As Cybercore's coming through in a couple of moments, probes are on the way in. And just seeing a couple of adepts building on both sides of the map. Warp gate coming up. Just seeing that probe chasing probe. But yeah, 2 adepts each is always fun because you've got that potential to dive into a mineral line and to get some damage dealt. So definitely kind of expecting that may be the case here. We'll see who can defend the adepts better. It's also possible the adepts run into each other and have a trade out. So maybe we can avoid that, as it looks as though they're both ready to expand.
Yeah, pretty much mirrored builds. Now a Stargate going down on the side of Geralt. A little bit faster than Christiana to his tech, where Christiana is going to be making 2 Stalkers, which will aid in the defense if these 2 Adepts don't meet up somewhere in the middle of the map. That will or could bode well for Christiana, right? On the other end of things, Christiana has to clear this pylon and has to reveal his Adepts in the process, because Geralt trapped 2 probes, and that is a wonderful move from him.
Very cute. Doesn't happen all the time, but very fun, and it does trap them for a while. The 2 adepts reveal themselves, so a lot of uses to it. His own adepts getting blocked on the shade. He will commit to the shade only so he can recall and get out, but he just gets away.
Just gets away. I can't help but to feel that Geralt could have waited longer on that shade, knowing exactly where the units of Christiana is or are. Wait for Christiana to shade out and then try to go in, right? And then, you know, if the block doesn't happen, if Christiana's not paying attention, then the Stalkers are gonna take a little while to kill those Adepts, and you stand to do a little bit more probe damage. as Geralt is once again going for the Oracle, but there's already 2 Stalkers on site for Cristianer. Cristianer is also going for the Phoenix, and if he sticks around with the Phoenix defensively, he could be in a very strong position to not take any damage and take the lead in this game.
He is instead going to send it up the right-hand side of the map, though. Phoenix going to go hunting, see what it can do. The couple of Adepts trying to get in, but Geralt turns the probe around and gets the block off. And yeah, I guess this Phoenix really is just for gathering info. Unfortunately, that means the Oracle is going to get in. There are multiple Stalkers here, and Geralt didn't activate it. Maybe could have found something. Doesn't get a single probe, just backs on out. As he is building a second Oracle, you've got to be wary now of the fact there is Phoenix, though, right? So the Phoenix will be able to hunt that down. Cristiano also going to go for an Oracle, so everyone's figuring out their way of getting set up here, Stargate-wise, in this PvP.
Yeah, Cristianer did pull back the Phoenix, and it was standing right next to the Oracle, but out of vision. So luckily for Geralt, he stops moving it at the right time and stops paying attention, and the Phoenix doesn't find it as a result. Second Oracle is now out for Geralt. And yeah, he definitely could have killed that probe in the middle there, but that would have cost him an activate of the Oracle. So yeah, I was wondering whether that was worth it or not, because he was only ever going to get that one probe that was just kind of lingering between the bases, whereas now he has a lot more potential to spend a lot of energy on multiple probes, but Cristianer is very well set up to not allow that to happen.
Yeah, really is up until this point, as we have a blink starting up on both sides of the map. Let's get that blink up, Oracle coming around the top. It's going to turn around, actually, and a couple of Adepts get in. Geralt finally going to have a chance to deal some damage here, but so many Stalkers. And he's not going to get done with the Adepts, but the Oracle gets 3 workers. And a cute move from Geralt, does get in, does find damage. Has another Oracle still at home, of course, as well. And this one might have to try and figure out a way home, maybe a recall, as he does drop it immediately this time. I was just checking if he had energy.
Yeah, very cute move from Geralt, using the information that Cristianer had against him, because Cristianer revelated one of the Oracle. That Oracle pulled back while the other one kind of avoided the vision of his brother and went all the way around to try and find damage, and thus find it as a result. So again, very clever moves from Geralt.
Yep, very solid stuff, very well done. Oracle turns here, drops a revelation down on a few Stalkers once again, so doing a very good job of that. And now just back to, well, Nexus building, blink on the way up on both sides of the map. Both players readying this up, and a couple extra Stalkers getting warped in on the corners, and we still have the 2 Oracles of Geralt heading down through the south and heading toward the natural very shortly.
Yeah, this is swift movement from Geralt, right? Not wasting a lot of time here, as now they are gathering at the natural, waiting for their opportunity. And yeah, coming from and testing multiple angles here from Cristianer. So he pulls the units to the main, and now he is going to try for the natural. Moves out with the Stalkers as well to gather some information. There are plenty of Stalkers this time around for Cristianer at the natural, whereas there are only 3 on the main. So Geralt's best move, should he guess, would be to kind of jump the mineral line in the main from the right side, but kind of difficult task, as he doesn't have God vision.
Geralt does catch vision with the Watchtower, though, of these Oracles moving up the top, and it's actually kind of cute, because the Oracles didn't see the Adepts on the Watchtower because they arrived after they passed over, so he probably wasn't expecting the defense, and we actually do get an Oracle kill, so works out very well. Another Stalker or 2 in the main to put some damage out. Very nicely done. And look at this, 2 Adepts going to shade into the 3rd base. The Oracle's still ready to strike elsewhere as well. The Stalker's now pulling back because of that. They cancel the shade, but the Adepts are found anyway. So, but the Oracles are going to dive in, and they'll get a few probes. And once again, it's just Geralt on absolutely kind of probe slaying mayhem. He's just been so good. And because there's no battery here, we can continue to dive in with this one Oracle. I would have liked to see this Oracle kept alive. The last one, I don't mind the first one dying, but the second one keeping alive is nice for revelations and information and potential just kind of emergency detection. So the other side didn't fly out. As with all that damage done, though, Geralt only evens out the worker count.
Yeah, for sure. I think Geralt anticipating that his Oracles would get dealt with a little bit faster, so they didn't shift-click enough probes. It looks like he might have shift-clicked like 4 or 5. Could have gone for 6 or 7, right? But those could have been wasted actions should they get dealt with before. So doesn't keep the Oracle alive, but he had made that decision preemptive. He sees there's only 1 Stalker here. I'm going to shift-click everything and go do my thing on the other side of the map. So still nice moves from Geralt. Gonna break the rocks as well to make it difficult for Cristianer to advance on forward as he takes on his faster 4th base.
Yep. Our Stalker just going to take the Watchtower, drop down a couple of the Adepts, and we do have our Stalkers of Cristiano working around the left side as well. Where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Neither player really finding an opening. Obviously, we are teching up completely at this point. in different ways. Dark Shrine from Christiana, really prioritizing charge. Robo-Bay quickly from Geralt. He just wants to introduce the Stalker Disruptor phase of this game. He says he's comfortable later game PvP. Well, this would be exactly a sign of that. Taking this into Stalker Disruptor and saying, hey, I can take you on at every step of the way if I need to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, stepping into Geralt's comfort zone now, this is where I start feeling a little bit more confident for him. The good thing for Christiana is he does have a small probe lead, but he's going to be slower to the fourth. And in the past, I have criticized Christiana maybe like a year or two ago for not going for the disruptors. But this time around, it feels like he has cleaned up his game to where he is more comfortable in these stages of the game. He was willing to go here without trying to make anything too crazy happen beforehand. And he is transitioning this time around to those disruptors, which are also important as the army scale.
DDs show up though, and the preparation is minimal. No cannons and mineral lines, and well, what's our observer count at? Just the one. Fortunately, it is Christiana's observer going down, but it's still pretty brutal, man. There's going to be a lot of damage taken. I mean, 4 probes only is actually pretty good crisis management. Maybe not great DT control, you could argue. The other thing, though, is, of course, it's also going to be a lot of lost mine time, and also you're running around after that. Christiana's going to start showing up. He does not kill that pylon in time. It has the super battery, but it doesn't stop the warp-in, which I think was the initial aim. This is where you'd love to just have the Oracle, man. That one Oracle staying alive, just a cheeky revelation, just so you have a bit more detection as needed. Right now, we're relying on initially 1 observer. There is a second on the way, but you've just been relying on that for a long time at this point, and this damage is adding up. Like, it wasn't super quick damage initially, but it is now getting more and more done, and there's been probes running around for a long time. You see Christiana really making the most of these movements.
He's really creating chaos, and that's what he has to do, kind of poking with the stalkers at different sides to where he says, okay, Geralt, you actually need to have an equal or greater number of stalkers here, and you also need to chase my DTs around. So this is the chaos that I was talking about, where that's where Christiana thrives, and that is where he has found his lead. 15 probes now going down, making the difference a total of 20, and now Christiana enjoys a much faster saturated 4th base in moments to follow. So Geralt, not out of this game yet. He has disruptors to work with, so still the big fight is going to be extremely important. We're still going to be looking for those big connections and who gets them and who fires first, disruptor on disruptor. But Christiana are definitely attaining nice advantages and trying to translate those into the later game as it takes a 5th base.
And Christiana will have more disruptors starting out here. Tell you what, Geralt does have, though, is a really good set of upgrades. +2 against currently 0 upgrades on Christiana's side. We'll see if that develops into anything. Upgrades don't necessarily matter a lot when it comes down to disruptor shots themselves, but obviously they can affect the Stalker versus Stalker part of it, so do keep an eye on that. The Observer, obviously something you would like to keep alive here because there's still threats of DTs. Just because Wave 1 is done doesn't mean there's not more waves to come.
Yeah, can't help but to feel that Geralt should have blinked on forward there, though that might have offered Christiana the opening that he was looking for with those Zealots. Geralt will spot him at the Watchtower. Christiana thinks to clear the Watchtower at the last possible second, which is good information for him as well. Will know that he is expected on one side, but again, forcing Geralt to answer with an equal or greater number of Stalkers to the right. This will be the opportunity that the Zealots are looking for on the other side, but I think Geralt is overall pretty well set up. This Disruptor will get blinked on, and that is very nice. The shield battery overcharge, however, will look to punish here, as many Disruptors are now showing up for Christiana. Can Geralt do anything? It's already spent, but the Phoenix actually lives the one Disruptor. Big clumper of Stalkers, and now the rest of the Disruptors kind of firing frantically, much like my commentary there, and this is going to work out nicely for Geralt.
Wow, that was actually kind of incredible. I mean, Christiana was just hiding what he truly had for such a long time, but Geralt really made the most of it, and that one Phoenix lifts a Disruptor, cancels a big shot, lifts another Disruptor, cancels what was potentially another big shot, and getting a lot of the Disruptors now, he walks into this stasis, which is going to slow down a bit of the momentum he was probably feeling like he had here. He should just be able to blink back and disengage unless he gets disrupted at the perfect moment, right? He's going to try and protect that from happening with his own Disruptor shot, but he eats the Disruptor instead. Will Christiana try and go for the kill?
Here it comes. Okay, nice Disruptor to shield the army of Geralt yet again. He is going to be able to and allowed to disengage, but he is trailing behind the base. He is down in supply. He does have that upgrade lead that you have been talking about, and now is getting the +3 as well, so he will retain the lead moving further into the game. It really all will come down to the Disruptor shots, but it feels like Geralt has to win a fight to even things out. Now finally taking a 5th. If they both get maxed, it feels like the game goes back to a reset state of sorts, but Christianer has made this one very close on grounds that I would have favored Geralt prior to this game.
Yeah, you know what it is, though? The one thing that Geralt is just missing completely is a Dark Shrine. And the later this game goes, the more viable DT harass becomes. You can see the 9 cannons building up across a few different bases from Christiana, and part of that is just prepping for DT harass, and it's just not coming. There's a reason why he's prepping for it, though, because even if it's prepped, you know, DTs are still good. Good disruptor splits there, actually, from Geralt, and he forces Christiana to kill his own Stalker. This fight is looming, cats, and, well, every disruptor shot is potentially going to count. Fleet Beacon also on the way up from Geralt, maybe force something else later on in this game. Only the single Stargates, and maybe just a mothership, dare I suggest?
Yeah, good read here. Instinctual from Geralt, anticipating that maybe he has an opening where Christianer is backing, but Christianer was quick to back as well. So zoning shots here from Geralt will make it difficult for Christianer to regain position. Maybe opens up the top of the map for Geralt to move on forward, but he won't be taking that opportunity. He will just continue to transition into the later stages, where again he always feels pretty good about his chances, even against Showtime. Like that was I think prior to Atlanta, like he was the season where he beat Serral and Showtime in group stages, and we were talking a little bit about it, and he felt like even against Showtime, you know, he can put up a good fight or even be favored come this later stages of the game. But against Christianer, he is struggling right now. Beautiful blink forward from Christianer. The disruptors of Geralt not gonna hit, but now it's Geralt who feels empowered to blink on forward with most of those shots spent from Christianer. A lot of them trapped here at the front as Geralt continues to make the retreat very difficult and very costly for Christianer. Finally, a couple of them will go off cooldown, but so does the blink. And that means that Geralt will take the better end of this engagement. Just beautiful, chaotic StarCraft, Gordicho.
I can't help but laugh. What a absolutely stupid fight. Just, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. As pretty much every disruptor gets reset here, Geralt just had a little bit more non-disruptor forces, and they really went a long way. And now Geralt has a 30 army supply lead on the tail end of this. I mean, this actually came down to the upgrades on the gateway forces. They're going to do so much more than I ever really imagined. Usually it's all about the disruptors, but when the fights get so intense and personal, those upgrades really come to play. And Geralt takes a big lead off the back of it, and there's still disruptors to be careful of. And yeah, blinking forward into disruptors is going to be scary when they're off cooldown. But man, what a ridiculous situation.
And you have to give so many props to Geralt as well. He is so proficient in these areas of the game where he can actually identify, I have an opening. You have like 6 disruptors, but maybe one is off cooldown. Maybe I can snipe that one and then take the engagement. And he knows the timing window in which he can take that engagement, in which his blink and the disruptors are going to be on cooldown. And that's so beautifully, right? It's so scary blinking into so many disruptors, but Geralt just knew when to take the fight and gets his first lead of the game, it feels like, as a result.
Yeah, no, he's been kind of trailing the entire time, but this fight's really done a lot of resetting. Now, there's still a lot of bases from Christiana, but it's definitely a lot more manageable than it was, and Geralt actually has the numbers to be a bit more active himself. Beforehand was always lingering back and hanging around. Now maybe he has the chance to, like I say, be a bit more active moving forward. Disruptor shots fire. You get one disruptor in the front. Stalker holding the watchtower for a few moments. Another disruptor shot is going to go the way of Christiana here. And this duel will continue. Having the watchtower is big because you just have so much better vision, and he finds a chance to jump on 2 disruptors. Geralt can't do anything but back away from that.
Yeah, exactly as a result of that watchtower vision that you were mentioning. Geralt tried to contest it for a second there with a blink, as now he is looking to contest this army with the better upgrades at the choke. But running low on disruptor count is Geralt here, so he has to be very careful. He has shown great proficiency, however, with his stalker, so maybe there is yet a hope in this particular fight. Of course, there is much hope for Geralt. He is in a good position overall in the game, but disruptor count is getting pretty scary. Mothership almost out. That will be a nice addition as well, but already 3 observers with the army of Christianer.
Yup. This is, yeah, I mean, what else to say? I mean, it's just pretty sick, as you have Azal's Stalkers coming through. Disruptor shot. I mean, Geralt's kind of cornered over here if he isn't careful. He only had 2 disruptors to fire, but both really hit big. Can he do enough against the rest of this force of Christiana, who's now blown up his own units? I think Geralt's about to start blinking through. He doesn't blink the bottom right group of Stalkers, but he is going to have himself a few Zealots showing up. Now it's going to be maybe Christiana, who's a little bit kind of, well, hedged in here. He is maybe going to be able to get the disruptors out, though, and I think Geralt might have to start backing away from this and actually disengaging himself.
I thought it was crazy that Geralt just didn't shove his army entirely towards towards the left-hand side and instead splits to get ready to take an engagement when he knows his opponent is coming with so many disruptors, but gets out mostly unscathed. And if it wasn't for Cristiano warping in those celots and having the opening to his, his third/fourth potential base on the low ground past those gold minerals, then Geralt might have been able to take that engagement because, wow, huge.
Yeah, that was a big disruptor shot, and right now Geralt's just seeming to get some of the better trades on these disruptors. A little bit of back and forth. 2 more Stargates coming in from Geralt as well, who might eventually just want to be forced this into carriers in that sort of stage of the game. The Mothership moving forward is going to be a target. It's just going to go down. Was it a bait? He drops a Time Warp. Why did the Mothership go back through, cats? Mothership's
Do
like,
not type it, chat. I'll be so mad.
I mean, the Mothership was literally itself saying, I'm so worthless, I just got to give myself up here. It could have got away. He's like, no, the meme must stand.
The meme must happen. It's all for the memes that Geralt does it. And now it's going to be Cristiano regaining a little bit of control, but he is still trailing behind. Now the worker advantage on the side of Geralt. The supply advantage on the side of Geralt. Base advantage is actually pretty even, but Geralt is a little bit faster to mine his now 6th base. So things where he wants them to be.
Yeah, income advantage has been trending in Geralt's favor for a little while at this stage, and resources lost is heavily in his favor. He's found so much better fights. I gotta again say that upgrades have been a big part of this, and it's just not common that really is the case in PvP. More recently, we've seen these upgrades coming into play, and I guess it's if you take fights like this, it's exactly why. As Geralt knocks down a set of rocks on the left-hand side. Cristiano pushing to the upper right. We might have something of a base trade here. Well, that's potentially fun, but Cristiano backs off. He might regret that once he sees that Geralt's advancing forward. He's going to find all of the robot facilities, cats. Oh, he's going to have a field day.
Houston, we have a problem. The recall, do you even want that?
No.
I guess if there's enough disruptors, that's okay. But one disruptor from Geralt actually not connecting. They probably should have.
Yeah,
and Geralt
absolutely.
will be forced to disengage, but yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, that was scary. I feel like Geralt could have set up his own disruptor shots on the recall. Very difficult to do, to time them properly, but that could have been game ending. And I am also with you in that the upgrades don't usually play a huge role because a lot of these games can be so explosive that they really just are determined by one big fight where you get insane disruptor connections. But this game, it almost has felt like disruptors, while they have been very proficiently and well used, they've never been super game ending, right? It's just been the right connections at the right time and the right ways to disengage, and these players just have shown such class with the disruptor that they just don't end the game, and then the upgrades start kicking in.
Yep, no, absolutely. Oh, that one I thought maybe a little bit close. It does not end up connecting. Another disruptor shot, as we obviously are just lurking to try and find the shot to initiate with right now. Ripper Zealot DT on the left side from Cristiano, trying to figure out what it can get up to. The army of Geralt up the right-hand side, going to blink in, hit a big pylon. Disruptors will go Cristiano's way, though. I mean, at this point, a couple disruptors going down isn't the biggest of deals, but Geralt is losing a base on the left side as he fights this base on the right. Now we blink in here as Cristiano, and Geralt doesn't have disruptor shots to fire, so he's going to lose every single one. And this is a much better fight for Cristiano. Reset and disruptor count especially goes a long way.
Yeah, much better fight for Cristiano, and a lot of that comes down to losing those 3 disruptors, because in that position, if you have your disruptors, it's so difficult to attack into, but without those 3, it makes it so that Geralt can shoot only 1 at a time. Cristiano blinks in at a proper time, whilst counterattacking and killing 23 workers, and he is well back in this game, now attaining a lead. Geralt in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, Geralt, I think, just ate a big disruptor shot on this right side as well. He still has a ton of money, by the way, cats. He's starting to build Carrier Tempest. I don't even know if that's really the call. I feel like right now, just go back into more Stalker Disruptor. Like, I still feel like the game's very playable. I mean, Tempest especially, I feel like is something which are very questionable at this moment, especially when you can't just safely get to them. Mothership finally helping out on that left-hand side, by the way, as Disruptor's taking the very long way around here. Now, Geralt is maybe going to try and jump on this. His own Disruptor shots will come through. The Disruptors at least will go down, but Cristiano has so many Stalkers. This is where the Tempest don't do anything. Geralt's army that is running around is just running into what I feel like is completely wasted space. The Mothership says, take me. I'm worthless. 400 meme, please.
No.
No, not this time.
What a beautiful unit, the Mothership. And Geralt actually gets a little bit of a supply lead. I completely agree with you, but I think that Geralt was already preparing and invested into that transition before that horrible trade happened, right? So then it's difficult to make the decision, okay, let's go back for warping of Stalkers and Disruptors. Like, you would have to cancel your Tempests and maybe, you know. So it ends up working out for him in the sense that he holds off. But I'm completely with you. That offered Cristiano an opening where he could have potentially ended the game. And now it's going to be much more difficult with Geralt holding off that attack, with him getting that wonderful disruptor shot onto all of the disruptors, or many of them anyway, of Cristiano. He is now at max supply with the better army.
That is very true. As we blink forward, we get rid of one disruptor. We have to split, but then the disruptors in the back get caught. A few zealots in the front doing a lot of tanking right now and helping out a big way as we blink forward. The last disruptor here of Cristiano going down. He only has one disruptor left on the map. He's building 3 at once, all from that natural. I really feel like maybe a missed opportunity from Geralt earlier not to knock the robos down when he could have done. Yeah, they may have rebuilt as disruptors getting caught in reinforcement lines. And I think this is a moment you want to fight, obviously, as Geralt. Just go and get yourself into it. He finds a disruptor of his opponent on the wrong side of the map. What is going on?
It is a crazy, hectic game. It is a very, very exciting. And now Cristiano with very little cards to work with. I think he has to go for a counterattack or something of the sorts. I don't know that you can attack into this army, especially with the help of the mothership. You have to be very careful with your observers, and otherwise you're not going to see what you're shooting into. And that is a big hindrance here. The mothership is the type of unit that needs to be dealt with first, and that is often why it's killed first and why the meme exists in the first place. But look at what it does, right? If there's no observer vision, you can't just walk in there. It's so very difficult. So Geralt taking beautiful trades, even the slow zone here from the mothership to zone off and allow him to take this base. And yeah, it feels like this game is finally coming to a close. What a game it has been. Incredible class shown from both players, and inevitably it gets hectic. Inevitably the disruptors make things very muddy and clowny, but I love this type of StarCraft, to be honest.
Well, I gotta say, even right now, Cristiano just dropped a disruptor shot on 2 DTs that were attacking his disruptor. Amongst all of this that's going on, it's just, yeah, he's absolutely trying to play his heart out. He does get a decent disruptor shot there as the mothership and stalkers try to push through. Cristiano jumps to the top side. The supply obviously just can't keep up for Cristiano. He's got no rebuild behind this. He's got no economy, no bank. And that means that eventually this happens. GG for Geralt. He really is. I mean, you know, you said it earlier on. He's very confident in these later game situations, and if you play like that, you absolutely should be, right? That was a very solid game from Geralt where he played from behind for a very long time, but his later game investments kept on coming through. I really think those upgrades were so vital to the way he was fighting, to the way he got into stalker fights repeatedly, instead of just trading disruptor shots. Very, very cool. And another 2-0 on the board for us today, Cats, but in a long, lengthy game that was just very fun, very cool to see. And yeah, just an awesome PvP as Geralt will move up to the 2-1 scoreline overall in the group.
Yeah, highly contested. Just a beautiful game of StarCraft there from both players, really. I mean, Cristiano is stepping a little bit out of his comfort zone and showing that he can put up a great fight against one of Europe's finest protos, especially in those later stages, right? So, yeah, very well done from both. But Geralt showing just how scary he can get with his one opener.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. One opener is all you need, and it's all it takes. Obviously, some cruel matches coming up next. We've got, like I say, from here on out, every match being a play-in match, basically. You win, you're in the playoffs. You lose, yeah, you're probably a favorite player to kind of make it in anyways, but this is where you can get yourself just that little top seed going in, you know, through the group stages. So that's going to be very exciting. And today's more Europe. It's Reino versus Max Packs up next. We've been excited about it all day, so we're not going to hang around. We're going to throw us to a break, and when we come back, it is that Reino Max Packs CVP.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Diving into the juicy action now, as we do have Reynor versus MaxPax coming up next. The ZVP, one we've been excited about, one we're eager to see. And, well, Cats, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, because to me, Reynor's been struggling a bit in ZVP lately. And when I say struggling, he's still really good. I'm just comparing it to the usual Reynor. So, to me, he's been struggling a bit, especially against Adepts, and that's what MaxPax oftentimes likes to do. So, I'm interested to hear your thoughts and see if you agree that I might even favor MaxPax going into this.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at Ligulac and MaxPax's recent results are insane. I mean, he ranks the highest that he's ever ranked on, third, right? Second foreigner, only third to Serral and Maru. And his last results, I'll read them to you really quick. I'll skip the ones that don't sound so good. And it's not because he didn't win them, just his opponents are not of the caliber that you. Wow, but 2-0 Solar, 2-0 Creator, 3-2 Dark, 2-0 Coffee, 2-0 Creator, 2-0 Firefly, 2-0 Kelazur, only one loss in recent history, 1-2 to Hero. Whereas Reynor's results, I mean, he's only dropped like a couple of matches here and there, and mostly a couple to Hero as well, with taking games as well. But yeah, MaxPax is looking like to be in the best form that he's ever been. However, I will say this. Reynor is a big game player. He has an ego, and he has the best kind of ego, because he really lets it out, and he really lets his emotions show and how he feels about the game. And I feel like he grows against the greater the opposition is. I guarantee you, Reynor of all matches is gonna be putting his heart into this one, because this is the guy that passed him on a Ligulac. This is the guy that people are looking at, and Reynor want people to look at him.
Gets me more excited than I already was, Cats, and I've been talking about this all day. In the top left-hand corner from Basilisk, the red Zerg, it is Reynor.
And in the bottom right-hand side for Psystorm Gaming, it is the absolute beast that's had a meteoric rise in the last couple of years, now reaching his peak form, MaxPax. Beast.
Yeah, I feel like every time these two play, it is fun. Like I say, they've played more aggressive games as of late. They are both players, I feel like, who do sometimes mix it up more when we get to these bigger matches, though. MaxPax showed us some really cool stuff when he played against Serral in big matches in the past. Reynor never messes around with events like this either. He's pretty much always going to get straight through. I feel like he would be disappointed in himself to not get into the playoffs without a 3-0, right, if he actually had to go through an extra round of Swiss. So, yeah. Really exciting. Again, winner goes to the playoffs. The loser will likely still make playoffs just via a different route, via an extra round, but nice to just get booked in and have a few days off without having to worry about playing more games.
Yeah, absolutely. A very high-pressure game. I mean, MaxPax has performed under pressure so well, but Reynor, obviously, a former world champion in his own right, and the recent one at that, so he definitely knows what it takes. He definitely knows how to win against anyone. It's going to be up to him to try and defend against those Adept openers that can be so pesky. I personally hate him, so I'm going to be looking at him to show me the way.
Show me the way. Teach me. They're tough, man, and especially MaxPax, who has so many different Adept openers. It's not just the 4-gate glaives anymore, right? It's 3-gate into, 6-gate glaives sometimes? Sometimes it's a robo-base, sometimes it's a more passive DT follow-up, or, a more aggressive kind of full-on push. There are so many ways to go, and, the first round of Adepts isn't always the most threatening round anymore either. So, yeah, there's just a lot on the line. There's a lot kind of at stakes here, and just a lot of different things that Reynor basically has to be prepped for. Even if you identify Twilight, sometimes nowadays it's not even, Adepts. Sometimes we pop down the Dark Shrine and we play ourselves into DTs and into, the follow-up Robo Facility and, DT Archon drop. I don't think that will necessarily be the case here with, obviously, absolutely no Robo, but as we get 2 more gates up, looks like we'll start Glaive soon and ready up this Glaved Adept opening.
Yeah, not the cleanest on either side here, as Reynor was a little bit late to his first 2 sets of links. Maybe there was an opening for MaxPax to actually shade into the natural, and now he's going to be able to get away, but not before losing a little bit of whole HP on the first Adept. So I think that shade could have happened on the first attempt, and Reynor wouldn't have been ready, but probably MaxPax anticipating that Reynor would have been. also like the smallest detail that does, it's basically inconsequential, but Reynor mined 8 too much gas, right? So it's kind of that thing that makes me think, wow, he didn't actually click it as fast as possible. It's not so much the impact of mining the extra 8 gas preemptively. It showed 4, but there was another drone that had gas at the natural, right, that returned back to minerals and mined it. So it kind of shows that Reynor's not quite tuned into the game to the level that a world champion would be. So he's gonna have to adjust and warm up quickly here, as MaxPax is already crossing the map with his first 5 adepts, and it will be a robo follow-up, potentially with a disruptor, a drop to follow and anticipate the roach switch.
Yep. I like it, man. I always feel like this is very fun. Just really cool to get the disruptors on the map and just hunt around for some damage. It's definitely one of the things that Reynor has, lost to as of late when I've been seeing some of his games. Has had some struggles there. So see what he can do. The first adepts always feels like, man, can these 5 adepts really be okay? And in this case, like, well, they get away, but now these 3 adepts reinforcing get caught, and obviously anytime you're taking any adepts down, it just weakens the follow-up. We're going to kill 1. The other 2 should survive. Roach is already out and starting to come forward as well. MaxPax trying to gather everything back up. He kept 2 adepts in the top right corner, waiting for a chance to shade toward the 3rd.
Yeah, beautiful moves there from Reynor as well, anticipating the shade onto the 3rd. Doesn't populate it or evacuates it in time that he doesn't end up losing anything. And the Lynx were looking to get in position to punish those adepts, end up finding the 3, only take down 1, however. And now the follow-up for MaxPax. So he hasn't been able to find much just yet. 1 adept will carelessly go down here from MaxPax, as he now looks to be annoying on multiple locations while he builds his disruptors and the War Prism speed for the follow-up.
Yep, disruptors, prism speed, kind of everything we expected this to be. As we do have our Nexus dropping down on the 3rd base location, so getting that set up. And yeah, so far looking good still. A few adepts of MaxPax continue to come around through the middle and just continue to hunt and see what's going on.
Perfect defense so far from Il Bambino, as he now takes up to a quick lair, looking to get that roach speed promptly, and that's going to be very important to aid him in trying to dodge those disruptor shots. The creep spread is decent, but not in all directions just yet. So there's going to be openings for MaxPax to posture onto the 3rd, potentially from the north right side. Will reveal his opening due to those links attacking one of the stalkers. In order to save the stalker on, the War Prism has to juggle the disruptors out, which means Reynor gets a little bit of a heads up and a little bit of a delay, but MaxPax is not going to be quiet about it. Gets 4 drones in the meanwhile.
4 drones trying to shade adepts into the natural. There are units here. I don't like that completion of that shade. Don't feel like that was really it, but yeah, maybe if there was something else about it happened because of it, but everything else was just too far away. And this first disruptor shot honestly fires from too far back as well. That wasn't scary at all. So really good defense from Reynor. He's not letting MaxPax do much. Like 4 drones was nice, but then we've lost a lot of adepts for those 4 drones in the end. And even the disruptor follow-up is not doing much either. So at the moment, we're just not getting enough done at all. We are on our way to +1 in Blink, but Reynor's holding a worker lead. And a lot of the time, I feel like when MaxPax sees a lot of success with this build, even when it doesn't do damage like directly, with trading out amazingly or whatever, it's that Zerg is so scared that they keep on building units for too long without getting a good drone count up.
Perfect splits. Another set of good splits. Gets, 2 roaches, 1 more than perfect, right? You're always going to guarantee 1 of those roaches before roach speed is done. And MaxPax angling where he should, where there isn't creep. So identifying that very quickly and trying to get value out of that. Reynor now will look to create some creep over there as MaxPax shades onto the natural. And yeah, the previous shade wasn't the best. This one a little bit better. We'll find 4 workers. The previous shade did allow MaxPax to move on a little bit forward as now Reynor tries to fire it, but this 1 roach short. And that'll cost him dearly. It was either that or lose like 3 or so roaches anyway, because he's just out of position, out of creep right now. He will get punished. And MaxPax now gaining a little bit of ground, a little bit of value. And now the traits do benefit him, but the early game of Reynor was so clean that this game is still looking pretty good for him.
Oh, absolutely. As we knock down an Overlord, MaxPax, though, is coming up the left side. A couple trades like that, and suddenly you do see MaxPax in a bit of a worker lead, and, this moment where Reynor is still kind of playing Roach Ling. We do have tech coming up in the form of a Hive and a Hydra Den. The Ling's doing very well here as the Stalker's unable to get away soon enough. The Disruptor shot has to go in more as a warning shot, so we'll not get a connection. We still have Lings chasing Reynor, making the most of the tail end of this battle.
Yeah, and it was the tail end of that battle that Reynor entered through with those links, anticipating the blinks from the Stalkers to protect themselves against the Roaches. So a beautiful flank to start things off there in the fight. And Reynor can use this ground now to spread creep and maybe even go on the counter offense, as he has 2 groups of units. One will cancel the 4th before it ever goes up and potentially punish at least one of these Stalkers. The other one will escape with its life thanks to the blink. On the other side, Reynor not quite ready to go, and on this side, MaxPax finding beautiful connections with his Warp Prism speed on the flank.
I gotta say, man, like, this is why MaxPax's terrifying to play against, because he really didn't do great at first, and a lot of people would see these kind of builds as just flopping if they don't do a lot straight away. MaxPax just always hunting, and someone as good as Reynor ends up making mistakes because it's so hard to keep up with everything and all the different ways in which MaxPax is trying to throw, you know, fire at you. That's going to be a chunk of drones this time, and a few more as well for 8 kills in total. MaxPax is just keeping himself in great posture. However, there is lurkers on the way up, cats. And with lurkers, Reynor's army is obviously going to improve. And especially the Stalkers feel like they become a lot worse at that stage. It really comes down to whether we can force those lurkers to have to reposition a lot, and if the Disruptors can help to clean a few of them out.
Yeah, Itchy Hands has had Reynor to go on the other side of the map with Roaches that are really, you know, easy to catch with that Warp Prism speed. And against most players, he gets away with it. But against MaxPax, he has been punished. I mean, not without making stuff happen. He did get the cancel onto the 4th. This Link's a little bit more free to be out on the counter offense. But yeah, MaxPax finding all the punishments. He knows all the pockets, right? He knows where to drop those Adepts, where it's going to be difficult to reach and pass those minerals and chokes and whatnot. And fires wonderful shots every time. So now Reynor going onto those lurkers, but you could argue the lurkers are kind of semi-countered by the disruptors. Luckily for Reynor, there isn't that many of them yet, and if he can transition into a hive and get himself some Vipers to aid him, or if he can get in an aggressive position with the aid of his links, then those lurkers can be super deadly against the gateway units.
So it's on the left side, going to get caught by a few lings, at least a few of them are. And this is MaxPax, though, taking the chance to move into the upper right. Lurkers will have to try and take position here, and we will see MaxPax blinking back a little bit out of reach of them. Disruptors can go for maybe the first couple of kills. We get one with just the Stalkers. The Disruptors do force it back a little bit. Next shot is decent to finish off a Queen. And again, it's just a question of getting those Lurkers in position in the first place. That can be kind of tough. Reynor set up for a massive counter-attack, by the way, and we'll see if MaxPax is ready to deal with that while everything else has been going on. He continues into more Disruptors, and he made a Temple Archives, yet to really put it into use yet, though.
Yeah, that is a massive counter-attack indeed, and yeah, it's so cool to watch how MaxPax thinks here. Like, he has 2 Disruptors, there are multiple Lurkers, you need 2 Disruptor shots to kill a Lurker, and yet he fires one at a time because he anticipates that his opponent is good enough to reposition one. So instead of saying, I'm gonna kill your Lurkers, he says, okay, I'm not gonna kill your Lurkers, but I'm gonna buy extra time for my Stalkers to do damage by saving one shot. And kind of, you know, like, kind of prorating his shots in that sense. Evacuates the probes here as now Reynor comes in and will be able to clear a lot of these Stalkers. Things looking great for Bambino as MaxPax does not have enough on defense. And after a very clean start and a little bit of a muddy mid-game, Reynor will take game number 1.
Yeah, I think what this really comes down to is that while MaxPax started to do a lot of things very well, he was still stuck on 2 Disruptors and Stalkers, and that was it. There was nothing else, right? There was no tech up, and Reynor was slowly teching up. So while it kind of looked like he was on the ropes, maybe a bit tough defending here or there, or getting pulled around, he had the lurker tech coming in, and there was just not a response in time to deal with that. I mean, 2 Disruptors, like you said, you need 2 Disruptors to kill 1 lurker. And he did a very good job of making the absolute most of what he had. Like you say, great point. 1 Disruptor shot at a time, it means you can get more shots off and scare Reynor into repositioning more often than you should be able to, in theory. But yeah, obviously, I mean, in the end of the day, you've got 2 Disruptors, and Reynor just gets across the map. And that moment, it's like, you realize how weak MaxPax's army is and how much of his strength was really around his own positioning and his own ability to keep the movement in the game. So, yeah, that is going to be game 1. Going the way of Reynor. I would say pretty solid, man, especially early game. The defense was good. And yes, muddied in the middle game, but he got back on track, and he had at least a game plan. He had an ending point he wanted to reach, and he was able to reach it without the game going too aloft.
Yeah, and Reynor is one of the most intuitive, but honestly, just brilliant players out there. I think his decision-making is just always so great. It is so counterintuitive to go back for Lurkers when your opponent opened Disruptors. Because again, on paper, you should be countered. But Raynor knows how MaxPax thinks, and he knows that if there's not multiple disruptors, if there's just the two that are being juggled around, then lurkers are kind of the hard answer to everything else that MaxPax has, right? So even if both disruptors fire, and if they both connect and they kill a couple of lurkers, the rest of the lurkers are still going to put in a great deal of work and are going to free up his army to go on the counter offense as he did whenever he wants. So just a brilliant decision, right? It's very difficult, very counterintuitive to play into your quote-unquote counter, just anticipating that it's not going to be, you know, there's not going to be more added disruptors from that point on.
Bottom right-hand side of the map, Babylon for game 2. Our red Zerg is Raynor, up 1.
And in the top left-hand side for Psystorm Gaming, he is MaxPax.
Okay, what do you think then, Cats? Babylon map 2, do we Twilight again? Or do we maybe go towards something a bit more Stargate focused? Or is it really just up in the air? You know, is there really just any which choice here for MaxPax?
I think for Babylon, I mean, the Twilight openings are pretty good, right? And MaxPax, like you said, he has a breadth of options when it comes to those Twilight openings. So really, it's not so revealing. Whereas another player, you might see a Twilight opening and know what their opening is, or expect maybe the one variation into teaser or something like that. MaxPax can kind of do it all off of that opening. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that again.
Yeah, I'm never against it when MaxPax goes Twilight Council twice, because he does just have different ways to do it, different ways to set it up, and you know, he's just so good at it that even if it got defended well the first time, he can make it work a second. So I'm kind of down, open to see what he wants to do here. Let's see what his choice shall be as our Overlord currently wandering to the upper left to get a scout off. And we have a couple moments of peace before chaos.
Urubu.
Yeah, where's the Urubu this time? Oh, there it is.
Right there.
I really don't think
He's
that looks
eating.
like a vulture. There's no way.
It doesn't look like a vulture much, no. There's multiple Urubus now we're noticing them, as they tend to eat in the darker parts, but sometimes they just like the dirt. It's really about where the worms are concentrated.
Oh, yeah?
I think so. Or where units have died, I guess. They're vultures, right? But nothing has died yet, so they must be starving
I
these
see.
poor Urubus.
What happens when two Urubus meet?
That's why there's so many of them. Multiply.
Well,
All right. We are in this game now. I mean, the MaxPax block here was effective on the natural base of Raynor. He will be getting a relatively quick third there at 2930 supply. And will be forced to play off of the transfer. This makes Adepts and Oracles both more effective after the block. So the Stargate makes a lot more sense as a result as well. As Raynor is now making additional circlings. Let's look at his circling split for the sake of learning for a friend. It's going to be 4 at the natural.
Yep. Ooh. They nearly got a 4-way surround on that Adept there. Gets a good amount of damage on it straight away. Obviously makes it easier to shove back when 2 Adepts come in and try and deal damage as well. So imagine that'll be a factor as the 2 Adepts do begin to move in. And the Ling's got to move over to the side.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh, nice snipe on the creep tumor there as well. There's not a lot of energy to spare in this early game, so that is a nice pick-off. Something that could come back to haunt Raynor, as this Adept Shade could have finished there. And, you know, there was only 2 links, so they probably would have killed at least a couple of workers, at least created a little bit of chaos. But again, MaxPax is the type of player that feels confident heading into the later stages of the game with the pieces that he has, so he's not going to go for those shades unless he is certain that they're going to do a ton. Instead, he's going to save him for a 1-2 punch with his Oracles, potentially.
Yep. Absolutely. As Roach Drone just comes up, double Oracle getting ready to go, and he is going to have to reveal it, though. His first Oracle to get rid of these Lings on the 3rd, so that's already just the Oracle revealed, and now the second Oracle coming up. Adept's still moving around on this other side, Cats, but the defense from Raynor is on point. I always think Reyno's at his very best when his early game looks clean like this, because I think back to that Katowice he won, right? When it was just off the back of such good early game play that he always hit the mid game in such good stride that it was just impossible to rock him, and he was always playing at his absolute best, basically. So, yeah, I always feel like when Reyno's defending like this, I'm like, man, Reyno is feeling it in this series, you know?
Yeah, and cleaning those adepts is wonderful for him. We'll find a probe, but also an undefended base. This should force the Oracles back. Instead, MaxPax is going to look for damage on the other side, but that might mean a cancel onto the third. It's both. It's the Oracles going back. No recall available by the looks of it, or at least not chosen. And that's because there's a third Oracle on the way. Will that be enough? Raynor thinks it's not, and he is going to be correct. The cancel is successful. A great move again for Raynor.
Yeah, really solid. He's losing a couple of drones on the other side. Adepts this time do come in. 4 workers dead. And obviously a pretty big drone pull off of this mineral line on top of that. So that is adding up a little bit. And now seeing our Twilight Council about to finish up from MaxPax on the top side. So getting the Twilight and the Forge finished up in the main. 2 more, 3 more, 4 more gateways all coming up. And we try and power into the Blink follow-up here. But it does feel as though this is, again, being very good defense. One of these Oracles super low as well, by the way.
Ooh.
So, and Raynor again just, yeah, a little blip as he loses a few drones in the end. But you know, they were pretty late drones to lose. It's not like he was losing these drones at 30 drones. He was losing them at like 50 plus. That makes a big difference in the game as well, that he survived so long before the first damage was dealt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, each one of those drones mines 60 minerals per minute. That means they multiply just like the Urus do. And so later in the game, when it's a lesser portion of your economy, it doesn't matter nearly as much. So these Oracles have been slow to find their damage, whereas Raynor did slow down MaxPax considerably by getting that cancel onto the third base. So things once again looking pretty good for him and his transitions. He has been clean enough to go into this mid game in the position that he wants to be in.
Yep, absolutely. As we just hit ourselves into charge, we hit ourselves into lair. We'll see if Raynor can get himself into that kind of setup to fight against this force. I mean, Zealot Archon is definitely kind of one of those armies that kind of wants to push quickly and like push throughout the game. It definitely wants to trade a lot. Sort of army which if you let the Zerg kind of mass up and come at you, it doesn't always go well, especially early. You want to maybe try and hit a bit of a timing to force the Zerg into units, but to be fair, Raynor was making a ton of roaches anyway. So I feel like his prep for this is going to be absolutely fine, cats. He's going to have so many roaches, pretty well set up, +1 missiles and roach speed both on the way. Let's see if he can get it.
Yeah, for MaxPax is about getting the 4th, but he would get taxed heavily if he commits to it. Instead, he's going to turn around for the army, but the reinforcements are here for Raynor. However, no anti-air, or not enough of it anyway, so the Oracles are going to go to work here. Surprisingly, not turning for the Queens, maybe anticipating that Raynor would have more Queen reinforcements on the way. They go for the roaches to make things easier for the Archons, but it's not enough for MaxPax. And like you said, Wardicho, that is a lot of roaches on the way. Roach speed nearly finished. MaxPax was looking for a timing as +1 and charge both finished at the same time here for him and for that particular attack. So not getting the 4th, that's what he came for. And he's going to leave empty-handed yet again.
Blink on the way now, +2 attack, and we will get double Robo and Robo base. So absolutely not wanting to stay on this little initial charged out Archon force. Just seeing that he needs a lot more and a lot different things as this game progresses. But Overlord speed's about to kick in. We've got Queens moving across. Roaches are coming across. And Raynor's just going to send it after dealing with this first push so convincingly and his early game being solid. He might just have enough to rock MaxPax off of this game. And MaxPax does not really have a lot of prep. A battery and a cannon on the third right now. He needs a lot more stack defense if he's going to hold this. The Disruptors will help, do not get me wrong. But if that first Disruptor doesn't hit gold, he might just die.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, these rocks haven't been taken out. I would love for those rocks to still be taken out to have 2 paths of attack potentially. Raynor is just biding his time for the time being and threatening until the Queens arrive here. Now maybe dropping some creep and trying to make something happen. On the other side, MaxPax is going to set himself a little bit of a win condition, or at least coming closer to it, but Raynor is actually going to answer in time. The first Disruptor shot does connect with a Roach and the Ravager. That's not nothing. The second one, can you load into the... cannot. That was an option. Another Ravager does go down, but it will cost MaxPax a Disruptor. Opens up the gates into the natural, but there's another Disruptor spawning. No saving Raynor's Ravagers from that. So a huge connection again, but Raynor still seems to have too much of a very early game. That was very beautiful from him. He identifies his win condition, now loading third. 2 Robos with Disruptors in production at a time, but at this point, you almost would rather have Immortals for consistent DPS. MaxPax scrambling to get units out. He's going to opt for the Void Ray. Another Disruptor shot is going to whip or mostly connect onto 3 links or so. And Raynor has done it. The 2-0 is his, and Il Bambino strikes. Well, the iron is hot. Is that a thing? I'm not sure if that's a saying.
I don't know if
I feel like it is, but that's just what
What, strikes while the iron is hot? is absolutely a saying.
Right? Is that a thing?
That
Okay,
that
nice.
that is a saying. The El Bambino part was the part I had no idea about.
Oh yeah.
It means the child, right?
That part's up in the air.
Or the kid?
Yeah, Italian,
Ah, cool.
the kid.
I wasn't that far off that. I didn't know if you meant like the whole phrase was like about like specifically El
No,
Bambino's.
striking while the iron's
Yeah,
hot.
yeah,
I've never said that.
You never said that in your life. It
Strike
just
towards
came to
the
you in that
Italian.
moment.
Yeah, because I said like he strikes,
Yeah.
and then I just you know
Just came.
my mind scrambled to find something, and that was what came out, and I was like, oh my god, hope that's something that people say.
You know what it
And
is?
and you know what is it?
I do this all the time where I'm like, I start to say a phrase, I'm like, oh, people say this all the time, and then like I'm 80% through, I'm like, I don't actually know how it ends, and I'm just like, yeah, it's sort of like thing.
Right.
Honestly, I do it
That's
all
pretty
the
much
time.
what happened, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Like, yeah, but you actually nailed it. Whereas I get to the end, I'm like, you know what I mean. I'm just like, oh god, every time.
Yeah, but you're English, so you can get away with it. You just say, yeah, that's the thing we say in the
That's something we
you know,
say here in the
in
North
my town,
England.
yeah.
That was a solid game from Reno, man. Max Packs putting some pressure on, but Reno defended. And in the end, the Disruptors just couldn't do enough. I mean, Reno was everywhere, so Disruptors had to, like, that Disruptor at the end chose to try and save itself by firing on top of itself, but there was a much bigger threat on the low ground still, and this was just a game of numbers. A game of numbers which Reno really was just in the process of winning out. And with that, we're another match down here in Europe. Solid stuff from Reno. He really does show up when there's a lot more on the line, right? I know there's, we can talk about results and this and that, but when it really matters, Reno is always bringing his absolute A game, I feel like, and this was it. His defense was really solid both games early. He really made sure to get to the mid game in a comfortable spot, and that gave him so many more options compared to sometimes what people feel like they have, against Max Packs. So, Reno with a 2-0, and that is going to set him up to advance into the playoffs. He will be joined by either Hero Marine or Skillers as 3 matches remain for us today. One more in Europe, Hero Marine versus Skillers. Then we take a dive on over to the Americas for Special versus Trigger and Kelazur versus Estrella. We'll be back with all of those matches very soon. We'll be right back after this break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
One last match awaits us in Europe as it's Swiss round 3 coming to a conclusion with Hero Marine taking on Skillus. Just as we get ready to go, a quick reminder to, when I press all the right buttons, there we go, to check out our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and ESL Shop. Thanks for joining us for this season of the ESL Pro Tour. With that, cats, let's get it ready to go. I'll tell them we're ready, and we can start talking about this TVP. Hero Marine Skillus, what we thinking? Hero Marine, so good in TVP, but if there's a couple of players in Europe that can maybe touch him in PvT, Max Pax is one, and I would say Skillus may be the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Skillus is an absolute beast. Not feeling the most confident in the matchup at the moment, but feeling confident overall in his skill and his level right now. So, I think I'm hoping for a 2-1 either way. I'm hoping for an exciting series. It's been an incredible day of StarCraft, as you would expect, thanks to this new format that we have. The players are well matched against each other, and today has just been super exciting and a treat so far.
Yeah, no, it really has been. We've seen some really good games. We've had some long ones, and while it has been a lot of 2-0s, I think our first match of the day was 2-1, and since then it's just been 2-0s all the way through. 2-0s don't really, 2-0s don't really do it justice, right? Like, some of the games we've seen have been very close. Yeah, it's been 2-0s ever since XY Yishi, but it doesn't do it justice. Acro on Spirit game 2, a banger. Christiana Geralt game 2, an absolute banger. You know, Spats fujumi was a fun one. DNS Cat had its moments. I don't know, man. I feel like the 2-0s are kind of a lie today.
Absolutely. I mean, I've casted them all. I would not have guessed that we had 2-0s all day, because you look at the scores and one-sided day. I would rewatch every one of those games. I mean, they have been amazing, a lot of them. What a pleasant surprise from Acro earlier today. And yeah, I couldn't help but to ask him, like, if he had been practicing a lot or something. And to our conversation earlier on kind of just relieving the pressure, that's the answer he gave. It's like, no, I haven't been practicing that much. Right now I have no pressure, so I'm kind of playing, and it really shows, and the players really play better when they have no pressure on their shoulders. So let's see if Skillus this time around is going to be able to step it up, as he will be spawning here in the bottom right-hand side of the map for Team Liquid.
In the top left-hand side, our red Terran from Mouse Sports. He is Hero Marine.
Yeah, very exciting match. I mean, it helps also that I'm so emotionally invested in so many of these players, many of them close friends of mine. These two not the exception. Hero Marine, such a fun person to hang out with, especially IRL. Online, a little bit quieter, but IRL, he takes a tequila shot and he's good to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just funny as hell. And yeah, Skillus also just amazing. Much love for both of them. So don't know who to root for. Don't know where my heart lies here. My brain says that Hero Marine, definitely the slight advantage goes towards him.
Yeah, no, I can, I think so every time. By the way, 2 racks opener is not something Hero Marine really brings out a whole bunch, by the way. So it's kind of an interesting start from him. A player who is just so solidified in his TVP, and a lot of the time he is the example we use when we're kind of going into TVP. We're like, well, Hero Marine's TVP is this freaking good, right? And this and that and everything else. And I'm like, man, I look at this and I'm going double racks. I'm like, what a way to switch it up. That said, I do feel like Hero Marine is always one of these players that preps a lot. Even when he's like, a lot of the time when you talk to him, he's like, oh yeah, I knew that I had this match today, so I started prepping a bit last night, came up with a couple builds. And I think that's always a very cool part about Hero Marine, because he's always like, well, yeah, I have the ability to play a lot of different things, and I figure out what I think might be good against my opponent. And clearly here, he feels like it could be a little bit of 2 racks pressure, a couple of Reapers early will be able to give him a bit of leverage early on in the game.
Yeah, and lovely Reaper pathing as well, anticipating that there might be a proxy. Of course, not going to be the case this time around, but it's that preparation coming into play, right? Anticipating that his opponent maybe not feeling as confident in this matchup and actually scouting everywhere with the Reapers.
Yes, absolutely. Just making sure he's fully aware of what's going on. Not making any, not taking any risks, especially because he wants these Reapers to go across the map. And worst case is the units start showing up now. Your CC ends up cancelled because the Reapers are in the wrong place. And just because Reapers straight up in a fight don't do too well anyway, You can see Skillers is prepping with a battery on both locations. He realized, hey man, there's only one, you know, I'm walled out of the base, so he's going to be extremely safe and really cautious, and we'll see if that pays off for him as Reapers show up. The 2 units will greet them there straight away. The Adept Shade will go to meet the Reapers into the main base. So the Reapers commit through. Now they're just going to hop back down. So not really an opening to be had. Good defense from Skillers. Good movement from Hero Marine.
Yeah, 1 Reaper will go and scout here, but I mean, this is a commitment into the 2 barracks. Quite honestly, what I thought is Hero Marine is leveraging his time with the Reapers and waiting for additional Reapers for the natural to populate. And on this particular map, you can exactly where Skillers placed the pylon, the Reapers can come in. So I thought that would have been perfect, right? To jump in with the Reapers from behind, from an unexpected angle right away. And then he could have maybe found a few probes. So I was a little bit surprised. I thought I could see into his plan, and I thought it was so good, but instead he goes through the front, and instead it's not gonna net him anything this open.
Yeah, pretty lackluster, all said and done, as we do get a fast stim on the back of this Cyclone on the way up, because, well, we're just going to prep to deal with a Stargate a little bit, and the Cyclone will aid that. So is there maybe a chance to get across the match and catch Skillers somewhat unprepared with a bit of a bio play in Cyclone? It feels like surely there shouldn't be, because Skillers gets the full scout. As the Robo finishes, we have the access into Immortals, even if you just want to add a couple of those, or even just one of those to help buffer initially. Usually can go a long way, and we already have the safety net shield batteries from earlier down. And now Skill's just going to drop the Robo base, so I guess I posed the question, but kind of answered it as I went, because it just feels like Skill's should have all the tools necessary to stop Hero Marine doing too much too early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Skillers, I mean, you love to see the confidence as well to just go for this very macro safe opening to scout with his first Phoenix, revealing the tech, and just using it to gain the information that he needs continuing further into the game, right? A lot of confidence against the caliber of player that he is, Hero Marine. He is not playing as if he is the underdog, and that is maybe the confidence that he speaks of as far as his current level is concerned. So you love to see that, and it bodes well for the future of this series, as we want close games here between these two. And what do you think, Guardicho? What does Hero Marine transition into here? What's the play?
That's a good question. I think right now, obviously, you just send up into your bio, and the big question is going to be, what does the factory do, right? And typically, I imagine, going up against Colossi, you know, he could either basically go into tank, so you can start thinking about Vikings already. And I think a lot of the time, a tank baseline just to help you get there is pretty nice. You don't have, like, a good timing coming up in the sense of, like, there's no Raven to, like, Matrix the first Colossus or do anything. So, while it's going to be about the bio initially, I'm not sure the bio will succeed. So, I would say, yeah, get into a couple of tanks or so, but he's not going to do that. He's going to drop the reactor, and maybe we'll just take a very different approach to it. So, reactor goes down. I mean, obviously, you can go kind of faster second starport, but a lot of the time, players prefer to kind of get ghosts out quickly in this scenario, hit the EMP on the Phoenix, soften them up, and then you can also EMP the Colossi to be that more vulnerable too. So, we'll see what he chooses. There's a third CC at least, though, so it's not going to be something 2-base focused. That should be kind of a given. It's very difficult to 2-base all-in Phoenix Colossus.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's good news for Big Gabe, because if he was to commit onto this, he doesn't have the right pieces, and adding that reactor into the factory means that he's most likely seeing the Phoenix and anticipating that there's a charge follow-up and lots of zealots, but that's just not the case. So if he were to transition into mines off of that reactor, it would be unlikely to yield the results that he was looking for. Instead, he's going to meet this 4 Phoenix. Oh, that's not the load that you want. That medevac should go down without unloading. And yeah, the early game is Skillers to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect defense here. No opportunity at all from Hero Marine. We didn't expect there to be one, and that just wasn't. Everything he tried here has just fizzled out, and Skillers should be feeling pretty good about it. In the end, Hero Marine, he's just still building bio units. The factory moved off the reactor, hasn't done anything else, so just pure bio. That is not one thing I would have predicted, Cats. Like, to just keep going bio and have nothing else on the way yet. I guess we'll maybe see something a bit extra coming out once the third base gets established. There is going to be the drop down the right side this time, though. And as the drop goes down the right, there's also going to be the rest of the army from Hero Marine around the left.
Yeah, he is set up Hero Marine that is on double tech lab as well, so I'm surprised that there wasn't 2 Marauders in production, but 1 at a time. Now finally 2 is the number that he goes on to, and that's going to be much better against this Colossus, because the Marines are just not going to be able to accomplish too much here. Skill is now looking for his 4th base here, as Hero Marine is taking his 3rd, and this is risky from Hero Marine. I guess he has him for Phoenix R. Otherwise, this would be a reckless move. He will get into the main, but there's still the threat of the Phoenix, so Skillos has the option to recall or just walk his army. If he walks his army, he's likely and liable to take a little bit more damage, and another medevac will go down with unloading only 2 or so of the Marines. So continued brilliant defense here from Skillus.
Yeah, I just don't like what Hero Marine is doing at all. This is just so aggressive into Phoenix Colossus, and maybe he did think it was going to be Phoenix Zealot, and then he's kind of just changing around what he's... You know what I mean? Like, maybe he's just changing around kind of what he wanted to do, and because this just doesn't make sense. Like, against Phoenix Colossus, you got to go slow. And if you want an example of that, look at Bjorn. Bjorn is the most aggressive Terran out there, and he will throw units at you all the time. And even Bjorn doesn't attack Phoenix Colossus until, like, 11 plus minutes nowadays, right? Like, even he's realized it's just fruitless. Hero Marine has tried and showed us exactly why not, and this counterattack of Skillus could be game-ending, man, because Hero Marine has nothing. He's got 4 Vikings on the way. Those are his first 4 Vikings. There's obviously Phoenix to support against Vikings, though, for these Colossi, and I mean, if you just run up this ramp, there's just Bio here and 3 Colossi and Force Fields you can use. This should just be a game that's all about Skillus, as Marines are getting lasered. Marauders on the left side. Well, the Phoenix can decide what they want to do as Wildcats. They're just going to fight the Vikings. And yeah, SCVs will pull in, and that's obviously never a good sign either.
Not at all, especially when there's this much AoE. All of the Marauders lifted up just to mitigate the effects of them. And so many SCVs have fallen that even if this didn't push on through, which it looks like it will, Skillus would be in an incredible position. So this game 1 is coming to a close and eventful for the most part, and one-sided towards the side of the underdog. So beautiful job here from Skillus, but like we said, I think that this was a misread from Hero Marine. I completely agree with you. I think he saw the Phoenix. I think he saw the Phoenix and thought charge, but charge is coming much later, because otherwise the reactor on the factory doesn't make much sense, and then not making any use of the factory doesn't make much sense, and continued Marine production over Marauders when you have 2 tech labs working didn't make much sense. But, and yeah, it's not going to yield any results. Easy defense here from Skillus. Easy offense now for the close.
Yep. Just obviously without charging cells, look a little funny. Just a little bit slow moving around. Phoenix get back across. Prism as well to save the Colossus. I do love what the Phoenix did in the fight. First, they jumped on some of the Vikings, and then they lifted all the Marauders, which really just helped to completely twist the game further into Skillus' hands, right? Just those last few Marauders, the one thing that could really, stand up for a while and maybe not instantly die to Colossi, they just all got lifted. So that's a really cool move. And as you can see right here, Hero Marine is running for the hills, aka his natural ramp. And, well, yeah, I mean, that position is nice. The Colossus could probably help out if they got over there and, killed everything that was clumped up. But apparently they're just going to hit the 3rd base. Eventually, this is Skillus' game. It's just a matter of playing this out.
Yeah, beautiful transitions as well from Skillus back into the initial composition that maybe Hero Marine was anticipating as far as that Phoenix charge lot, but he does it when there's no mines out, there hasn't been mines in production, and instead when Hero Marine is trying to do the late adaptation back into mass Marauders, and they're obviously going to suffer against charge lots, right? So Skillus countering Hero Marine at every step of the way in this first game.
Yeah, that was just very unlike Hero Marine as well. He usually really has such a good understanding of what's going on in TVP, what the best thing to do in TVP is. So when he was kind of committing through, I was like, I don't like it, but Gabe knows, right? Like, he has an idea, like, surely. And then when it all fell apart, you're like, maybe Gabe really didn't know what was going on this time around. Like, it was not a Hero Marine kind of game at all.
No.
Not against that style. It's just not how it works. I mean, Hero Marine's had games where sometimes you can play quick, play offensive, drop everywhere. That wasn't the time to do it, so we'll see what he changes going into game 2, and we'll see what kind of approach Skillus uses. We're going to go Royal Blood for our second map here. Skillus leading by 1, and is very close to making playoffs.
Yeah, very, very well. Very, very well done. Very convincing game 1. So now it's on Hero Marine to kind of not get bamboozled and play the game that we know he can play. He is a very good reactive Terran. He is one of the few Terrans that I would give a lot of credit to when it comes to adapting, right? Most Terrans are very proficient at being proactive, at setting the pace. Hero Marine can do both. And he is very good at gathering information usually. He is proud of the way that he can adapt and kind of like beat down opponents that play strange styles, that play different styles. But this time around, that wasn't the case. So he's going to have to change things up on Royal Blood. I don't know if he needs to be more proactive or just maybe get better reads and react a little bit better.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to do. Like I said, just the first game was a little bit baffling, a little bit bamboozling. Even to watch with full information, we were like, I mean, maybe with having full information, we're really even more confused. As we will jump into Royal Blood then for game number 2 and see what the game will hold for us. Down in the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran that will need to sharpen up just that little bit to avoid having to enter Swiss round 4 and to be able to have a chance to make playoffs straight away, it's Hero Marine.
And in the top right-hand side, his opponent leading, upsetting in game 1 is for Team Liquid, Skillus, Nikita Gurevich.
Yeah.
Nikita. Cool name.
Very cool name.
Confusing, however, for me as a Spanish speaker. Does
As
end
an
in the A, yeah.
Yeah.
Feminine.
Tell you what, Skillus and Reno are roommates now. Be a party going on tonight if they both make playoffs.
Oh, yeah. That would be awesome. Bet Raynor is watching this one as well intently, probably behind Skillus' shoulders.
You think?
And Skillus probably gets a buff also from watching Raynor, because Skillus is the Protoss player that I think has had, throughout time, just from what he says, the most drive to outplay. It's in his name, right? He named himself Skillus. And you would say, like, Protoss, usually the race that is most positional, that's a lot about pressing the buttons, but usually not so much about outplaying your opponent, like with micro and stuff like that. And Skillus has always shown in his play, like, he loves those Blinkstalkers, he loves to outplay, similar to perhaps Nina on NA, right? But with a lot more success in the European region, and a lot more perhaps proficient as a player, especially now that Nina has been taking a little break. But yeah, I mean, watching Raynor play from the perspective of Skillus and seeing how fast he can go must be somewhat inspiring, because I feel like that's the style that Skillus has always aspired towards. He once told me he wanted to be the Bjorn of Protoss, basically, right? So that is very cool, and I think it's always shown.
Yeah, that is a cool story. You have so many fun stories about all the players, Cats.
Yeah, the players are cool. What can I do?
The players are cool. Very neat. Factory opening here from Hero Marine, obviously playing not the 2 racks he played last time. Going to go high ground CEC, very cautious against Skillus here, so taking absolutely zero risk, giving zero chance for Skillus to potentially bounce back into this or anything and get a lead early. And yeah, just very safe. But if Skillus just plays normal, this all benefits him because, well, Hero Marine's taking precautions when there's nothing to be cautious about.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least this time around, there's not the second Rex commitment from the side of Hero Marine. So, like that early game also is important to point out, did snowball a little bit in favor of Skillus, because he was ahead at every point of the game. So he gets to play the easier game. And on top of that, he countered stage. So now we have a more open game to start, where Hero Marine hasn't taken any risks, or rather special precautions, anticipating that Skillus would need to do so. Oh, missed the grenade there. Would need to do something like proxy, and he's just gonna play a little bit more of his game. It feels like nice.
Hellion gonna get at least one probe, right? That one will go down. Stalker is having a very bad time chasing the Hellion. Would have been good to just actually click on the Hellion and nothing else, as we are gonna lose 2 workers. The Reaper on the low ground cannot get any more done. That is at least a little bit of early damage done this time around by Hero Marine.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job from the Hellion. Gets the full scout as well. So, yeah, getting the extra probes is just gravy. Unfortunately for the Reaper, he was not allowed in past the wall at the main, and there was a shield battery at the natural, so it didn't accomplish much. But all in all, Hero Marine has to be much happier with this early game than the last. Skill is now transitioning into the Blink.
Much better than the Triple Reaper that does absolutely nothing, right? So
exactly, yeah.
Definitely a lot better. As you see the Prism, 3 Stalkers only. It's an odd number because, well, 3 Stalkers don't one-shot a Marine, they don't one-shot an SCV, so yeah, a little odd.
Warp in then?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Cool. That fixes it. Easy. Turns out this drop comes with a built-in unit number fixer. Can you imagine your Medivac can just be like, oh crap, missing 2 Marines. Boom.
Yeah, that would be awkward. I think it's because Skillus had a single gateway worth, or maybe just 2 gateways worth of production up until this point, so probably just didn't have the numbers right off the bat, but was allowed to move out right away. Hero Marine being very annoying with his Widow Mines, only burrowing once. He can allocate his resource of attention elsewhere while still denying kind of the mining here for Skillus. So
oh no,
very, very well done. Oh my!
Yeah, Skillus just lost track of it, man. He just stopped paying attention to that other mine. It got burrowed as he sent the probes back, thought he was safe. Gonna try and make a bid for the Raven here, but there's SCVs that could turn him around for a repair if needed. And here Marine is putting himself into a great position. He even has one mine still alive, and that's just going to linger behind the mineral line, behind this main base, with a chance to go back in and potentially to obviously get a lot more damage done all over again.
Yeah, very, very scary here for Skillos. He has this early game now with the Stalkers with a chance to answer, to make something happen. The Observer will see everything in the main, but it will also be seen by the take down. However, the Stalkers do get in a good position here. The auto turret will get dealt with. The tank is not here, and that means good trades for the Stalkers against the Marines until the tank can siege to dislodge things. Hero Marine is even gonna pull SCVs, but beautiful blink from Skillos will get rid of the tank before it can get set. I'm a little bit surprised that it wasn't sieged at the ramp, and now Skillos, he might just snowball out of control.
He very well might, Cast. This is getting a little bit ridiculous as... I mean, there's nothing in the main base right now. There's 2 Marines. A Marauder just spawned. We're going to kill Stim initially as we can micro with the Prism right now as well, and even get another Warp in a moment. The problem is the Stalker's already been here. The moment this tank spawns, we should, in theory, be able to jump straight on it. He sends Stalkers. They shoot the medevac first. Now going to grab the tank as well. More Stalkers warping in. Just wants to get rid of this Marauder in the back, and he is golden, man. Skillos is going to take this down.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, going after the medevac, what a great... that tank into the medevac, potentially avoiding one of the volleys. And yeah, I mean, he is gonna close out this game.
GG.
Very convincing fashion. 2 big Gs from Hero Marine, and Skillos with the unexpected swift 2-0, looking like a huge overdog here.
That was bonkers. It's 2-0 curse.
I mean, one of the worst series today, but
yeah,
very unexpected from the underdog, right?
First game sucked. Let's be real. Like, it wasn't the Hero Marine we expected. And then this game 2, it felt like all the things were going right. To at least see a game 3, it was like, oh, the probes died. Maybe Skills is going to die in a couple minutes. But, like, wasn't expected to just be like, oh, I'm going to counterattack through and I'll see you later, Hero Marine. Wow, what a performance by Skills. What a series. That was not what I expected at all, Cats. I'm a little bit dumbfounded as to what to say. That was absolutely not on my list of things that was about to happen.
Absolutely not. I mean, and it really shouldn't. Hero Marine just with the tank out of position, and the second tank, or I don't know if it was the first one that was repositioning. I feel like it should have just sieged on the ramp, right? Like safely.
Yeah.
Because Skillos is too good of a player. If you just show the tank and you give him time to react, of course he's gonna pounce on it. And yeah, Hero Marine maybe a little bit off his game today, not like himself, but Skillos looking amazing, and that's what's important. So he is going to advance.
Yeah, stretch to the playoffs. Hero Marine will have to play himself through the next round, of course, so we'll be checking in on that. We'll actually have matchups available maybe later on today. We can even talk about a little bit once we get to the Americas. But for now, let's, I guess, first of all, just take a look at where we've been today, Cats, so far. We do have 2 matchups left. You know what it was? During that PvP of Christian and Geralt, I was like, man, we're doing pretty good on schedule today. Like, we're really kind of doing fine. Then Reno Max Packs was a bit quick, and obviously Hero Marine Skills has not helped us there. So we've gone from being kind of nicely scheduled to all of a sudden we are still an hour and almost a half out from the Americas. Ooh. So we're going to have a little bit of downtime, as they say, but the Americas matches coming up are still great. Special versus Trigger and Kelazur versus Estrella, both matches that will send players through to the playoffs. Up until now, Cats, you know, out of all the games we've seen, and you know, we had a lot of good ones. What's been your favorite? What's been your highlight of the day if people want to go check back on something while we have a bit of downtime here?
I'm gonna say Geralt versus Christianer game 2. Honestly, I love that game. But yeah, Raynor versus Maxpax was very exciting for its own reasons. I think that Raynor stepping it up and just kind of having such clean early games is always a treat to watch, and it's always a treat to watch like these 2 players on the highest level of player just make the little decisions and adjustments against each other. It's always a treat for me, but Geralt Christianer was very closely matched and very exciting for sure.
And just what a fun day in general. Awesome then. Well, that is going to be our schedule. Like we say, we've unfortunately just got a bit of downtime until Americas. Obviously, it is, you know, not super late in Americas or anything, right? It's pretty early, so we can't get the players to get zooming much sooner. It's set at a set time for a good reason. So I will be back in a little while. Just before we go, I suppose we can mention our sponsors: Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and the ESL shop. Thank you so much for keeping the ESL Pro Tour and the ESL SC2 Masters alive. And obviously as well, get your tickets for the offline finals, currently available at dreamhack.com/summer/tickets. If you want to join us in person in Sweden in the middle of June, you can do so. And because you're going to watch StarCraft, you can get 20% off with the code StarCraft. So make sure you check that out. Get your tickets now if you're going to be joining us there to wrap up this event when it comes around to that. Obviously, our regionals over the course of this week and playoff regionals next week, and then it all leads into that event later on next month. So yeah, with that said, we are pretty much good to just go to the Americas via a little bit of a longer break. So you are allowed to go somewhere. I'm not going to say don't go anywhere this time. Grab yourself some food, grab yourself some snacks, or whatever you want to do. Play a couple of games of StarCraft, get on that ladder, and then come back in about an hour and 25 minutes, and you'll be able to watch so Special versus Trigger and Kelazur versus Estrella TVP qualifying matches into the playoffs. We'll see you there.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.esl.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. You've made it all the way through the break, and we are here as we are getting ready for the Americas region. 2 matches to wrap up round 3 of the Swiss group stages. And we're going to be diving right into it in just a few moments' time. First of all, let's take a look at where those Americas standings are at. Obviously, Wardy joined by Cats. As Cats, all that's left to play are these 2 matches that basically set us up for who's going to advance to playoffs and who's going to be joining the 2-1 crew to try and fight for their playoff spot later in this week.
Should be very exciting. Be not deceived by the Americas region, as these players that we have today are top of the line. I mean, really competitive on the world stage, all of them. So I expect they will be very close matches. And I expect the theme of today will continue, which is just incredible games.
Yeah, we've really had some very fun ones, and these guys are super ready to play, so we are just ready to go. Special versus Trigger, fighting for playoff position. Terran versus Protoss, both our matches here in the qualifying or winners rounds right now are going to be TVPs. There's a close one, Cats. Trigger's been leveling it up. Special has, to me at least, been kind of a question mark. I'm never quite sure exactly where he's at lately, but in general, I think this should just be a very fun series, and like you said, trend of today's been very good games. Let's hope it leads into this one too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are already loaded into the game, so I am ready for this. The players are ready, like you said, and spawning. In the bottom right high side of the map, it is for Storm Gaming. Special.
Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left from Basilisk, we have got Trigger.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Gonna be going for the Reaper Wall of here to start. And yeah, I'm with you. Like, Special is usually the type of player that has had such a long career, stemming all the way back to Brood War, that obviously there's gonna be fluctuations and how he performs, and always a question mark of if he's running out of gas at some points, right? But I think when he bounces back, he's always extremely strong. He can be an extremely strong threat to anyone. And I would say that as of late, he's been looking pretty good, actually. But then again, so has Trigger.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like Special, like, he has had some matches which are good, and then I cast determined where he went 0-7 or so, and it was like, oh wow. Well, that's what I mean. Like, the variance for me, and just kind of depends where you catch him. Of course, he absolutely brings his best to these DreamHack regionals. We know that he won Latin America pretty much every time, apart from the very last time it was Latin America before it became the Americas. So yeah, like I say, just makes it hard for me to judge, because I guess I've got some bias from casting some not so hot games from him, and also I guess I see Trigger as being this player who's been on the rise so much lately as well, and just consistently improving. So I think it's going to be a fun clash. I'm very excited to see what the series brings, and just to kind of dive in head first more than anything, just let the players do the talking, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to me, Special is kind of like a Raynor type player, in the sense that I think he goes on the larger stage, and we're kind of there, right? So, I mean, that speaks to his consistency, the amount of times that he has won Latin America. So maybe if he is not with the spotlight on it, if he didn't get a lot of time to prepare, etc., where I think he's very strong, then he's liable to drop the ball from time to time. But I think he's likely to bring his A game. That said, Trigger has had such incredible results and such a meteoric rise that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to win against them. Trigger at his best is one of the best Protoss, out there right now. So anything can happen here for sure.
Yeah, very true. He is. He's really been taking it seriously, improving. I think ever since he joined Basilisk, taking yet another just big step up. Very fun. This opening, a probe died to the Reaper scouting. Not really anything too wild there. It was this in-base expansion from Special, hiding all of his production structures to the left side of his base. But Trigger did get in and see the barracks was there, saw the factory was coming down there, and got a lot of that information. So Special is just setting up for a Widow Mine drop to start us out. 4 Widow Mines. And Trigger's option is the Twilight Council, looking to play some Blink. We saw some very deadly Blink play in the previous PvT before we went to that longer break, Cats. And we'll see what kind of Blink Trigger wants to play, see how many gates he wants to set up to, or if he just wants to focus on that faster third base as well.
Yeah, quick robo as well, so I think Trigger has a good read on what this could be from Special, and Special is indeed getting that armory for the Cloaked Widow Mines as well. So Trigger should, on paper, be somewhat prepared for this, even though, you know, all he scouted was a factory, really. And the placement, to me, is more suggestive of anything that Special wanted not to get scouted to make Trigger scout out on the map for proxies and such, more than it is indicative of me, to me at least, of a build order like this one. So nice read from Trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. As a couple Stalkers go poking the Reaper down, the left side is going to get pushed away there. The Wooden Mine drop's about to show up, so Stalkers in position on the natural. Like you said, this Robo very important. Get the obs up. And initially, you're going to put our first damage onto the Medivac. Going to continue putting damage onto the Medivac. A little bit of a slow going, getting away there. He loses a Stalker and the probes. And he loses another Stalker too.
Wow.
Oh, what a start that is. Kills the Medivac, kills the Wooden Mine that was off in the main. But, well, Misachi have one active mine on this low ground as well. And if Trigger doesn't recognize that, that could be really bad. He's going to lose another Stalker and more probes. Oh my god.
Oh, these are some nice bundles to pick up here in this early game. And I love that Special didn't reposition in spite of scouting the two Stalkers set up at the natural with the Reaper. He already thinks, okay, I already committed a lot of the pathing from my Medivac onto this position. And maybe two Stalkers is just not, you know, enough to stop it. And if that was his assessment, he was right. But Trigger getting a little bit unlucky, almost it feels like, with those shots. And Special taking a great start here.
He really got killed by his own... oh my god, loses the Observer, by the way, to splash damage. It just doesn't end. Yeah, he basically died to his shield battery, because the shield battery choked him up and stopped him escaping quickly enough from the mines. So I think that obviously had a big play, and like I say, now we're down in Obs, so it's taking a little while longer to clean up. This Widow Mine's picking up kills, man. It is just not ending. An absolutely bullying performance in game number 1 so far from Special, who back at home is off and away. CC down on the natural, extra racks coming up, and ready to just keep on producing that tech. Even now, a Viking flying into the main base, so that's going to try and pull some probes around and get some kills as well. Now, this has just turned into a really brutal game for Trigger.
It's a disaster completely. I mean, even losing this much mining time, another observer goes down. Are you shitting me? I mean, he is. Yeah, just, I mean, I would GG out. Mental fortitude here from Trigger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely, man. I mean, just honestly, everything's gone horribly. I mean, just getting the Observer again means once again we're waiting for a new Observer. It's another 75 gas, and it's just so expensive. There is no way Trigger has a good setup when Special comes running across the map to try and kill him, because he's just been doing nothing but taking damage and, you know, basically falling around. I mean, this Reaper tries to get that probe, doesn't quite. There was already a Widow Mine that dealt damage here, though. Like I say, the damage has just kept on coming, cats.
Oh my, let's play Roddy's guessing game here. We're the very short game. How many probes do you think have fallen?
19.
I'm gonna go with 7. I don't really know how to open that
20.
tab, so I can't even cheat. 20, dang.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a lot,
brutal.
right? Like for 6 minutes into the game, geez, another observer is gonna be taken down. You do not want to be one of Trigger's observers today by the looks of it. That's the 3rd one down if my count doesn't betray me. And somehow, I mean, he's kind of even in supply, but that, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine he wins this game. That would be a miracle.
I'm scared being the observer in this game, Cats. I feel like Special might open fire on me at some point soon. He's been relentless. They've not lasted more than 20 seconds. Yeah, just... Yeah, I mean, the army supply is there for Special. He is taking some presence on the map. He's soon to have Stim. He's going to have a drop going around. There's no way Trigger has enough to deal with all of this. And obviously, as the first Colossus pops out, there's the Raven that can Matrix and take that away when this push gets all the way across. And Trigger just not quite responding quickly to this drop in the main. Does only lose a couple of probes. It was not kind of focused fire from Special as he tries to come forward. Needs to be careful not to lose the Raven, of course. We do not want to let that go down unnecessarily,
and
but
it does.
There you go.
Yeah, it does. Special getting a little bit hasty here, both with the drop and the move up. Not waiting for Stim, which is now about to complete. So trying to continue to snowball the pressure there, but Stim is such an important upgrade, and Combat Shield's not yet done either. A single Colossus fending off the Medevac as Special wants Trigger to reposition some Stalkers at the very least. This push still looks incredibly strong from Special. The battery is out of energy. Special thinks this is his time to pounce. He is going to do just that as he chases the Colossus back to the shield battery in the natural expansion. Now the drop from the main has also joined at the 3rd, and things go from bad to worse But I mean, if Trigger can somehow stabilize charge, almost done, but not quite.
Yeah, just not quite. And that Colossus, it came to join this fight finally. It was obviously one Colossus was in that main base for such a long time. And that's what really allowed you to be so powerful here. But if it wasn't in the main base would have obviously been in a lot of trouble too, which it had already been. So yeah, Special just a case of getting some reinforcements. Got a couple units in the main still active as well. And as reinforcements do show up, it does look like Special has way too much. It is a lot of mines, admittedly, but every single time this Colossus is taking a tank shot, that's just a tank shot you're not really meant to be taking. And I'm not sure where this medevac's going. Maybe just drop on top of the Colossus, a little fancy, but maybe unnecessary too. Just could have waited for some extra units. I mean, Special has this game absolutely under lock and key, and is going to be going up to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing that Trigger can do from this point on. His third has fallen. He is lagging behind 50 supply. And Special with all the options here in a very powerful position where he can choose to go into the main if he wishes. He can send just one single medevac with Widow Mines to continue to annoy his opponent. And there is no way Trigger can spread himself thin enough whilst defending at the front. So he's just gonna continue to take on damage. And yeah, I mean, great mental fortitude from him, to say the least. But we're running out of words here with each other. There's not much left to say in this game.
There really is not. A few Marauders getting to the front. A couple Marines still firing. Widow Mines about to finish up as well. Our tank fire continues on the gateway at the front also. As our Colossus continues to build as well. Another Widow Mine coming to the front. And yeah, I mean, honestly, this is just a game of waiting. I'm not really sure what Trigger feels like is about to happen. He starts up the Dark Shrine. But yeah, he's just happy to sit here, lose the power to the Robo facility. Just another kick in the teeth. As, yeah, he does decide that that's enough punishment, and it's time to leave the game. Special dominates game one, quite frankly.
Yeah, commendable to keep the gears turning there for Trigger and dropping that Dark Shrine, you know, like still to... Because sometimes you're just in the game, kind of just feeling bad, right? It's like, okay, I'm dead. Let me just simmer on it for a second, like, you know, kind of take a break within the match. And but Trigger was still in it, right? He was still plugged. He was still trying to make things happen. And I think that's a great attitude to have. It's what you need, because I mean, many players would have left after the first few mine drops, and Trigger showed that in spite of all of that, he managed to climb back up in terms of, say, workers, and his production was on point. So if Special wasn't as good as he is at continuing on with the pressure, at snowballing, maybe there's a universe where he stabilizes against a worse player, or a Special that's setting up a third or something like that instead, a little bit faster. But not to be the case this time around. Props to Trigger for sticking around, but Special just completely dominated.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Special just, I mean, from the very start, just not stopping, just go, 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 and just absolutely convincing stuff from him. I mean, he always brings these fun builds, aggressive builds to the table a lot of the time, right? And this was absolutely no different. He just came in and did something fun. And even though Trigger kind of, you know, we thought he had a good idea of what it was. He got the Robo down and everything. He had the prep. The execution of the defense, it was that avalanching effect, that snowball effect. Once he lost the first Stalker and the first few probes, it just felt like then he was constantly like one mistake, you know, always making one mistake that led to the next mistake, and he just couldn't escape that grasp. As just getting our players ready, and we'll dive into Ancient Cistern for map number 2 of this series. So, Ancient Cistern, I like that for Protoss, at least a little bit of a longer map. Terran pushes take a while longer to get there, and it's a good layout of bases for Protoss players as well, to just take a nice setup, a good 3 or 4 base setup, and just play that macro game, which a lot of the time is where Protoss somewhat likes being.
Yeah, for sure. So likely to see a little bit of a longer game here, perhaps a little bit less aggression on the side of Special, but you never know with him. He is likely to just do whatever he wants, and especially if he feels like he has momentum going, he could just transition to continue to pile up the aggression. There's going to be the mental element that is so difficult to shake off, right? Like when the mine hits 1 Stalker and 5 probes, how do you not react in your mind, right? Like, how do you say that's okay? It's so difficult. And then if the pressure keeps piling up before you've shaken that feeling, it just becomes more and more difficult. And it seemed like nothing went right for Trigger. I mean, it was every time a unit and probes for the first 3 Widow Mine drops or so. Just tough stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it was honestly just brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not really much else to add to that one. Barracks drops down. It is going to be outside of the base. A little bit of a fun game here from Special. Obviously hid the unit structures to the left-hand side of his base last time, making it a little bit longer before Trigger was able to scout it. This time, going to have the barracks just out of the base, and again, probably just get this probe scouting around a little bit, trying to figure out, is this a serious neo-proxy or anything? Is this something I have to be worried about? That's something that Trigger really does have to kind of go through the motions of, and like I say, get figured out ASAP.
Yeah, it's likely for him to figure it out by paying with the life of the probe to the first Reaper potentially, as actually Trigger's not even gonna believe Special could have hidden the barracks inside his base again. Instead checks the natural right away, not gonna find it there. And that's a really cute move actually, because if the barracks was building at the natural, maybe there's an opportunity that he can delay it. Whereas if he goes into the main, much less likely. So I like that he rerouted to the natural to look for it first there. And not gonna find it, of course. And will now continue to search. Special now traps the probe. So now, decision for Special. Do you cross the map with the Reaper? Or do you just get your free kill on the probe? I think cross the map, given that...
No,
kill the probe?
Kill the probe every time, I think.
Okay, yeah. And he's gonna agree with you on that. I thought maybe since he's putting the SCV onto the probe, could be a good idea. But of course, killing the probe right away with the Reaper guarantees that you can conceal or continue to conceal what your follow-up is going to be.
Yeah, conceal information, and then just, you know, that probe is down. Like, I think just getting rid of the information alone can be quite nice. Obviously, you can see gas counts and, you know, times that workers get put back on gas and things, and the add-on that goes onto this factory. So now Trigger's playing a little bit more in the dark, and it's just so quick for the Reaper to pop in and kill that probe, and then to go across the map. Like, it's what, like maybe a 10-second, maybe a bit more than 10, but it's not that major a difference, and I'm not sure you're really looking to find too much damage across the map when the barracks is this far back anyway, so... Yeah, if the barracks was obviously closer to the other side, then I think you commit on to the other side.
That's a very good point. Yeah, the equation definitely shifts as the Reaper has more potential to damage before units are out, but Trigger had a very prompt Stalker regardless, so unlikely to find much would have been Special on the other side. Makes the right decision to go for the probe, and now the Stalker having to spend its first recall and taking a little bit of whole damage thanks to those grenades as well.
Yeah, cute little play. Obviously forces the recall. That's less energy that goes into a Chrono Boost or so. Maybe gives you a bit more of an option. No Reaper wall off this game, Cat. So potential for these Reapers to hop up into the main base immediately. And, well, there is going to be a unit split here, as the Reaper Hellion combo will mostly want to be scouting here, of course, as well. So let's see if they can pick up some info. As into the base we go. The Reapers, well, they will not survive too long. And they have already seen the Twilight Council. So... yeah, not much to be done. The Hellion on the low ground is deflected by the Adept as well. Good defense from Trigger.
Yeah, good defense from Trigger. Also sees the Chrono Boost. Energy allocation onto the, in this case, the Blink upgrade that Special has to be cognizant of. And remember, he spent some energy as well on the recall. So Trigger's not going to be able to put too much into developing his economy, perhaps as much as he would like. Instead, he is going to have to make this Blink work in his favor. Perhaps looking to put on some aggression, or perhaps just looking to deflect something like what Special did last game with the Widow Mine drop, but that's not happening. It is the BC, the Nathaniel Special.
That battle cruiser. Man, Special was always very fun with BCs in this matchup, because he would oftentimes do like almost a 2-base BC all-in, where the BC is like the distraction for the big bio army to A, get set up, and B, then to move across the map without being slowed down by stalkers, right? So I always thought that was very fun. And it was very cool to play. And we do see the fusion core now completed, so it is time to maybe make use of that. As you have a Hellion checking on the third base, and is actually going to be able to grab a probe kill and gets information. So fantastic Hellion at the tail end. You didn't expect that to do much else this game. They actually did a pretty reasonable amount.
Yeah, indeed, because it was weak enough that that's all it could have ever looked for, right? So Special knew what the best bargain for him was, and he took it. And that really is something. And I love the strategy that you're describing as well, because the BC, you require so many resources to be allocated to it. So, you know, it's potential. It's got potential to kill some probes, perhaps in the back of a mineral line or something of the sorts. But it's almost guaranteed to pull the army back of Trigger, or at least a good portion. And you have to pull the exact amount, and it's often going to be higher than the value of the BC itself. Though it is a very expensive single unit to get out. Accounting for the fusion core and the starport build time, it's still a good chunk of stalkers that you're gonna have to account for the BC with.
Yeah, absolutely. It just uses up so much of your supply, and definitely makes it a bit awkward. 7 stalkers out, obviously as well, depending where the BC goes. There's multiple bases you have to check. Right now, there is the stalkers held in the back of the main. That's where the BC teleports to. I mean, Special is going to use the BC as a way to get the medevac in for the mines, so the probes have to pull away. BC kills the first Stalker, the mines unburrow, and one of them will go down. The medevac will go down as well now, as the BC is just going to continue through. 2 probes killed so far, and there is a bit of a push from Special heading to the third base of Trigger.
You love to see it. I'm almost surprised that the Widow Mines weren't just dropped to protect the BC from the Stalkers to some degree, because that buys even more time. Instead, Special goes for the throat. He says, okay, if this Widow Mines get some good shots, fantastic. But I think the safer play would have been to just defend the BC there.
Yeah, I think so too. And now this attack hasn't continued, so now you do get everything from Trigger to the third base, so this attack Special should get halted. The Colossus especially is going to shut this down, and this is not going to do anything. We trade for a couple of Stalkers, but yeah, that is really just... I think that's rough. That's a lot of units lost from Special. This was a really good cleanup from Trigger, and just really good attention to detail. He knew the moment that he was done with his BC to get across to the front of this third. He recognized what Special was going to do. He knows Special likes doing these kind of things. And yeah, he was in position to get on top of it and shut it down straight away.
Yeah, and that is where you can make the argument. Either the Widow Mines to protect the BC, buy you more time, make it more difficult to dislodge, or even just wait with the BC until your troops are a little closer. Second BC here, not going to accomplish much at all. 3 probes go down, but they're both now in the red, and one of them will have a teleport much sooner than the other, so you're always going to have a BC kind of trapped in the back there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's nice because it keeps some Stalkers there in theory, but Trigger's just going to say, I'm going to move out. I think Trigger really recognizes he did a lot cleaning up that army on the third base, and that he really believes he's got a moment now to go to this other side and get on top of this base and to deal some freaking damage. I do not disagree in the slightest. All these Stalkers coming over. I mean, it's just not a lot here from Special. These Marines are unupgraded. There's 2 siege tanks, but if we get on top of those quickly, they're going to just melt. I mean, the Marines are just not going to do that much right now, and Trigger sees everything. The Observer was revealing everything going on, so he knows what the setup is. He's got charge lots to kind of tank a little bit of the initial damage too. There's the blink for the siege tanks, and I just don't think this game lasts very long, Cats.
Not at all. It's looking all but done here. There was a little bit of a window here that Trigger exploits as well before Yamato, which would meant 2 or potentially even 3 units deleted, which would have helped a whole lot. If those bunkers are up, if Yamato is up, maybe Special stands a chance to hold just barely, but as it stands and with the ugly trades that he took earlier, not a chance. No way Jose. No way Juan in this case, I suppose.
Yeah. So third CC top right side, top left hand side, but just not exactly looking too hot right now for Specialist. Trigger and drop a few Zelds on top of this tank on the main base. Gonna kill that. We'll get straight to the other one. That's pretty much all the units. There is a BC attack on the other side, so Special will try and create something of a base trade, I suppose, but I mean, he's not going to kill things anywhere near as quickly as Trigger will. Trigger will recall a bunch of Stalkers. He's losing power to his gateway, so he kind of needs to do something. He needs to make sure he has enough Stalkers to shut down these battle cruisers, man.
Yamato's up. Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is the best call for Trigger, because if Special can somehow win this engagement, it doesn't look like he can, however. But yeah, so Trigger with the right calculation here. I wasn't so sure. But if it, if this fight turns the way of Special and he can keep a couple of BCs alive, yeah, I mean, on the other side, he still has enough to... Never mind, no chance, Jose. And Trigger will take a game number 2 as swift as Special took the game number 1.
Yeah, man, that was just solid from him. And yeah, at the very end, you're right, just to touch on that, the fact that if he takes too many few Stalkers over there and the BCs win that fight, it is like a way Special wins the game, because then he unpowers all the gateways, and then you never have enough anti-air to fight 4 BCs or something. It's like, oh, I'm actually checkmated when the game was in my hands. Like, that could have been a blunder, but Trigger sent the right amount home. It was very convincing, obviously, in the end. And yeah, I think convincing, just the word in general to be using on that one, because that was convincing start to finish from Trigger. Good defense against the initial BC, and just really good. I love the movement, knowing exactly that Special was the kind of guy to move units across the map toward the third base while the BC's in the main. If you ask me, that's just knowing your opponent to a very high level and just being very aware of what he likes to do, and using that to your advantage to be able to take yourself, into a 1-1 position and keep this series alive.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And especially props to Trigger as well, because on the other side, quick to continue on pushing and not giving Special the chance to really get any more units out or get a tank set up, etc. Where attack moving isn't really an option against Terran a lot of the time, because if tank set up, you need to target it, you need to blink on top of it, whilst also allocating some attention back at home to make sure that you're targeting those BCs. that you are able to win the engagement, that all the Yamatos don't go down, or even if the 4th BC joins a little bit sooner, it completely changes the equation as well. So yeah, big props to Trigger. I mean, clean as can be. He will take game number 2, and we are headed to a 3.
We are headed to a 3, and we're starting it off with the man in the top right that brought us to this game. Our blue Protoss from Basilisk, Trigger.
On the bottom left-hand side for Sidestorm Gaming, the Samaru, it is Special.
It was yeah, fun to see the difference in sort of setup and Special doing things a bit differently again. I do always stand by the fact that I feel like that's one of Special's best traits, that he is so good at these weirder, aggressive builds that basically not everyone else is, doing a lot, so it's difficult for the opponents to be super practiced against them. It's the kind of thing that Special just really, I feel like, hones his TVP on at the very least. And even TVT, like a very creative player, like, Special was doing these 2-base Mechalins for a long time, and double Starport, like super Air Terran openings as well, and like all in and off of that. And just recently we saw a bit of that kind of popularized in TVTs. Just sort of shows you that a lot of the time Special's fun and quirky builds, they're only fun and quirky until people realize, oh, that actually is good, and they take the time to learn it. So kind of similar to we were talking earlier about players being able to, MaxPax being able to kind of create his own builds and working with his own builds and all that sort of stuff and being smart enough to do them. And I think Special is definitely in that kind of category as well.
Completely agreed. And he has a much larger repertoire than even MaxPax, I think. And that's especially good because, he is a player that does excel at concealing information as well. And when your playbook is that deep, I mean, it's very difficult to account for everything on the other side. So you always have to be paranoid of something. And if Special has a good randomizer on his side to choose his builds, very difficult to see everything or anything sometimes coming. So yeah, big props to him. Perfect time as well in a series where you're not at a risk of elimination, where you're up 1 game. Let's do the build that maybe, maybe even if it doesn't have as good of a success rate as some of your other builds, just getting that information out there, just saying, hey, Estrella, watch out, look at what I can do, could be worth it.
Especially when, realistically as well, even if you lose this series of Special, you're very comfortable being able to go to playoffs, right? Yeah, it's nice to go through 3-0, but he's got 2 more matches where he's probably going to be favored in each of those. I feel like it's not so crazy to say that Special might be kind of okay, not that he wants to lose the series, but like he's a bit more free in his play, right? This is not a must-win or you're out sort of situation, so maybe a bit freer, maybe a bit of a better chance to throw those wilder builds out into the games.
Yeah, play the long con, right? Play for reputation. Definitely a viable strategy if you feel very comfortable. He should. He's a heavy favorite for the region alongside pretty much just the players today and Scarlet.
Yep. Very true. These few Marines just going to go and push this a step back. Shade will not go down, and good little pushback. Twilight Council building in the main base of Trigger, so has really been in love with this Blink opener. And is going to go for it one more time, it would seem. Gets the second gateway down. We'll see, again, just sort of what timing the third will come at. Of course, that's one of the biggest things we always check for in these Blink builds. As the Stalker, don't get baited into the Widowmine, and he does not.
He does not indeed. So, yeah, very well done by Trigger here. Gonna open the exact same way again with the Robo follow-up as well. So really on the lookout for the potential of Special to do that Widowmine drop. And I don't think Special is going for anything like that this game. So, you know, if he finds a build that's favorable against what Trigger is doing consistently, that is also in his favor. And again, with the experience of Special, I have to imagine that seeing the same opening 3 times in a row, he will pick a build that is, you know, at least comfortable or favorable against it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Robo Facility comes on through. We just got ourselves the Warp Gate setting up and a couple more simulators coming into play. One adept of Trigger currently moving down through the middle of the map. And here comes our Widowmine drop. As Special will try and get some of that damage done early, of course. Not as committed as that first game Widowmine. And the Stalkers are super well positioned here to just say, nuh-uh, not this time. Get out of here.
Super well positioned. At the same time, this is not a Widowmine drop that has a follow-up Widowmine drop. It's not 4 Widowmines. There is no armory. This time around, it's just the 2. So still opportunities for Trigger to potentially misread here, potentially over-defend. And he is going to transition, by the looks of it, back into Colossus, which just seems to be his forte, his flavor here.
Yep. I'm down for it, right? Just blink into Colossus. It's kind of just... It's a bit old school, right? And at this point in time, like, blink Colossus. Obviously, especially late, we've seen so much Phoenix Colossus, so... Yeah, a little bit different, but if that's what Trigger is comfortable with, which I absolutely think he is at this point, then why the heck not? Liberate up the right-hand side, so still Special looking to poke around and find some opening. Medevac's already boosting, but there's still Stalkers in position on the natural. For Special, this is still just a nice check, though, because it's like, oh, Stalkers are still here, that means there can't be that many out the front. And he is pushing Marines, 2 tanks, and a couple SCVs. Going to try and come across as the Liberate in the main base also getting shut down. Again, the more these units just keep Stalkers back, though, the less Stalkers that can focus on the defense at the front, and Trigger opting for the Disruptor first here, Cats. It builds a little faster, it's a little bit more effective immediately, but it is that one shot, and you're done sort of unit, whereas the Colossus would have been more damage, you know, over time. Liberate finally finds a position back to the natural, gets a few probes, 6 workers going down, and a Stalker as well.
Yeah, with that very last shot there, though, Trigger does find a medevac. I don't think it was loaded, as I heard no screams.
There's the Widow Mine medevac. So Widow Mine's dropped to the third.
Oh, there was a Widow Mine in there?
No, the Widow Mine's unloaded on the third, and that's where the medevac came from. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, yeah, I mean, Trigger will clean this up and not be without losses first. Beautiful Disruptor shot here. Special unable to punish, and Trigger just wonderful. Masterful cleanup of those 2 tanks.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared we were going for the blink in. Like, it makes sense, right? Go finish off the tanks that are low HP, but a little scary when your Stalkers jump in like that. But you know what? All okay. It was very well done. Very well executed by Trigger, and he gets himself out of there without too many losses as we regather out the front of the natural. And Special is adding on barracks number 4 and 5. That generally suggests we're going to be very aggressive on these 2 bases, and sometimes that means we never even see a 3rd CC in these games. So... we're positioning as though we're protecting the 3rd base. Oh, Special walks into the Disruptor shot, and he was still moving forward after, man. He had no idea that was going on.
Oh, that's painful. I mean, you gotta be fuming a little bit if you're Special, and if you're Trigger, a great opportunity that he creates for himself. Most people wouldn't even fire that shot without vision. The Observer had just been taken out. So he fires just on the off chance that Special was moving forward, and he was, and now... Special in quite a bit of trouble. No medevacs here to speak of. Steam only 50-60% of the way done. The tank trying to fend off against the Colossus, but it will end up falling to the Cellar. This Raven without energy not going to be able to contribute much either. The next tank does get sieged, and with this many Marauders, it's going to be difficult for Trigger to continue to do damage. But you were talking about it, Wardicho. This is supposed to be aggression coming out of Special, and it's been cut before it starts.
Yeah, that was... yeah, that was just, I mean, everything just went wrong there. Just, he was trying to be a feisty one, and he's just now going to drop a 3rd CC. And, yeah, Trigger, you got to feel amazing. Honestly, would have won the game if he had a Prism over here to reinforce instantly, but he did not. Impressive just to get that much done against a 2-base all-in. And it was that. Now we dropped down 3rd base. This was obviously never the initial intention. This was 100% meant to at least be a lot more fight from Special before he goes back into a 3rd CC behind it all. So yeah, he is in a ton of trouble, and this game is absolutely falling apart for Special.
Yeah, 100% agreed. He just recognizes that his opponent is good enough that he's not gonna die to subsequent pressure after Special loses so much, right? Those 2 tanks in the middle of the map, then another one back at home, and a good chunk of Marines as well. So yeah, I mean, that is the right read. The best shot for Special now is being the defender and stabilizing as the game continues, whereas Trigger will have all the cards on the table to continue to expand, already actually dropping a 4th that's nearly completed. So yeah, just tech up, get your upgrades rolling, and look to elongate your advantage however you want, whether that is through macro or through aggression.
Yep, absolutely with you. Every step of the explanation. Just get ahead. You're in a great spot. You can absolutely improve on your position here, and yeah, with the speed of the bases coming down, you will just have a monstrous army very soon compared to your opponents. So it's going to go a long way as well, as Trigger might even start moving across now. I don't mind if he pokes around and looks for an opening, looks for opportunities. You know, doing that in the first place is why he's done well in this game.
Yeah, on the other side, the Warp Prism of Trigger flew a little bit too close to the sun. There was a turret ready for Special. Special was paying attention and gets rid of that Warp Prism, which frees him up to go out on the map if he wants to, whereas before that was a threat that he would have had to leave even more units behind for. So maybe special. I don't know. I mean, this could be a trap onto himself, right? This could be game. Find the damage that he's looking for. These 2 medevacs have been spotted already, so he has to be very cautious. But will find the 4th without trigger really being set up, and that means special gets to siege his tanks, maybe a little bit further away than he would have liked if known the position of the army. But on this high ground, potential to trade very well.
Good initial feedback, by the way. Just gets rid of the Raven, which could have caused a lot of trouble here, too. Especially with a very, very good fight. Trigger just out of position. There's the double drop and the natural. Trigger did amazing, by the way, defending this double drop until right now. This is the first moment he's just really let it slip, and it's just special. Hitting in a couple different places, that's really going to find some value out. The 3rd CC is about to die. Special!
Hello,
oh, that's a very good zealot run by Cats. Doesn't get better than that.
Zeroed. Props to the Zealot at the natural as well, distracting the troops and potentially occupying some of Special's attention. And now Special, he did have that very good trade. He reset things to where he could have macroed out of this situation, but not now, not anymore. Now that CC has been taken down, he is put in a position where he might have to just all in. I don't see a replacement CC going up. Ouch.
Oh my goodness.
Now he might want to consider another one of those.
Yup, this is just getting worse and worse. You see our Bioforce going to try and jump on forward. Couple Zealots getting shot at. Disruptor shot! Oh my god, Special. A little sloppy here today. Obviously pretty gone late over in Korea, and that might be having some impact because he is definitely having some misplays. Let's be frank, and we do have a massive counterattack at Trigger, who's holding on at home at the same time, and it's looking like Trigger is going straight to them playoffs.
He really is, and what a masterclass, really. I mean, from the beginning, from picking off those tanks, that was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the Disruptor with the range to kill those tanks. Special tried to counter it with a little bit of a scan, but it was a little too late. And Trigger also identifies where the tanks are, then sieges his observer a little bit further out so that Special doesn't know that the information is there, unable to position his units forward, especially with the Disruptor shot going off, and that means that Trigger can blink to finish those, and he knows exactly what he's going up against. He knows where the army is. Beautiful observer positioning, and then that prediction on the Disruptor to follow as well. That was, I think, intended to slow down Special. That was also beautiful, right? It's not guaranteed to work, but it's almost like, hey, I'm not ready to push onto you. I'm here to defend. I'll have another Disruptor shot, whenever the cooldown is down. So might as well try for it, and it worked out just wonders for Trigger. Just great game sense and great gameplay.
Love everything you've said, Cats, and with that, Trigger goes into those playoffs. We've got one match left today. Kelazur takes on Estrella, another battle of North America versus Latin America. We'll be heading into that in just a few moments' time. We'll be right back with one last best of 3 in today's ESL SC2 Masters.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We are back one last time. We've got one more match, one more TVP. Kelazur takes on Estrella for a shot to join Trigger in the playoffs of the Americas region of the ESL SC2 Masters Regional. And yeah, Cats, last one of the day. It's been a fun day, man. Even that Trigger Special Series might have been quick, but it was fun, and even that last game definitely had some moments. So, what do we think? Kelazur, Estrella live up to the hype? Oop, I just played the wrong thing and just threw us off to a thing. I just absolutely misclicked my mouse. You know, I went to like get my mouse to like bring it over to like StarCraft, and I just like, when I touched it, I just clicked and it was over the video that we play. So, everyone just got a nice little random bit of video. Love it. Production's been on point today, I tell you that much.
You can blame me. You can say that I'm pressing the buttons.
My mishaps.
Clearly, you just make me press all the buttons wrong, Cats. Because the other days I feel like I've been pretty good, pretty minimal mistakes. Today I was whacking things all over. Things were the wrong size. It's been today's been wild. Games and non-games.
How long do we have?
How long do we have? No, we're here.
We're here.
Yeah, but no. We're live. Yeah, we're live. And while I was talking, I accidentally started a video. So all of a sudden, like
we
the
were
screen...
talking over the video.
Well, no, we were like already like live like normal, and then I went to move my mouse, and it just went like everything like just blew up into this video, and I'm like, oh my god, like what's going on? And yeah, then my entire You know what? We got StarCraft, Cats. Let's go in game. Do some intros.
But could they hear us during the video? Was it like,
well, the video only played for like half a second because I just pressed it and then I quickly like pressed it off. So it was just like for half a second the video took over like mid-sentence.
That's amazing.
Obviously, like it really wouldn't have been that bad if I just kept talking, but obviously I was like in oh crap mode because suddenly the video was blasting in my ear and I was like, oh my god, what's happening? So I stopped talking.
I'm in no crap mode as well. Did the game start without me?
Oh, you're not in? Oh, is my screen still on?
Oh my god.
Can you still see my screen?
Check in a sec.
I thought I checked if you were in there, but apparently I didn't in there.
It's good, it's good.
We good? Okay, cool.
I got your screen.
Alright, well in the bottom right side, you know it wouldn't be the end of the day without something going a bit crazy. In the bottom right side, our Blue Protoss player is Estrella.
And in the top left-hand side, playing for Team Liquid, it is Diego Juima Kelazur.
I just watched on the stream delay the video pop up for like 3 seconds. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That was a moment. All right, Gateway Barracks. I've completely lost my StarCraft trail of thought after all that, Cats. What were you thinking for Estrella, Kelazur? Talk to me a bit about it.
It's a little bit of a 50-50. A lot of the time, you know, like when I'm good, when I'm keeping communications with the players, like today is one of those days where like a lot of the players are like very friendly, and so like I usually ask the one that I want to win how they're feeling to have some information, but I don't usually poke both players because then I feel bad being like, oh, good luck to both, you know, because then I feel like I'm being like, you know, deceitful. But with these two, I was very open. I told them, you know, I'm rooting for both of you equally, but how are you feeling? And yeah, Kelazur seemed a little bit more confident than Estrella, to be honest. I mean, Aligulac thinks it's a 50-50 as of right now, which is kind of crazy given that Estrella has had the higher peaks. But Estrella pretty much in line. He was saying, I'm not even that confident in the 50-50, but it can definitely go either way. And Kelazur also not feeling hyper confident, but he drank some green tea. So that's the secret.
Oh, well, that is the secret then, isn't it? No. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Estrella's been kind of a bit of a question mark for me for a little while. I know I say this about a lot of players, but I just feel like this is almost the first time I'm really seeing Estrella again in a while, and I just don't know what he's really been up to. And then every time I do cast Estrella, everyone's like, oh, has he been playing Terran? And I'm like, what do you mean, is he playing Terran? They're like, he's been playing loads of Terran. I'm like, well,
it's true.
Apparently if he's been playing enough that everyone tells me he has, he must have been playing it a lot, which then makes me wonder as well. I did cast him the other day playing in Kung Fu Cup, and now I cannot... I think it was Estrella versus Bjorn, and it was 1-2. He looked pretty good in those games. Thinking of that, to the point where I would probably say I favor Estrella, just based on that performance alone.
Yeah, I mean, Estrella is the type of player that he is so creative and so innovative that I think if he prepares, if his mind is in it, if he's having fun, then he is a threat. He is the type of player that will also grow against the greater opposition. But you know, if he's not feeling it, it doesn't look so good sometimes. It looks uninspired because he relies so much on inspiration, it feels like, to push him forward. So we'll have to see what today holds for him, as this Hellion and Reaper at least will get walled off in time. So Estrella buying a little bit of time with that last Stalker, ceasing to run to make room for the probe to actually get to the wall and take less damage. So good identifying there, but all in all, good trades for Kelazur to start.
Yep, very solid stuff from Kelazur, getting a couple pickoffs and just pushing this army back a little bit. I mean, when you look at what's being lost, an Adept and a Stalker really do add up as this one Reaper continues through. Obviously, you would have loved to just pick up as much information as possible too. In the end, you get fully walled out, but that can obviously cost Estrella a little bit of something as well. So don't mind it too much like the opening. We're back in a more Blink, man. It feels like earlier we had all the Phoenix games in PvT, and now we're getting all the Blink games, cats.
Yeah, seems pretty good to me. And while that Reaper doesn't get much of a scout, it does spot the probe at the third, right? And there shouldn't be a probe at the third unless you're planning on taking a third, or you're playing 3D mind games anticipating that the Reaper is going to poke at that point in time, which is just unlikely. So I think Kelazur, if he reads into it enough, he should know that the third was about to be dropped. I'm not sure what he will do with that information. But first, of course, we have to see whether these mines can find anything, and it looks unlikely given the positioning of Estrella. But actually, okay, he does reposition.
He will get the
I love
burrow.
the camera work there with each.
Yeah, he will get the burrow on the 2 Widow Mines, and he gets himself 3 workers. So I think that's above average. You would say usually you're happy with a probe per Widow Mine. So 3 is reasonable. The probe pull as well, of course. Still oversaturated in the natural afterwards. So I would say that in general we're pretty happy with that as Kelazur. Double check on the units. Obviously he sees the blinking Stalkers. Pretty much was aware of that anyway, but always good to have triple confirmations, right? And now a couple Stalkers coming across the map from Estrella. Away we go.
Yeah, that was a big evacuation of the mineral line indeed. So it's going to hurt Estrella a little bit. I loved what Kelazur did, and I love the camera work there to catch it, where Kelazur kind of pokes at the front before dropping the Widow Mines, and you caught also the reaction of Estrella kind of pulling forward with the Stalkers, right? And then kind of getting out of position, but had the blink to reposition, luckily for him. So it all ends up working out okay, but not amazing for him. Supplies are still even, as the Stalkers look to contain and potentially slow down any upcoming push and any upcoming expansion, as Estrella knows that he, for the time being, enjoys that benefit himself.
Got a turret in the back of the main, so get this Raven to deal a little bit of harassment damage. And I find 3 probes already, and all the probes have to pull away. This one, I thought it went back too soon, but it did not. It did stay alive, but still 3 workers, not a bad start. And Raven is straight back to action, cats. And he's going to get 2 probes immediately, so 5 workers now, and a full pull again is obviously going to really start pushing income advantage over to Kelazur. So yeah, it was a very good moment. I mean, throughout this game now, multiple pings in favor of Kelazur because of what he's been doing to these mineral lines.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant from Kelazur, right? To do the 1-2 with the Raven, get out of vision, go back in right after. Most players, I think, might have been tempted to drop the second turret right away. But Kelazur identifying that the probe pull was the response, that there aren't units there to take the turrets. If there are units, if there are Stalkers in position, you drop both turrets because, one of them is going to do a little bit more damage and your units take time to take it down. But since the probe pull was the answer from Estrella, just kind of leveraging the time in between means more potential to kill more probes, and guaranteed more probe pull time, right, where Estrella's not going to be mining efficiently. So very reminiscent of the earlier trick that MaxPax did against a Rainer with just not using all of his disruptor shots at once. Just very high level play.
Well, drop. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't do much considering what I thought it might be able to do. Prism in the main base at the same time. Kelazur will have to come and deal with this massive warp in from Estrella. He's going to double down in this main. Wants to get a whole chunk of SCVs, and Kelazur is bringing everything back to deal with this. It's one of the power points of playing Protoss. You get that big warp into the main base, and Terrans have to take these attacks very seriously, otherwise things go very wrong. Cute little pickup on the mines into the medevac just to save them from the Zealots, and I'm actually just going to see these Zealots really going after some add-ons and stuff, and I don't know if I love that so much. The Interference Matrix, that was kind of weird too. Kind of came down very late. If it come down sooner, you maybe would have stopped the Zealots getting in. You would have got a bit more value, but yeah, this one didn't really do anything at all.
Yeah. All I could think about was making a PowerPoint about playing Protoss War Dichio, and it would be like 3 slides. Would include charge in there for sure. And,
Charge Prism.
and you're set. Charge Prism.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the recipe. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Estrella does a great job in stabilizing where Kelazur threw in some early jabs. It's going to be Estrella now answering back, and on the others, Kelazur finally establishes his third, as Estrella drops his fourth, but it's not nearly completed yet. Will continue to harass with his War Prism as finally there is an answer in the Viking. So this will come to a close. The War Prism is most likely dead unless it chooses to recall, and it hasn't yet.
Yeah,
maybe
Prism.
not. Can it escape?
It's got gap on that. Okay, never mind. Everything else is on the natural. Still, though, I mean, 14 SCVs is obviously pretty serious amounts of damage taken, and Kelazur is taken a beating multiple times at this point on his economy. And yeah, he had some good moments himself earlier, but now his own kind of worker pulls and worker losses are definitely giving Estrella some advantages. So Estrella looking good there. About to hit into Storm as well, which we generally think is a pretty good moment for him in this game, and that means he'll also have High Templar drop a feedback on the Raven if that's necessary. And see how we go. Estrella's going to jump on this. He does have the High Templar showed up. He masses a bunch of hallucinations. Drops the High Templar on top of the tank so they didn't get attacked straight away. And oh my god, what was this fight, cats? This was wild.
It was bizarre. I mean, I love that Kelazur had already the pre-sieged Widow Mines, and that made it very difficult for Estrella to account for those. But regardless of that, I think that the hallucinations ended up soaking a lot of that. And yeah, he will hold just fine. So jumps him. And Kelazur still with an army lead, but like we were pointing out, it's the workers that is a little bit concerning for Kelazur, because scaling later into the game and being down potentially 2 base if he's not quick to take a 4th soon is going to amount to more as the game progresses than you know, just having a bigger army right now. That you would have to capitalize on now, and Estrella is not letting him.
Force field bio getting caught up a little bit in the front. We are going to be seeing those Immortals just doing a pretty decent job of just chunking away at things, and Estrella is going to end up pushed back here. The Widow Mines, by the way, still out on the map. They may come back into play at some point. Guess who is back as well, though? Mr. Prism looking to get back into action too, so that's potentially still a threat for Kelazur as he does force Estrella away, and you know, as he's getting ghosts up, his army's going to look better than it ever has against this army of Estrella.
Yeah, a lot of medevacs as well. Definitely something that you want against this many storms. Right, if your army is to sustain through the first few storms, if your Marines don't outright die and you have a good number of Marauders, then you can kind of stand your ground, which is really nice. Estrella setting up for a 2-prong harass here with 4 Zealots already on the low ground and 4 more plus the potential of the Warpin going into the main. Kelazur will try to strike on the other side of the map, but it is much easier to warp in charge slots than it is to control your army of Marine Marauder.
Fuck, cats, that seems like a bad bit of balance fine right there. My goodness. We're going to see the Widow Mines.
Just facts.
Very easy to burrow those instead of just controlling
That
army
is very true. Absolutely true. So they were in position and low effort mines. As far as actions are concerned, one of the better trades that Terran can make alongside like Liberators being sieged up and so, right? So definitely agree there. And they do a wonderful job. It's just good premonitions there from Kelazur, showing his Brazilian half.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And I mean, Kelazur still, I mean, they're both heading towards being maxed out here in this game number 1. Obviously, as they hit that, we kind of see both players as well, just on good tech. I mean, Estrella started switching to Colossi. He only has 1 High Templar still on the map. I feel like you should always have a couple more High Templar on the map if you've got Storm available. Doesn't seem like a bad thing, but yeah, not many available right now, so just splash damage lacking. The 1 High Templar that exists doesn't have energy to Storm either, cats. It's gonna be dangerous,
yeah,
no?
great EMPs. Very much so. There's only 1 Colossus as well, so the AoE damage really lacking here from Estrella, and Kelazur is going to kite out most, if not all, of the Zealots. Now this army is rather flimsy. If he can get on top of the Colossus, and he does, it's going to be even easier for Kelazur, who, remember, has so many medevac that sustain is definitely here for this army. Estrella will warp in a few more sacrificial Zealots to be kited here from Kelazur. But Kelazur actually spreads himself rather thin with a few units going to the top. You want to bunch up this army so that you can kite it a little bit more easily and not get picked off by those Zealots. So Kelazur forced to regroup. We have a great game in our hands.
That was just his reinforcements kind of arriving from the wrong direction. Yeah, great to get rid of the Colossus, keep that basically splash damage count low for a while. These Widow Mines actually do grab the Observer, so that's a nice bit of splash. The Storm is dodged as well from Kelazur. Let's say it feels like he's playing pretty darn good right now. I mean, supplies stay very even. Again, lots from Estrella on the way. Disruptors, Colossi, Dark Shrine coming up too. A lot of access being made from him. As you do see the army of Kelazur going out over to the right-hand side.
Definitely powering up. It's that green tea, I'm telling you. And there is more Zealots running into the natural, more behind them. Liberator's going to be preoccupied with the War Prism. Definitely not the job that they were hired to do, but they're going to be happy to do it. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good for Kelazur at this point as he picks up a Nexus if he can evacuate here safely. And I imagine that he will be able to. It is a fantastic minute or two.
Yeah, no, really, really good. Doesn't take too much damage back at home. Very manageable amount of damage. And now he's got these medevacs that can also go toward the natural and kind of, you know, try and do some more damage. But then you might get cornered in as well. So that's also potentially a factor. Going to go all the way into the main, make Estrella walk as much as possible. The more Estrella hawks, the further away Kelazur essentially gets. There's a Forge and a Robobay here. These are pretty good targets if we get a chance to take them down. The Dark Shrine's also nearby, but not mind to see any of these getting dropped. We do have 3 Colossi now showing up, however. How long can Kelazur stick around here for? Not too long. He's going to go hide in the corner cats. He's setting up other armies in the upper right, currently catching long-distance mining probes in the top right base. Wow. You're going to get a good bit of damage there.
Just wonderful multitasking and chaos creating here from Kelazur, who will also prevent that warping. But without medevacs to evacuate here, that means that a lot of the end up falling. The Zealots are going to take some Widowmine shots as well as Liberator shots, but not enough to die, so they will regenerate their shields, and Estrella should be pretty happy with that trade, especially having those medevacs pinned back at the back of his base. There's no recall available for the Terran.
Nope, there is not. So these medevacs just sort of sit there, and you know, it's a lot of medevacs. There's not too much army in it. Only 3 of those medevacs are full, right? So it's a lot of Estrella's army that's over here in comparison to how much it is of Kelazur. Like I say, the most damning part is the fact that it is just a lot of his medevacs. But in terms of actual army supply, I think Estrella's maybe overreacting how much he's leaving there. And there's nothing to defend this base on the low ground, so that's going to be extremely costly in a few moments. I feel like that's an easy kill for Kelazur, unless we have some kind of recall action, but I think it just came off cooldown, so now we are going to drop it down, and what's Kelazur going to do? Not target anything, he's just going to back away.
Oh.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the recall from the main, and Kelazur will recognize it because it's the units that were parked there, right? And I'm completely with you. I feel like if you're Estrella, the best possible move there was to account with this with pure stalkers, pretty much, not leaving any Colossus or maybe one just to deter the drop from happening. But now Kelazur hitting from 2 sides at a time. The medevacs are gonna join with the reinforcements finally as Zealots come crashing from behind, but they're a little bit late to the party. Kelazur will be able to get this Nexus. It's again an issue of if he will be able to evacuate, and if he can, Estrella's not even taking the fight. I mean, yeah, fantastic moves from the Brazilian American.
There's a freaking Void Ray over here, man. Like, I guess the Void Ray is being made to kill the medevacs in the corners. So Kelazur really made the play to get out of those, out with those units just in time. Otherwise, he would have been losing them all for free. So, I mean, solid play for Kelazur. The timing to save the day just about happening. And yeah, man, just continue to take some very fun trades and some very fun fights throughout this game still.
That is a very good point. I mean, if you're Estrella, maybe you should have given base just in exchange for killing all of the army at the back of your base. But yeah, I mean, maybe Kelazur continues to push on forward or something, right? But knowing that the Void Ray was that close to completion, I can't help but to feel that it was a big bounty to grab. And maybe you could have just left the Stalkers, take the Colossus back to your maybe third, give up your base. I mean, you have plenty of bases anyway if you're Estrella. So yeah, I mean, Kelazur making the best out of the situation regardless, really point with the timings on point, bailing his army out as soon as possible, as early as he can, and making things difficult and decisions difficult for Estrella.
He became way too focused on just... He was like, I've got the game in hand almost if I can just kill these units, so he just camped everything in position, and it just was not the case at all. Kelazur now splitting his army. This is how the best Terrans have been doing it lately. I think Akua, who's been almost unbeatable in the TVP matchup, and he's just been splitting his army all over the place and controlling it well, and that feels like what Kelazur is doing now as well. Big drop on the bottom, still pushing to the upper right-hand side. Estrella gets some extra warp-ins on this base, and that might be where Kelazur has to turn around. But like I say, there's always something else happening, and this time it's the drop through the bottom in toward the main base. And, well, there's nothing in the main base right now, so a whole bunch of stuff that can be killed off. This should be big. I guess we can recall, though.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Estrella, it does feel like probably you needed to defend the main base so much because Kelazur has to make the quick identification that that's an open ground, whereas, you know, just a minute ago it was the scariest place that you could have ever been, and you just scouted a Void Ray as well. The recall is not good enough. Kelazur has enough your own location. The Warpins might be, but actually Kelazur is stopping a good bunch of those. So good trade for Kelazur to get dislodged, and on the other side, like you said, splitting his army in two, making things near impossible for an Estrella that has now lost an additional 21 workers. Kelazur looking to close this game out in style.
Yeah, these last couple of moments have really been killing blows. Everything else before Estrella was kind of able to kind of get back up from this one. He's really kind of swaying as he stands back up. 122 supply only. DT's blinking around. This fight against these couple of Marauders was quite epic. Obviously, the DTs get out of detection range in the end, but also they had an EMP that faded off them. That was providing detection initially, as we do see our bio just coming in again, and Kelazur just attacking in so many places. Really, throughout this entire game, it has been a case of just being super active all the time. Widowmines, just because the game's chaotic, being extremely effective, left behind here and there. And another base, about a full cats. Kelazur has way too much for Estrella.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a beautiful style. I mean, you said Cure has been doing it. I think that this is kind of like a natural evolution of Terran play, in the sense that it is the type of style that is so difficult to master, because again, bio is so demanding as far as like the resources that you have to spend in terms of attention, in terms of just like kiting, right? Like just outright actions. And to do that on two different places is so incredibly difficult. So big props to Kelazur. Obviously, the big upside is AoE is mitigated because you don't have your army all clamped up. Disruptor shots are always going to be worse. Colossus are always going to be worse. Your army can, on paper, get kited forever. GG, well played, gets called. Kelazur will take game number 1. And yeah, what a game that was.
I agree, well played as well, because he just made this game chaos. And he dealt with a lot of, you know, Protoss nonsense at the start as well, right? In the sense of, he dealt with the Prism warping a ton of Zealots into his base multiple times over. He didn't let that deter him. He kept him, you know, kept himself focused. He kept himself going, and in the end, he was able to knock himself into that position, Cats, where yeah, he was just able to make it chaotic enough. And there was a real moment, I think, where Estrella just really lost out on building splash damage. There was just not enough of it in play. I really felt like High Templar never got built again. Like, we lost them one time, and after that, it was like, oh yeah, I'm done with Storm. It's like, why? They can be such a good support to get more Colossi out, and just in general anyways. And the fact he sat on one High Templar for such a long time was kind of baffling, to the point where I almost thought maybe I missed something. But yeah, it was definitely a weirder choice from Estrella. And yeah, I mean, allowed Kelazur maybe to have a bit of a better time getting into some positions as well, as we get ready for our game number 2 here in a second. Ancient Cistern for our second map.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe he felt once the ghosts were out, maybe the Templar loses a little bit of potency, but if not High Templars, maybe a second Robo or somewhere AoE. All he had was 2 Colossus, right? So I'm completely with you. I think that the best option, if you can handle it, probably for High Templar, at least on a War Prism, you know, just to protect them from the EMP. But otherwise, yeah, you need some more AoE if you're Estrella. Or maybe he felt like he didn't because of the style that Kelazur was looking to play. I'm not really sure, but whatever it was, Kelazur just kind of outplaying that game 1 and looking incredible.
Yep, no, absolutely. I think very impressed. Kelazur, I mean, he also beat Scarlet in this event so far, right? If he continues like this into playoffs and keeps up that performance, I think he's gonna have a very good finish, which you'd be very happy about. So yeah, I'm excited to see him keep on doing it. Obviously not through the playoffs just yet, but kind of similar to the last series, where whoever loses here still is a pretty hefty favorite to make it anyway through round 4, maybe round 5 if it comes to that. So yeah, I think that's a little factor to keep in mind. Obviously much easier to just get it done tonight though, Cats, and then you don't have to log in the next couple of days, apart from to, you know, practice and stuff.
That would be really nice. And to pick up a win against Estrella as well puts you on everyone's radar, right? It really raises that reputation. And I mean, both of these players, 2 of my favorite people in the scene, really, because they are both so humble. And I don't use that word lightly because I kind of hate that word, but they are both very receptive, let's say, right? Like they're both always open to discussing things. They have a very low seemingly sense of ego where they're ever going to pull like a card or make you feel like, you know, you don't have a right to discuss things with them, even if you're a considerably worse player. They take in ideas, they evaluate them, and they've made their rise in that, right? By saying, I'm smart enough to know what's good and what's bad, to try things out, and we see it as a developing as players, always developing. their style and kind of their flavor, and they're both so good at it, and they're just both such sweethearts. It's I'm gonna be sad for whoever loses and wins this one, but I sure do hope for a game 3.
On the top right-hand side, with the current 1-0 lead, our Red Terran. He got every red during that last game. It's Kelazur.
I'm playing for Alpha X. It is Estrella. Maximilian Pegasus. Max Angel, actually, his name.
I was like, that's what I haven't heard. Yo, low ground pylon. Immediately when I see a low ground pylon PVT, I immediately just think you want to get at least a little aggressive because your gateway's forward, so your first unit is going to get across the map more quickly. That's what comes to my mind. So we'll see if that's on the mind of Estrella as well. We'll see if that's kind of on his notice board of things to pay attention to here.
Yeah, should be consistent with what he wants to do. He usually is. Also, that provides him with a wall off against like Reaper Hellion Rambites and the likes. I guess it's Hellion Rambites predominantly. So so maybe, you know, looking to account for that in that way, and then opening up his game in other ways, or accounting for maybe something that would punish something like a wall off at the front, like maybe a tank push or something like that, right? So Estrella's always gonna have well thought out builds that are consistent with themselves, and yeah, I would think you're right that if he has this forward gateway, he's probably gonna look to use it.
Yeah, I would think so. As we get the Cybercore started, Nexus to follow. Obviously, it doesn't have to be a Zealot straight away. Actually, I guess, in a way, maybe I'm a bit surprised it's not a Zealot straight away, just for the fact that it is this forward gateway settled into, like, a Cybercore unit, but obviously you'll still get the Adept or Stalker, or whatever you want to build here, usually the Adept, across the map that much sooner than you would otherwise, so we'll see how it goes. Kelazur just going to take expansion, then the factory. We've seen a lot of Terran players going for the factory before expanding today. This being a bit of a bigger map means you don't usually need to be that little bit safer. And he's got the one game advantage as well to play around with in terms of safety as well. So a couple things to just also think about.
Most definitely. As Kelazur is going to respond potentially to just seeing that with the bunker. Going to chase the probe away now as Estrella confirms what's at the natural of Kelazur. And there is that very quick adept that you were mentioning. I guess not directly perhaps, but implied, right? Like trying to make something happen with this forward gateway. And a target as well to follow from Estrella.
Yep. See our Adept getting to the front and bunker in position to push it back just that little bit at the very least. We have our Stargate, as you mentioned. And yeah, I mean, with the fast bunker, nothing really is going to happen here in the end. Yeah, in the end, I guess this didn't really do, really aim to do much from Estrella either. One Adept across the map isn't exactly the most groundbreaking of things. As you will see this Hellion moving over. This is the only unit that Estrella produced, though, so if it's not at home, then there's nothing else to actually block the Hellion getting in. So it does start a retreat here, and now a super fast third base as well. So I think this is all building into just a very greedy opening here from Estrella. We'll see if Kelazur can punish this. The fact he's on his way into some Hellions, that might be a great way to punish this if he gets, like, a Hellion drop going. Yes, a Phoenix can lift one or two of those Hellions up, but, like, there's still going to be some Hellions hitting mineral lines. It's going to be a very interesting few moments, cats. I'm not sure how these builds really line up. I would kind of favor Kelazur, but the Phoenix maybe sway me a little bit for Estrella. Let's see.
That's just the thing between these two, right? Like they're so smart at their adaptations. They're both very flexible players. So it's like we were saying, Estrella is going to be consistent here and with his build. If he has a wall off, he probably get away with a greed. So then he has to think about what punishes him. And the Hellion drop is what Kelazur thinks would punish him, and rightfully so. That's why we don't know what's gonna happen, right? Is because both of them are doing the right things, and this Phoenix is right to be out on the map already, putting a lot of damage onto this medevac. So Kelazur has to be very careful with the commitment onto the high ground if that's what the Hellions aim to do.
Yep, Hellions, they poke, and they're going to take the attention of the Phoenix over to the top side. Well, in some ways, I'm kind of sad if a Hellion goes down, because I feel like there's potential there. Now the Phoenix find the medevac and the Marines, and obviously Kelazur. You can get everything together at the same time. I think that might be the best case scenario here. Estrella does not have a battery, by the way, either. So also something to keep in mind. But Kelazur, I think what part of the genius almost is that Kelazur is like, oh, you seem prepared. You've seen me coming from a mile away. You're going to be absolutely fine. I actually think Estrella might not have been absolutely fine. I think he might have taken some damage. So Kelazur kind of being played by Estrella's kind of belief that he's just going to be fine, and Yeah, kind of a weird sequence of events as Hellions do get a few probes on the third base, though.
Yeah, it's so difficult to say, right? Because Estrella did so many good things to deter this push from happening. Like putting some damage onto the medevac, of course, is going to be one of those things. But also kind of just shadowing the Hellions, making sure that they're not loading onto the medevacs. Of course, if you're Kelazur, you don't want to run towards the medevac with your Hellions when you're tailed by the Phoenix. So, and the medevac gets picked off as well from Estrella. But still no shield battery here. So this third under a lot of threat. Estrella has led Kelazur into the promised land in a way.
Yeah, but in these probes, they just transferred over here recently, so they are now all endangered. They weren't here when the Hellions were there a few moments ago. The Phoenix were all the way across the map too, so Kelazur's getting a good amount of damage here. He will find himself a Stalker, going to catch himself another that was warping in, so couldn't get away in time. And I would say that Kelazur's done very well here. He will chase these Stalkers a little bit further. The Phoenix count's still good. That's going to be important for Estrella, because that's the one thing Estrella can perhaps use here to maybe help himself get back into this game, because he will have some harassment off those Phoenix available. Right now, though, the Marine count is still apparently terrifying enough. We continue through. We try and target down the low HP Phoenix here. We get rid of one. We're going to get rid of another.
Wow.
And a few more probes. I think I'm very happy with what Kelazur's achieved with this attack, man. This was a lot of damage done.
Yeah, extremely happy, right? Great identification there from Kelazur. Again, extremely flexible in what he can do here. Pushing out with Marines without stim, without combat shields. Just looking for whatever damage he can grab, knowing that the commitment from Estrella that the answer to the Hellion drop is in Phoenix. Phoenix are never going to trade well against Marines, so Estrella has to wait until he has a relevant amount, and Kelazur knows that there's not going to be any AoE around. So if the Phoenix investment is that high, there's potential for damage. The one thing that I think Estrella could have done considerably better is the shield batteries, both at the natural and at the third. If you have those, you take way less damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's just wild to me that throughout all of this, even coming out the other end, Cats, we still haven't seen a battery. Like, at what point does Estrella not think, man, this is a lot of pressure. Maybe I should build a battery to help me at some stage, you know? Incredible belief in just, again, his situation in the game and that he was just going to be fine anyway. And I think, obviously, a bit misplaced because he wasn't exactly fine. But, well, he's alive, and Phoenix are cruising around looking to see what they can pick up. Phoenix going to move into charge and just more gateway units here in general. That's one thing that Estrella is definitely slow on. The follow-up tech off these Phoenix, it's very limited. Like, charge is nice, but it's very late charge. And he's getting the Robo Bay as well, but that's also very late in comparison. So, yeah, that's definitely all things to note here.
Yeah, 5 gateways now on the way for Estrella. Kelazur rising in supply, but still a little bit behind in workers. Mules should mitigate for most of that as Estrella gets set up to take a fourth. Kelazur looking to make a bunker, which is a very sensible choice as well. Kind of like a blind read into what Estrella could do. And yeah, I mean, charge slots would be very dangerous, so good call to finish that bunker, but Estrella is looking for it to be finished. So will poke in one more time and grant himself another CV kill as Kelazur loads up his first drop.
Yes, he does. 2 medevacs down the right-hand side. The Phoenix are heading that way right now. Depends what exact direction Kelazur takes. He cuts across. He might just fly directly into these Phoenix, so be a little bit unfortunate, although he could, if he's fast enough, unload and maybe get a Phoenix kill or two, or at least deter them. With the boost, he is going to be okay, so just nice for Estrella to catch and just stop this from getting into position more than anything else. Kelazur will have to back it up, and he is going to opt to go for some ghosts, and he actually gets the scan down too, so information gathered. Boom, now you know that this is a Colossus. That's very good information to have.
Yeah, a lot of charge slots as well, so he's going to want to continue to produce those Widow Mines that he is already making. And now with the Ghost Academy, like you were pointing out, nearly done, I think your timing, if you're Kelazur, is going to involve Ghosts next. So, gotta be really careful with these units on the side as well, because if Estrella repositions his army with the Phoenix, they can get chased down and die. So I'm a little bit surprised that he's trying to make something happen, but if he can take advantage of that, Estrella already accounting for it with pylons as well, right? So Estrella says, okay, I'm going to move my army there, but I'm going to have spotters on the other side so that I'm ready to recall or reposition if I need to. So Kelazur will only get 2 pylons for his troubles, and on the other side, the medevacs were shoved back, but not killed at least.
Gonna load these 2 medevacs up again, just ready to be everywhere. That's what Kelazur excelled in the last game. I mean, Estrella is just on 4 bases, this massive army waiting on the south for these medevacs, and if they try and, you know, go around the bottom, there's a pylon there. He needs to boost ASAP to get past, because the Stalkers don't actually have blink. Kelazur, he turns them the wrong direction. He's not paying attention, though. That's 2 very dead medevacs, and they're going to do nothing at all, and that's a very quick way to lose a lot of momentum, because all of a sudden now, well, I mean, Kelazur's plan is very obvious, and Estrella is just going to be able to position very nicely with a lot of units in every place he needs them. just, yeah, so much wind out your sails, just one failed medevac drop, and it wasn't just failed, it was like a heavy blunder.
It's a heavy blunder, but difficult to blame him because he had shift queued them to a position that where they're, you know, on paper, I would imagine there shouldn't be any units there. Estrella was looking to secure that base and happened to have his entire army to back it up. Whether it is because he was anticipating that Kelazur would fly in that area again, or just by sheer luck, but I mean, Kelazur unloads in the worst possible location, and he had prior to unloading no reasons to suspect that there should be an army there at all. So difficult to blame him, but yeah, not reacting quick enough for sure. And Estrella does get to stabilize as a result, gets to enjoy a potential economic lead. And I think Kelazur is also doing the sensible thing here in dropping another CC, but not really stepping off the gas.
Yeah, he just realized that he had an opportunity to kill this base. Oh my goodness, he's going to dive forward with these units, but now there's a super battery on the base. He is just going to get the kill, but that cost him a lot of units. That wasn't ideal in the end. Looks like an Immortal went down on the tail end of this as well, but that was very expensive for Kelazur. I liked it when he was just going to kill it and get out, and then he had to send that group of units in and basically sacrifice them to finish it off, and that's why I get a little bit questionable about whether that was okay or not. I guess we'll find out. If he can survive right now, then he should, then okay, then great. Surviving right now might be the difficult part. Let's see, as he is going to have to deal with this Protoss army now moving around the right-hand side. He just deflected Zealots off the left. And so far, Estrella's also been really good at just shutting down Widow Mines and making sure they've not been, able to fire on much, if they're able to fire at all.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough and difficult decision for Kelazur. Not so difficult this one for Estrella. He's going to pick off the CC for free. Kelazur is actually going to stem on forward and try to take this fight, but he's attacking into the Protoss that's already, like, I want to say siege. There's Colossus, but oh my god, the mines could be massive, and they actually connect onto a lot of the army of Estrella. And Kelazur, his evaluation is very right that will be able to punish the death of his CC. Much needed. If that army from Estrella evacuates, you're all of a sudden looking at a 5-base Protoss against a 3-base Terran, not where you want to be. But now Kelazur, with a little bit of wind in his sails, to try to cross the map and make something else happen, or even just re-establish his economy.
Yeah, and I like that. He scans that base on the left, and Estrella sets up everything on that side. And yeah, that G is going to go down to the bottom instead and just try and grab this base instead. He'll get the cannon, get the battery, but he's not going to stick around too long. It's a very smart play. There's a couple of mines on the left that could maybe make a move forward as well, by the way. It could be kind of neat. They just kind of walk into the mineral line while there's a lot of other things going on. Could net himself a whole bunch of worker kills, which we would not say no to right now. And that was an awesome fight from Kelazur. I sort of thought halfway through he might back away from it because of the force fields, but I was like, no, go, because you kind of got through the Zealots. Now he's getting wrapped around, though, with Zealots on the high ground as well, making this a little bit awkward. Kelazur's trying to fight his way out, trying to micro two different portions of an army, and well, he is going to get a few more Zealots at the end, and Kelazur's supply just keeps on growing, Cats. He doesn't know how to lose fights, does he?
Yeah, not really. I mean, great positioning. They're very awkward for Estrella to take that fight. Of course, if it was a flat surface area, then very easy for Estrella to push the gas pedal. He had more army available, but the fact that he has to turn 2 different corners to get to the army of Kelazur makes it very costly before he can engage at all against this small pocket of ranged units. So Estrella chooses to disengage, and that means Kelazur takes another good engagement and now is ready to continue to try to deny bases here on the fringe sides of Estrella.
Yeah, coming around the left, he's got a good amount of Vikings against a single Colossus up. There are 2 more Colossi building, but if you can kill off 1 before the other 2 are around, then I'm a very big fan of that. A little Disruptor Shot being used to clean out a mine, but I feel like you need a Disruptor Shot to go a bit more towards the bio right now. Kelazur turns back, but then he gets away, so he does dodge away from everything. This Nexus is absolutely going to go down. There's a big counterattack on the other side of the map of Zealots, and that's one thing Kelazur does not currently have a good answer to. He's pulling SCVs a little late to get to that bunker to repair, and, well, now it may be putting a little bit more pressure on him to do something on this other side, but he's starting to stabilize, man. He's going to take a few more SCV losses, but he's starting to get the units to shut it down as well, and he's still just killing probes as they're long-distance mining back into this position. Gotta be careful of the Disruptor, which actually turns away because of all the Zealots, so protecting the Zealots there. The Vikings are going to make the dive on the Colossi, and they will get both of them, and we evacuate the medevacs. Maybe a lot of Vikings go down, but like if Kelazur, you get rid of all the splash damage, or a lot of the splash damage in the form of Colossi. We're going to build 3 more Cats. Triple Robo in action.
Wow. Yeah, bad pathing on the back end of that for Kelazur to retreat his Vikings, right? They fly right over the army diagonally, so maybe he could have kept a couple more alive, but all in all, they did their job. They got rid of the Colossus and the brunt of the army for Kelazur that did evacuate. So things continue to look good for him. He continues to pick off bases. Hasn't really taken the opportunity to reestablish or establish a fifth at all, however. So that is a little bit concerning for Kelazur, who is lagging in workers and doesn't really have that much real estate to work with. But the engagements have been wonderful.
Oh yeah, they have been very, very good as we work our way down toward the bottom side. There's a single cell that runs in towards the planetary on the top as well. That's going to get taken down pretty quickly, and Kelazur taking a turn to the south as we're just going to come in. There's a lot of units here, but Kelazur brave enough to start fighting. He does have 3-3 to 2-2, by the way. Upgrades on this kind of scrappy game are absolutely going to be pretty notable, and I think they have had some effect.
Yeah, most definitely. I didn't see the observer there. It seemed like he was blinking onto the mine, but not going to happen this time around. A lot of these medevacs are pretty bruised from Kelazur. He has to be wary of his own Widow mines at this point, as he tries to continue to spread Estrella thin. But this time around, I mean, we talked about it. Estrella, last time around, he AoE. This time he has it in plenty, right? Like 3 robo production, like you pointed out, and now adding a Templar Archives as well. Good EMPs, however, from Kelazur, gonna allow him to posture forward. And yeah, I mean, if no Disruptor shots are landing, the DPS from Estrella is so low that this many medevacs will just destroy his army. But it's all about these Disruptors and this AoE.
Yeah, it's a tough call for Kelazur moving on to that base, because if a super battery pops and you misjudge it, oh no, that's 2 dead Colossi. That's a horrible recall. I mean,
jeez, that was
like, it's almost just worth fighting there, because the units you kept alive are almost worthless, right? I mean, yeah, that was just rough. I guess he didn't expect the sudden firepower of Kelazur, who is maxed out and now moving across the map with Liberator support 2 cats. I don't know if Estrella is really set up to deal with Libs. Like, yes, you've got a crap ton of Stalkers, but Stalkers are not really the go-to against Libs. They're going to get rid of these first 2 here. They were went up quite far forward, but the splash damage isn't here right now. Finally, the Disruptors are about to arrive. Kelazur will have to step away, and Estrella has to use these shots very sparingly to make sure he does always have a Disruptor shot ready to push Kelazur back. This one comes from a bit further away. Yeah, now he's got none left, so Kelazur gets the base.
Yeah, surprisingly, Kelazur is not really using EMP to kind of like mitigate for a lot of the shields on the Nexus and just be able to take it faster, because he's working with very narrow window. Earlier, when he poked at this base, there was like a cannon, a shield battery, and a Nexus, and he had enough EMP on the Ghost. I feel like that could have made the difference in picking that base off as well back then. But he does get the base this time around, will kite the Zealots, still has a very good number of medevacs, and Estrella scrambling to try to make something happen as he now goes down extra base. He has just completed the one on the right-hand side corner, so he's not going to be lacking real estate. But one more of those bases gets taken down, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep. Absolutely, as our army of Estrella going to come over the right-hand side, and we do have ourselves the Kelazur Command Center lifting off and just going to go to another base yet again. Man, there's now a lot of Disruptors, but if Kelazur can get a jump on these Disruptors, that's going to be scary. It's going to be the other way around. Lift! You've got medevacs!
Yeah.
Oh my god, he EMPs them because he's going to die? Okay.
I mean, yeah, I was with you until Kelazur outdid us both with those EMPs and the army showing up, right? Yeah, it definitely seemed like, oh my god, pick up. You can't split those Ghosts. They don't have stim. But Kelazur decides to stay on the ground because he knows that the rest of his army is coming back from the flank and that he could punish those Disruptors. So beautiful move with those for him, and now looks to this base yet again. If he just moves bottom right after this, very difficult game to imagine Estrella coming back from. A lot of probes there, but Kelazur just doesn't know about that base.
I mean, he just sees the chance to kill, though, as well, right? There's one Colossus here. That is not a lot of damage. Yeah. He's going to kill the Colossus quickly. The Zealots flank around. I mean, they're very late to the party. They really did not get the memo that started at 8. And, yeah, they come in a little bit too frantically, I would say. I mean, definitely helping. This Disruptor shot is actually just going to get a bunch of those Zealots. That's what you get if you turn up late, guys. As Disruptor shot here is going to finally get some bio, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that that Kelazur did smell blood in the water, and that was not bad trades by any means. So it ends up working out. I still think if he finds that base in the bottom right-hand side, it is just more or less game ending. But I mean, he thinks that the base progression is as Estrella has made him to believe it is, right? Like constantly trying to take this base, and you would think that until that base is established, you wouldn't have taken the bottom right. So Kelazur has no reason to suspect that it's there, but it's really what's keeping Estrella in the game right now. However, this base is equally important, and Kelazur will find it exposed.
Yeah, Kelazur is going to lose a base of his down at the bottom side. He's going to go diving in on the first Disruptor shot there, and Then he will get blown up the rest of the way. He nearly gets all of the disruptors, mind you. And again, resetting the disruptor count throughout this game has helped him massively. He's killed 10. He's killed 9 Colossi as well. So that's been big. And this army on the left side not being contested. We're entering a bit of a base trade. But if we enter a base trade, Kelazur has a lot more supply to base trade with from the very get-go. And I would say he also has a lot more real estate. The only real downside is he doesn't know about the bottom right-hand corner, as he is going to start backing it up now. And looks like we might just reset on the bases that are still alive.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where StarCraft being such a hectic game comes into play. I'm sure if you pause the game right now, give the players a little bit to breathe, you evaluate the game as Kelazur and you think, how do I lose this game? And the answer is go scout the corners of the map, because if he doesn't have those, you've already won. If he has them, then that's your next target.
Liberators are set up to harass bases that don't even have mineral lines anymore. Don't know about that move, as we do have Kelazur still massively had an army supply. But one thing Estrella has right now is probe count. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have an income lead because the probes currently have to long distance mine, but that could be a factor later. But yeah, these stalkers are really taking the most awkward way to the bottom side of the map. They started in the top right and they went all the way down the left and now through the bottom. Finally going to set up on this long distance mining base to cause a bit of a distraction. Kelazur, like you say, Cats, if he finds that bottom right base, this really is game. That is the one lifeline, the one bit of economy that Estrella could perhaps lean on to get back into this. Let's see if he checks what he has. He's going to be nearby. Good disruptor flank from the top side from Estrella. Massive catch there. And that is going to be big to help even out these numbers. Suddenly it's only a 20 army supply difference. And Kelazur, well, he is going to find this base because Estrella's not in position. But still, that bottom right, man. Just got to find it.
Really gotta find it. I mean, props to Estrella because his style accounts for losing bases, it almost feels like. He makes more than he needs at many points in the game, but this time around he's gonna be lacking that. Okay, Kelazur, you've just cleared every base. Use a scan, send your army, send one unit, do something to scout that base, because yeah, that would be it. But Estrella now identifies, okay, this is too sketch. Like, how have I been building units? You have to suspect this base. So now get some warpins there. And actually, these warpins could give him away as well, because coming from the bottom, and Kelazur has to wonder why there is a pylon down there, surely. Still, good kiting here. The Ghosts are trying to do what they can with the EMPs. One Disruptor. Now the Disruptor shots are back online and available. Lots of medevacs are going to make the kiting good for Kelazur as his reinforcements arrive. And Estrella finds a dead end with those rocks on that side. So Kelazur will be able to evacuate, and the game, as far as supply is concerned, dead even. But Guardicio, what do you think? I'm not even sure. No.
I think Kelazur has to wonder where these units are coming from, not just where they warped in. That's a good catch. He's going to get the disruptors here. But why is there so many of them? How can he possibly be mining this much when you're killing all the bases? Like, there's one place you've not seen on this map. It's in the bottom right, maybe the top left as well. But you've got to know, you've got to realize that these units shouldn't keep on coming. And yet we are, and I get it, like, you've killed a lot of bases. It feels like you can't possibly have expanded everywhere. But he actually did! Like, he took everywhere he possibly could. And you've just missed one. Yeah. I think Kelazur's got to start noticing, because this just doesn't make sense how the Protoss is still alive otherwise. Like, he is cranking out units. There's so many at any point in time. It's getting ridiculous, I think. You've got to pick up on it at some stage. Unless you just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is one way to do it as well. Kelazur is in a position where he could very well win the fight and the game. It's just the hard path to it, right? He's doing it on brutal instead of on easy mode. And let's see if he can. I mean, he is at the natural now, looking after the jugular of Estrella here. But if he just realized what we have realized, right? Then we'd be perfect for each other and we'd never find another. Kelazur will go and fly to his own corner. I mean, that should be even more incentive to think about the corners.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? Estrella's taking this base on the bottom right too, the one above the corner, and it's like, if Kelazur finds that, what if he's just like, that's where it is, and he doesn't still realize? And I only say it because I feel as though it could actually happen. This robo will go down just before the disruptor pops out. How many robos have we got left? Just the one now, a bit further to the right of this location. Kelazur obviously playing very well around this position, definitely realizing that he kind of needs to do something here. More Zealots hitting the top left, as obviously Estrella wants to shut down Kelazur's economy and hope that he can finally cut off the final bit of life that Kelazur has got, because Kelazur's economy and STV count is not the best, and he's going to see all these Zealots topside. He will have to go run into a planetary fortress.
Yeah, you gotta wonder where they're coming from, like you said. Where does he have the money? How does he do it?
Yeah, while I was looking at those Zealots, some disruptor shots went off bottom side. It seems like, looks like we traded out disruptors and bio, and it was just a bit of a mess. Zealots again just showing up. Kelazur gonna go kiting away. He had 25 minutes on Ancient Sister. Now Bioforce should be able to get these Zealots, which at this stage, any unit you're killing off like this is generally going to be a very good thing. You know, the economies are low, even if Kelazur hasn't quite figured out where the money is coming from. I think Kelazur now's got to realize he's got to go right side or do something, because actually these bases of Estrella are getting back online. He's not done much for a while to really stop bases coming online, and that could change everything here. In Estrella getting Templar Archives up too. There's not a lot of ghosts, so a couple of Archons could actually go a long way compared to usual.
Yeah, I love the map for Kelazur as well defensively, right? He's looking for those Salad Rambis onto his main base and production with Widow Mines scattered all across. But yeah, I mean, here's also the good news where Dicho is Kelazur almost doesn't need to scout that base anymore, right? It's almost gone.
Yeah. So it's been so long.
It's been so long.
Disruptor shot fires, doesn't quite connect. That's the only disruptor in the army. There's a couple more that popped out somewhere. He's going to kill this base and be like, finally, he will not have mining. But now the far right is up, and he doesn't know about the far right base either, the one above the corner, so he really needs to like accidentally walk there. He finally sends a Marauder Cats! He's going to realize this base is like mined out. He's going to be like, oh my god, you're kidding me. Yeah, that's kind of where a lot of things have been happening, Kelazur. That is why this game is where it is at. And
yeah,
please don't tell me this is going to turn into he doesn't find the base above it, by the way. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go and kill that base now, but that base is now bait, right? It's bait for the other base to survive. Wow!
Save the planetary.
I can't believe he's done this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
That was
now just path back home. Just be like, okay, that was really good. I'm just going to go back now that I've killed those two bases. Estrella trying to keep him at bay, because if he doesn't, base dies.
I can't... yeah, I know. Kelazur has no idea how close he is to finding the final base. And it really is this time the final base. Estrella's not building a base anywhere else. He is absolutely strapped for cash. He's got a bit of money in the bank. He's long distance mining the far left side. Kelazur's going to eat a disruptor shot here. He still maintains a good bit of army supply. He could have probably had a disruptor there, but he didn't realize it until too late. Stimming again, his army getting low on HP. I guess that doesn't matter if you're always kiting away and never taking the shots.
And Estrella is so daring, not because he wants to engage, but because he's forced to engage. Because if Kelazur retreats, Estrella loses the game because he runs into this base. So Estrella's like, no, come here. I'm a blink onto you, aggressive. But now Kelazur finds the base finally. And this means Estrella has to take this last engagement. Estrella has to attack into the bio of Kelazur. And every second that goes by, Kelazur is going to be racking up probe kills. And the Nexus is going to be taking damage. So the urgency for this engagement is on Estrella, not something that you want when you're working with disruptors. Estrella is now broke, cannot afford a Nexus, and this is his last army. So as long as Kelazur holds on, you know, just retreat right now is what I would do. Yeah, exactly. If that disruptor shot lands, Estrella moves across the map and there's a chance. Whereas if Kelazur just disengages, this game is over.
Now he scans the upper left. He's like, oh my god.
Now he scans.
You've had so many bases. Do you have this one again? He's like, wait, you don't have that one? He's like, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. So this is a type of thought that he should have had earlier, right? It's like, okay, how do I lose? And exactly what he did is what he should have done then. So Estrella is going to continue to push on and look for an engagement, try to cut off the production or the economy of Kelazur. This is a good move from Estrella, but he's really restricted and limited in options. So while this is the best move that he has available, no move is really a great one for him outside of outright destroying the army of Kelazur and having enough left over to push on and kill him. Or killing two more bases also.
Kelazur is just going to kind of keep on running through, and I guess to some extent is somewhat happy to base trade. What units does Kelazur have back at home? He's actually stimming a few units in to try and protect. I mean, if you're going to do anything right now, I think just rally units up in your main base. If that's where this game is going, just make it as difficult as possible for Estrella to trade, because Kelazur has more stuff, but the more, the more you can kill the Protoss before you have to take the big fight, but, even if you're just losing reinforcements, is going to go for a long way. Estrella pulls probes. He does have enough money for a Nexus. Now, it looks like Kelazur is realizing that is happening. He's not going to bother chasing into the main. He is, in fact, going to come fight this army. Estrella can, of course, at this stage, if he needs to, recall to the two remaining Nexus to get out. As Kelazur looks as though he maybe just believes he truly has enough to surround, fight, and take out this game.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, and I wouldn't, but even when you have enough units gathered in your main and they're not at a risk of dying, it's okay to take them out. I'm completely with you. If the army of Estrella is threatening, just buy yourself as much time and just tuck into the main. But now that you have the time to fan out, Just do that, but continue to reinforce. Do not engage until Estrella looks for it himself.
Links forward there. Obviously, Estrella is cornered outside of the potential, like I mentioned, recall to those other bases. Kelazur drops a stim, which is obviously some healing from the medevac, going to be used up. Trying to find some shots from afar. He nearly gets a Stalker. Estrella really is cornered. The problem is, if you recall at a bad time, you're going to lose a bunch of units for free, right? So you have to be absolutely sure about the recall timing and that you have enough time to recall without losing a significant amount, just because that could be the difference in you winning or losing this game. Kelazur's been looking for the EMPs. Oh my god, he kills the Disruptor! Talk about cutting it close, but he's got it. He has killed everything here. He is going to get GG. What a game.
What an incredible game. I mean, that last engagement, I don't know if take it. I think keeping tabs on the army, but if you're that confident, right, play this game long enough that you know you need some major blunders, even if 2 big disruptor shots land, he probably still wins the fight and subsequently the game. Great job from Kelazur. Nice job from Estrella hanging on in that game and making things tricky for him. I enjoyed that last series. Where did you?
I would say that was a great last series, man. Very, very fun match and frustrating at times because Kelazur was so close to kind of finding that base and then never did. But I mean, made for a great game, right? Because it was just everything you wanted. The map was getting mined out. Estrella was running out of options. It was getting crazier and crazier for him. And he just kept hanging on in there as Kelazur was taking so many good fights as well. I mean, earlier, some of the fights that Kelazur had was also just absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, just across the board, some crazy things. I think I'm going to go ahead and say that that was a heck of a series. Cats America's really delivering this this season. It's been a lot of fun as we can confirm our results from the day. Kelazur 2-0 Estrella into the playoffs. Trigger 2-1 special into the playoffs. Cats, what was your favorite part of the day?
I'm gonna stick with the Geralt series, especially game 2 against Cristiano. I really enjoyed it. Thick and so crazy, but also some very high-level moves there. And yeah, I really enjoyed this last series as well. And the day overall has been a blast. Very tiring, Guardicho, but I'm glad we did this together. It was so fun for me, and yeah, I hope the people enjoyed. We all won.
Yeah, we all won. You know who else wins, Cats? We all do, because we get to do it again tomorrow. Yes, that's right. Tomorrow we're going to have even more action coming up as we will be diving through another day. You're going to be here with me. Steadfast is going to be here. We're going to have 3 casters tomorrow. Would you believe it? Because it's that big of a day, we start a whole hour earlier because we have just so many matches to do. So we start an hour earlier. We do 12 best of 3s. And yeah, it's going to be a bunch of fun. I don't have the America matches yet, but I do have some of the other matches. So tomorrow's schedule is going to look like this. Nice versus Cyan, Haas versus Firefly, and Rex versus SCV in Asia. And then in Europe, we're going to have Clem versus Gung Fu Banda, Hero Marine versus Strange, Max Pax takes on Lambo, Shadone battles Showtime, Spirit takes on Geralt, and Hearthstone plays against Wayne, which is wild because I felt like, yeah, I felt like Hearthstone had already played Wayne in this tournament, but that was a different tournament, so never mind me. And yeah, that's going to be Europe and Asia. Obviously, Americas is being decided as we speak because that just got finished up. So, some fun matches tomorrow. It's going to be me, Cats, and Steadfast. We're going to have a good time. Obviously, thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and the ESL shop. And do not forget to get your tickets for the offline finals at dreamhack.com/summer/tickets if you want to join us in Sweden. Any final words, Cats? Any thoughts of wisdom before we leave until tomorrow?
Was this a 10-hour day?
Just
about, it feels like, right?
No, it was
9 hours?
9, yeah. 9.
Yeah.
9-hour day.
I mean, time flies when you're having fun, I suppose, but I'm also like, where's my energy? And it's like, oh, it's in the last 9 hours.
I'm like, what can I do with the rest of my day? I'm like, probably go to bed, huh? Cool.
Yeah, that's what I did yesterday. So
yeah, it's like I woke up,
right.
I set up all the graphics for the day. You know, I kind of had, did a little bit of morning stuff, and I was like, okay, put the stream live. Now it's like, cool, it's bedtime. that's how these days go. They're long, but they're a lot of fun, guys. We hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow with more StarCraft 2. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.